Hey, hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, Shalom, Bracy in the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the lure. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG, SBG solution-based gang.
Oh, good day, everyone. How are y'all doing? I'm still figuring the things out. It is what it is. Yeah, what's up, Miss J? How you doing, Kim West? Good day to your night. What's up, my Reed? I'm still figuring things. I'm in feel good mode. I'm in great spirits. You know who's not having a great time? I'm assuming Corey Holcomb. I think it's the location. I think it's where I'm at in the building. I think I need to get closer to a window. I sound rested. Thank you. Oh man, we do. He is crazy out here. I tell you that. Shout out to my guy. Yeah.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Hold on. God damn it. There we go. Sir, good day to you, my guy. How are you feeling today? What is going on over there? How is this happening? These streets. And this is why, maybe why Corey Holcomb, he didn't want to just swing off in the first place. Shout out to Davey. Yeah, man. The people are awesome out here. We don't got. I tell you that. We don't have it. But the thing is, are we upset? Do we think he's doing the right thing? Is he right for doing so? Is the question. Hey, do we gotta always get outside and scrap? Miss J said that lawsuit is an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. And it makes you wonder, like, to handle things in this manner, in a manner of legal document, is that a better way than people actually getting down? Let me see. Okay, we're doing pretty good with the line. All right, so that is pinned, so we should be good. And so this is what makes it so interesting now, right? Is the fact that, hey, maybe this is how we need to be handling fist fighting, getting to fisticuffs, getting people arrested, calling on kicking dead ops candles. Maybe so many brothers and sisters fighting in the street, losing their lives over silly things. What I'm saying is, at least physically get attacking non-content creators. Hopefully the sound is laptops. I don't know. That is a possibility. Mm-mm-mm. What's up, Bubba? How you doing? All right. I'll try that. All right, so maybe that's a little better. Maybe I gotta I'm gonna change laptops and see if that changes anything. Or maybe I need to change the location where I'm sitting in this building. I'm probably too consolidated. Yeah, what up, Kulu? You know what I'm saying? So I think with Anton Daniels' daughter and his wife suing Cody Holcomb, because as I understand it, Anton Daniels' name is not actually on the lawsuit papers. It is his wife and daughter suing Cody Holcomb. Non-content creators is suing a content creator for putting their faces out there, putting their name out there, having diss tracks about them, talking crazy about their looks, and they saying they having these damages. The daughter said, hey, listen, Corey Holcomb meant to make the children of my school laugh at me, is what the lawsuit is saying. Maybe, Miss J. Maya Reed, that's another good. He waited to make sure they could fight their own case. So this way his name is not actually on the case. He's gonna say, hey, look, this is what happened. You heard him. When he first started the whole insuation, when he insuated. You know I need my water. Insinuated. When he first insinuated that he was gonna sue, he said, hey man, I gotta take my daughter out of school. Hey man, I don't know if she's gonna be okay. But lucky enough, I got all this money to put her into these different doctors, take her to the hospital. He already put the steps forward to make sure it sounded like his daughter was going to stress the very first day. So he got video evidence of that. He got video evidence of the man disparaging the young lady, making her look like a monkey, making his wife look like a monkey. So therefore, they have all of these different type of resources where yes, he can go out there and speak, and she and his daughter can say, hey, this is what it made me feel like, and how can you argue it? If the lawyer is good enough, hey, listen, he have a good case to say even racial situations, saying that this man was using racial situations by calling them monkeys. Not from Minnetonka. But at the same time, is this a better way to settle situations with these not with content creators going at non-content creators, going at the children, going at the wives? Something needs to be stopped, something needs to be done. Because for far too long, people think that they have free reign on everybody in or around just school. Plus, trust me, I know. The internet is strange like that. The internet will contact your grown children. The internet will try to hack your. The internet will absolutely come after you. And people that don't have anything to do with anything, they want to research every little thing about you to try to make it seem like those things affect you. They will try to affect other people. So if people had the understanding that you go after non-content creators, you could get sued for some money. Would that keep people focused on the focus? If I'm beefing with you, leave other people out of it. Because we coming for that bread. Because you know that's the quickest way to make a person change their mind. You go after their pockets. How much money? Do anybody know for how much money they trying to get out the situation? How much money do y'all think he's going to get? Is she going to get 10, 20, 100K? Shout out to that, Miss J. Is people literally getting stalked. Right. And some people, they just they'll keep going around on her. They don't stop until they either in jail or something else. Some people they can't stop stalking. The block is hot. Hot. Actually, the block is real beautiful. And so now we got this whole situation. Because also, I believe Poetic Flaco, he's setting himself up as well. You know what I'm saying? I think Poetic Flaco, he's setting up the situation as well. Because he's saying, hey, listen. Yeah, he showed her actual picture when she was 17. So that's another part of the lawsuit, saying that his baby, so her part of the lawsuit, the young lady, she's saying that because of Corey Holcomb, all of her friends were now teasing her. Now she got the excuse that now you gave that, especially if she's in a school where now it is a group of white children in that school as well. Now you giving those kids that had some problems. Listen, Corey Holcomb is falling for what the troll. And he's saying that he ain't never had no cases like that. I don't know. Do anybody know Poetic Flaco to be out there slinging some things? Because he's saying he don't know. Let me see. Okay, we moving. We working through it. Shicey, I don't know how you missed it. He put her straight on Front Street and called her Kumo D and had all the children in the school teasing her. Now, I got beat up a little bit because I'm like, hey, listen, I don't like what Corey did at all. I did not enjoy what Corey Holcomb did. I think it was disgusting what he did to try to paint two black young ladies as monkeys. I thought that was disgusting. And I'm glad something is being done because enough is enough. Well, Shicey Bum said she missed it. I don't know how she missed it, but yeah, he actually showed her actual picture, Shicey Bum, not just the t-shirt depiction, Shicey. I don't know how you missed it if you was watching that show, but he absolutely showed her personally. He used one of the personal pictures he found on Instagram or something of that nature. And I think Corey Holcomb was a straight up asshole for doing something like that. If you going after somebody, then go after them. So what he did with Poetic Flaco, hey, look, you went after him, you did some deep diving, you did some research, and you might have found some cases. Now you saying that Poetic Flaco is what you are because everybody heard your PDF jokes. We all heard them. We all heard Corey Holcomb's PDF jokes. So you said the jokes, and so now Corey Holcomb acting as if he don't understand that he said a bunch of PDF jokes all of a sudden. He don't understand that. So now he's trying to paint out Poetic Flaco to be a a rapist. He's saying that he got a court case of him being a rapist. And Poetic Flaco, even though he's he is an African from Liberia, Nigeria, I don't know where. I don't know what part of Africa he's from. But Poetic Flaco's using the excuse that it was his brother and that his name is Frederick Jolly or Jala. I'm not sure which one. I'm not sure which one, but that is his excuse that he is going with. So I find that very interesting as well. So can we trust somebody like Poetic Flaco that's from Africa saying that he got three different Poetic Flaco got three different aliases? How much trustworthy is somebody like Poetic Flaco? Time will tell. Is it Frederick Jala or Frederick Jola? I don't know. But that's his real name. And how can are we going to trust Corey Holcomb saying that Flacco is the PDF or Flacco is the one that is the rapist? How's that going to work in this situation? Everything is all foul, but we need things to start moving in the right direction because we see when we do things the degenerate way. We see what happened to Offset. Drink some water. Because now Poetic Flaco said, I can't wait for you to actually say my real name so I can sue you for everything you got. He says, I even want that fake plant that is in your studio setup. He said, I dare you to say my name so I can sue you. So everybody's trying to get a dollar out of Corey Holcomb. It's a dangerous game out here. People will sue you for anything. Anybody, so talking to Kim for anybody that's talking negative about the show is not supporting the show. Yeah, I be having it twisted of what support is. I'm not the person that takes support in a way when you say everything negative about me. So be careful with who you saying is supporting. I'm not going to be the one that constantly get this. Because we don't do we really want to see Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb get into a fight? Is that what we want the representation of our beautiful black folks to be? We should be able to get into arguments and disagreements without it turning into you talking about my wife and children. We should be miserably. And the fact is that always being held accountable. It is so interesting to see the person that actually do the degeneracy always gets some kind of grace. Nobody actually cares about somebody that's doing the right thing or attempting to do the right thing. Nah, that's not what we care about. We only care about the people that's doing degenerate situations. That's a person. Like, you know how long I was hanging out with Venus the other night, and people like, I don't even understand. How can the degenerate person that's always accusing and saying lies and trying why people don't look at the germ and say, hey, if you are doing something to make that person want to sue you, that person want to curse you out, that person want to block you, and he doesn't block anybody, then damn, maybe that person says something to you. It's crazy to me. You should go ask that person, what the hell did you say to him to make him do that to you? Not the other way around. Get on camera, god damn it. Whatever. If it goes in and out, it goes in and out. We need to do better at that situation. We need to stop giving examples, giving excuses for people that keep doing the effed up things. Good day to you, Reese. Every single time. You know how many chances Jay Prince done got, like, and somebody said, nah, he's all right. No, he ain't. Something wrong with him. Every time somebody do something degenerate, they always say, hey, well, what about the person that's not degenerate? Let's talk about him or her. What did that person do? You can't support somebody by disrespecting them all the goddamn time, acting like that's some kind of love. That's not love. For some reason, what is starting to feel like a lot of things happen in our neighborhood where we think disrespect is some kind of love. It ain't. I'm not going to keep taking disrespect from somebody after I tell them to stop. And so this whole Anton Daniels and his daughter and his wife, they are the ones suing. We know, hey, we seen the play from far away. We seen this play from long time. We knew what it was about. And if you keep playing, you're gonna be the next one. You're gonna be seeing your black ass right with her. Keep it up. If you rock with me, then you rock with me. So we're gonna see who really actually rocks with me. Because hopefully you say the same thing to that person. You tell that person whenever that person is disrespect, I ain't never see you check them in the that way. This is the second and third time Sharon did that to you. What are you keep saying in the chat that makes Sharon do that to you? Why are you checking me? Go check whoever you got. So before you telling me I'm wrong, how about you go and check the person that don't block nobody and recognize the people that I did block, why they got blocked, and then you go tell them what are you saying and what are you doing to make Sharon keep on blocking you? Yeah, but we're not talking about that. We are talking about a very specific situation. And I love everybody that hold me down whenever somebody do such a things. So don't get it twisted. I'm talking about something very specific. You are questioning about something very specific. And that very specific topic that you are questioning me on, I never seen you check that person to understand why Sharon is always telling you, hey, stop saying those things. And I appreciate when you have my back. And I appreciate when anybody have pushback for me in the proper aspects. There's a plenty of things I get pushback on from people in the chat, from people on the stage, and I have no problem with it. So make sure we keep the understanding of who my character is and stop acting as if somebody else is getting dealt with. And we need some kind of situation where, yes, when these goddamn entertainers, these content creators understand that, hey, women and children not that are non-content creators are off limits. Because for too long, this goddamn internet is acting as it don't have no rules and you cannot get touched. Hey, you can get touched. People walk up on other people on the streets and pull triggers. For all these years, we've been talking about how black women are not getting properly protected and to do that to these two innocent people that is not content creators. What's up? Yes, they are attached to a very wild human being. That man deserved all his ass kickings and all the ridicule. All he deserved everything that Freezy is saying about. He deserved everything the House of his Hypocrites is saying about. He deserves all of the smoke. Every last bit of it. Everything that Taz is pointing out, he deserves every bit of that smoke. I haven't really seen a lie on that man yet. He's been a hypocrite for a very how we've been talking about it for the past 2 years. All of a sudden, I don't see none of these goddamn conservatives all on the Trump train anymore. In reality, y'all know y'all can't, no matter how much you dislike the man, you can't. How can you support what Corey Holcomb did if you are for women and children? A thing got to be called a thing. All across the board. What Corey Holcomb did is disgusting, and he deserved to get his stupid ass sued for talking about a child and a woman that have nothing to do. What if Flaco did a couple? You can't on its jokes that you haven't done it. So y'all can miss me with the BS. Acting all like y'all, man. Even saying that, because as of these whole YouTube streets, these whole internet, we have not seen women and children off limits. We actually seen videos where mothers and some strange ladies scrapping on the street and the lady just come and hit the baby too. The baby got it. Let me see. Maybe try. Let me try a different microphone. How about that? Let me see. Maybe try a different microphone. Better if it solved the situation of going in and out. 100% with that statement. I think the Obama should have sued goddamn Donald Trump for talking all that craziness about calling her a goddamn man. Absolutely. Leave my goddamn children out of this situation. That I'm pushing out there. Yeah, come and talk to me. Why are you attacking my wife and child? Like this whole situation, Sugar Bum might be 100% correct. Tell me if this sounds any better. Did that solve the in and out situation? It's better? Thank you, Josh. It's something needs to be done so we can actually have people. If you are a female or you are a young adult and you are here scrapping on the internet, hey, then you on limits. But if you are offline and you have nothing to do with nothing, if Shicey Bum is out here screaming and yelling, her daddy, her mama, her siblings, if she had children, all those type of people should be off limits. Don't talk. But the issue is we have so much disrespect, a lot of things in our culture when it comes to the argumentative and the fighting aspect. It's led with disrespect. That is the problem that we keep on having. We cannot keep leading with this, leading with it cannot be other people. The engagement. And we know the majority of the people that want to say things like, hey, nothing is off. Just the other day, I believe in Chicago, a dude, a young man, a YN, whatever y'all want to call him, mother and sister instead of shooting a person that he actually beefing with. Now, I don't know. Maybe the mom and the sister is gang too. Then maybe if they are gang, then hey, look, then I could understand. Then I could understand. Is it still going in and out? Okay, Scott said it's not the microphone thing. All right, so let me see. I might have to change laptops. That's what I need to do. Sometimes $3,000 laptops don't work properly. Maybe I will. We'll see. I'm gonna change it to a different. I mean, it's the same price, so but we'll see. And we got to start getting people to be held accountable for the things they're saying. So now, we need to be able to have an internet standard as well. The problem is we have men that's really outside in the world moving a certain way, and then this internet, it's a bunch of goddamn widows. What up, Shoutout? Shoutout said what? What he said? Shoutout said, it's your ping, bro. My bad. What you talking about my ping? What the hell is that? You're gonna have to hit the link and tell me what that is. For far too long, it is too many weirdos on the internet that think that it is no limits to anything. This is why people go outside and then they actually touch people. Dangerous place. Correct, Miss J. And find they foot. Like just think about how crazy that is. And people think that shit is funny. Like I'm beefing with you. You went as far to go find my wife and my child to talk about instead of talking about me because you felt disrespected. That is crazy. And so that's what I'm talking about. If you have a problem with that person, you need to go out and reach out and touch that person that you have a problem with. You need to go and talk to that man or that woman that you have a problem with. But when I was younger, people didn't go and say, oh, let me go ahead and whoop his son ass. Let me go ahead and whip his wife ass. That's not how it used to be. It doesn't matter what you be beefing with. That's the person you should be beefing with. I don't know, Jess. I'm working on how that works. So CJ, what I believe what the young lady is going to prove is that he was saying he was calling her a racial slur. So you're gonna say that in school that the kids was also teasing her and that situation or not. So that's what she got to do is prove that hey, he said these things, people in school repeated it because my dad is fake famous and it was famous enough where it got to me and I felt a certain way and I needed therapy. But something needs to be done because it got a lot of men that had the mentality of that, hey, you said something about me online, so I gotta go physically touch somebody else is crazy. Online to the point where you feel like you have to fisticuff them because of what words they said about you is you have a mental problem. It pissed you off so much that you willing to go after their wife and children to go do some research on a wife and children. There's something really wrong with you. And you need to go see a doctor. 'Cause I ain't never looked up for somebody goddamn white. I ain't no goddamn Irishman. I ain't none of those things. And clearly, we have a mental health issue with our community then. We have a mental health and there's way too many people that are just proud to be mental. It used to be some kind of, at least some kind of thought of a code. It wasn't just out here willy nilly. And the people We understand that. We see who Corey Holcomb is. He has no code. He has no limit. And we see what kind of jokes, so-called jokes, he was saying. We see what kind of jokes somebody like Corey Holcomb were saying. And that is a man, that is a black man that had so-called no limits. Is that the kind of brother we want to have back in behind and saying, yeah, that's how it goes. You act just like Corey Holcomb. Have no limits. Talk about children. Talk about wives. Talk about children in sexual ways as well. Because it ain't no limit. Because that's how they try to that's how they try to discredit you as well, right? They will try to use a old picture of Clarissa Shields when she that is insane. That's insane. It's insane that you even judging a little girl looks. That's insane. Welcome to the show. Let me make sure I'm doing the right things. So I gotta get the other laptop. There we go. I'm figuring things out. Welcome to the show, the beautiful.
Can you hear me? Hello? Am I here? I can't hear you, so I'm not sure if I'm here.
You there?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Hello? Okay, let me go out.
There you go.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, something on your end, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Sharon.
Good day to you. I'm way across the world, so
I know
gotta
you're
finish
having
it.
fun. You having a good time with the family?
Man, it is a different experience out here to see how people interact and treat you. It is completely different.
And what about their infrastructure and things like that?
It is strong.
Right.
It is strong. It is powerful. It's not what we think at all.
I've been
Not
telling
at
people
all.
that for a while, that our, USA, we pride ourselves in being best, but that's because we haven't been anywhere else. Because those people have been taking care of their infrastructure. They care about the health of their people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Big
Their
time.
food is completely different.
Yes. Even Burger King. Food is completely different.
Yeah. Somebody said I have an echo. It might be on Sharon and y'all, because he's overseas. We pinging.
I think I probably gotta get a laptop don't have nothing on it, maybe, so it'd be less things, because you're not even supposed to, over here, you're not even supposed to even be on this website that we on. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. So that's what's going on, and you're far away. But I just had a question. So are we saying we want censorship? I can't hear you. Is he gone?
I thought it was just.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Were you able
What
to
was
hear
the
me?
question?
Oh,
No.
are we saying we want censorship?
Yes.
So we want the government to come in and censor things that we
Censorship
say.
bomb. on people that are not involved in the situation.
Huh?
Yeah, I say we should have censorship on people that are not involved in the situation.
Okay. Somebody said there's a difference. There is absolutely no difference. Censorship is when they start telling people what they can and cannot say to whomever. That's censorship.
Say it one more time.
Censorship is when, like you and I talking right now, they may decide that
Mm.
they don't like what you're saying to me. I'm saying to you, even if you don't have no problem with it. So what Corey Holcomb did, is not
Okay, I'm not
against
sure.
the law.
Hopefully, because it went out on my side.
Oh,
So, okay, I heard you just now, and that's what it sounded like on the outside there. I apologize as I work through it. And so, what I'm saying, Bomb, if me and you arguing, I think me and you arguing. I think the problem comes in when I start bringing in pictures and adding information to people that don't have anything to do with the problem. Like if I say something about your husband, say something about your daughter, okay, I say something like, "Hey, your kid is ugly," fine. But when you start bringing up pictures and you doing research on my family,
did he go out, y'all?
you know what I'm saying, Bomb? So like if we just screaming and yelling, you say, "Hey, your kid is stupid." But once you start researching my family members, start posting things that my family members do not want in the public like that, that's what I have a problem with. That's when it becomes the issue.
Right. But we can do that though. Like, so for instance, if I don't want my picture to be out there, my kids' pictures to be out there, then I gotta make sure they're not out there for anybody to do. I also gotta make sure they're not in a public space where somebody can even take their photo. You know what I mean? So what Corey did, some people may think is morally wrong or foul, but it's definitely not against the law. And not only that, but when he put up their picture, like when he put the T-shirt up, it wasn't even a real picture. He put monkeys on it, and then claimed that it's them, a representation of them. That's what he really mad at.
Yes, but he did actually put the real pictures out there too as well, Bomb. That's another thing I take issue with is that part. And I think if you just saying jokes on a person, Bomb, I feel like that's okay. I think it's out of line when he put the personal pictures as well, because he absolutely used a personal pictures as a way to disparage them as well. That's the thing I have a issue with. Keep it on the person. Jokes is jokes. Even when I'm saying something about, your stupid kid, it's still kind of on you in a sense because I'm just saying something. But when I start researching them, that's an hey.
So he mad because Corey put up their real pictures and said, "Ew, look at them." Like that don't even make sense, right? If it was their real pictures, either he think his family ugly or he don't. And if you think they ugly, then that I would be like, well, you think they're ugly, but I know damn well my family is nice looking. What I'm saying is, what Corey did isn't illegal. It shouldn't even be illegal.
Yeah. Illegal as of a criminal offense.
It's like,
It can fall in the defamation situation where you won't have to going after.
but you break it in and out. But defamation, I did hear the word defamation. Defamation is defended by either opinion or truth. And so it's not civil. I know people saying it's civil. It's not civil. Like he gonna lose because I can think his family is ugly. And I have a right to say that they ugly. Because maybe to me they are ugly. And yes, somebody did say if we talk about suits, it is about the laws. It is about it, whether it's civil. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you, Bomb. You're doing great. I appreciate you helping me out here.
Yeah, no, when I can't hear you, I just keep talking so I can keep it going for you. But because I think they can hear me, but I don't. We can't hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you now. But wait.
All right, go ahead.
No, I was saying, you know, if we talk about lawsuits, it's about the laws. That's why it's called a lawsuit. If somebody's suing something for something, and it don't have to be criminal. It could be just civil, and so it still got to go about the laws. So suppose you see somebody on the street and you say, "Damn, they ugly as fuck." You think they should be able to go and sue you because that was your opinion?
Good day, PhD. But how you doing?
Wonderful, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
PhD.
So no, Bomb. I do not believe that somebody should be able to sue me for calling them ugly if we are face to face. No, I disagree with that. The thing that I think the suing part can be problematic or
You still hear PhD because he broke up on my end or in my tripping?
No, he broke up.
Okay.
issue with. So him going after her where she is not attempting to be a public figure is the issue that I have. Leave non-public figures into the non-public figure situation.
But she is a public figure. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Lisa.
Oh, no, I just wanted to know who went after who.
Wait, say it again?
Who went after who? So Corey Holcomb went after the daughter and the wife, and now the daughter and the wife is suing Corey Holcomb in court for I don't know how much yet though.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose. I could tell you why he gonna lose, mainly for the daughter, right? Because remember Corey did the stream the night. In the morning, he was live talking about how he had to take his daughter out of school and everything because they making fun of her without her even going to school. So he was lying. So first you got to be harmed, right? The law comes in and what they do is they give you compensation for your loss for something that you was harmed.
He did not feel.
Hmm?
So regardless if she felt good, regardless if it actually harmed her or not, is a whole different scenario. However, somebody got to do something to keep non-content creators out of the limelight, in my opinion. Something got to happen, in my opinion, Bomb.
No, I know that's your opinion, but legally that is not something that happens, right? The picture that he put up was a public picture. And even you do know, even if you don't have no pictures online, right? Let's say your family don't have no pictures online. If I know where you live and I come and I catch your family walking out in public and I take a picture, bam, and I put it online, I can do that. Did you know that? Because your family was in public. You have no right to privacy in public. Now, I can't get online and start lying about you and trying to ruin your reputation and things like that. Oh, and somebody asked, what about the T-shirt? Did he actually sell the T-shirt to people? Or did he make a T-shirt? He made one
Yeah,
and
he
then he
actually.
showed it. Go ahead. It, it, I'm not sure if
I don't know
am
if you
I
heard me, but yeah, so he actually sold them and people bought them. Even people that's involved in this space was wearing the T-shirt live.
right, but it wasn't of his family's face. Remember, it was monkeys.
I agree.
But then that means he didn't take their likeness and put it on a shirt,
I agree with that as well.
and that's why they're
Regardless, we
going.
know regardless of that, so I agree with that part. But the thing that I disagree with is that he put her up on a he made her a public figure, because just because um I post something on Instagram doesn't mean I'm a public figure. I posted something to the public, but that doesn't mean I'm a public figure. I think those are two different things. And once you put it out into a different kind of audience for
Mhm.
negative.
Rita, we have reviewed an interview that Rita has done. Rita has done many interviews online. I'm not sure if you're aware. That's how we know his background from way back when. She was very active. Even there was even a love note they was doing here online years ago. So yeah, I think you may not think she's a public figure, but we've seen her. She's done videos and interviews.
Nope.
I think I
For
heard. Nope.
she attempted to be in the public sphere. So in the public space, he attempted to be a public figure to back up argument there, and I have no pushback for that at all. You once was, you can't get mad because now that you didn't get popping enough, or you just didn't have enough drive, whatever the case is. Granted, she attempted to be a public figure, so I could grant you that one. But in the case of the daughter, I don't know if she attempted to be a public figure yet, because we see plenty of young people get talked about online that is way too young. People talk about King way before he was T.I.'s son. People was talking about that young man way before he was the rightful age to be talked about. So yeah, I get that.
No, he was on TV. You can't have a show where you putting your kids on TV and then say don't make him a public figure, because you're making him a public figure.
Right.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So somebody like King is a public figure, right? He been on TV for a long time, so I could get why people they trying to compare, right? So somebody like King that is actually a public figure. He's been a public figure since he was young. He's being called ugly. Whatever people saying about him.
He is ugly. That's an ugly
Yes,
little boy.
yes. But his baby's so cute.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And you know what else though? With his daughter,
He's getting interviewed,
isn't his
kind of like
daughter
Bob
play
was saying earlier.
sports?
I could kind of understand, like, hey, you are a public figure, but individual, a little 16, 17-year-old that just want to be a part of the Instagram and take a picture, I don't think that should be considered a
That's,
public figure.
that is a public figure.
Right. The children of public figures have always been public figures. That's why when Bush was in office, they was reporting on what Jenna and the other sister was doing. Right.
Hmm.
And so simply by virtue of your parents being in the spotlight, the kids end up in the spotlight. Right. So we were seeing Blue Ivy long before she hopped out on the stage and started dancing.
Right.
And people were, taking pictures of her wherever she was. There was articles about her, whatever. It was even a big thing about her hair. But so
About here.
children
Yeah.
of the public figures have always been regarded as also public figures. People have been interested in what they had going on.
And if she putting pictures on her Instagram and it's open, then she's trying to become a public figure also. And the picture that he grabbed is in the public already.
Right. So I do agree that the picture was a public picture. I was probably probably either his or her Instagram, probably the wife's Instagram or something of that nature. So I don't think it was the actual little girl's. I hope it wasn't he got it from her actual page, because that's even shows another sign of something else You know what I'm saying? Like I do not like that idea that you're gonna research my minor child, especially with the jokes that you say. So that's a whole nother level for me as well. I don't like that idea.
Man, listen, if I'm a comedian, which I'm kind of like I'm a ghetto comedian. I'm gonna talk about your mother. And then the way he did it, it was comedic. I know some people didn't like it, but on that T-shirt, that wasn't them people's faces. He put monkeys and he said this is a representation of them. That is why he's gonna lose. Anti-crime, and now they're trying to sue.
Absolutely, and I'm all for it, Bomb. I ain't gonna lie. I think where Corey Holcomb took it, that's a limit that should be. We need to have some kind of at least. I don't know. We need to have something where it got to have some kind of limit where people at least think twice about it. In my opinion, I think once it go past words and it goes into research, that's a line and a limit for me personally.
I think research is a good thing. I think that's when you're being smart, you're going to get your facts. Because other than that, they'll be like me, where I just make it up, the joke. Right? Which one would you rather me go and dig up and you know, maybe people don't think his daughter's ugly. Some do, some don't. I don't know. I don't care. I didn't look. You know, but you saying research is bad?
Yeah, I think I'd rather them attack it the way how me and you attack it. We have creative, interactive jokes with what we actually see with the person. We say if your daughter look anything like you, then goddamn, right? So I'd rather you have those funny jokes than you pull up the actual picture of us of, you know, in some strange, you know, I'd rather that than you pull up something very personal to the person. Yeah. 100%.
Right. But people was thinking, you know, there was a lot of people who didn't think she was ugly. I didn't think the little girl was ugly. You know, she looked like she was, you know, in fact, he doxed his own daughter. He was over there, he was telling everybody how she was feeling and this and that. And then he was showing pictures of his own daughter through his phone, talking about her school. He did that to himself.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a dirty game, and I think something got to happen in this dirty game to clean it up a little bit. So I agree. He showed a picture. He the one that put her name out there into the world for people to do the research. I thought that was crazy as hell because he said her full name on his
That's right.
on his show. I thought that was crazy. Like, why would you do that?
Because he
But you
wanted the
know,
lawsuit. That's why he did it. Because I bet you Corey did not know his daughter's full name. Because she was a minor. So even if I look up you right now, I can find out about you, your older children, your wife, right? Because they're gonna show all that. I can look that up. But the minors don't show up by the name.
Right.
But he gave his minor daughter's name out.
Yeah, that I believe was absolutely.
And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think she's a minor. I think y'all 5 years ago she was like 14. If we do the math, as of last year, she should have been not a minor anymore. Are you sure?
Yeah. So I believe what it was, Bob. By the time the show happened, she was still 17, but I think her birthday was in like, you know, February or March or something of that nature. So she just turned 18 in this year, sometime early this year. But it was before. So he's using the fact that. Yeah, so he's using the fact that maybe it was 2 days before her 18th birthday type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Look,
Like, hey,
somebody said she's graduating, so she almost 18. Somebody said she graduated, so she almost 18. Y'all act like people don't fail and be held back. What I'm saying is, I remember how old he said she was in 2020. Okay, this is 2025. I can assure you, the math just is not mathing. But even if she's 17, like she's 17. You don't think she never heard a joke? You mean Corey made a joke and made her cry, made her with her whole world flipped upside down? Or is he mad about that? You know what I mean? He wanted,
Bomb, absolutely. I believe she heard a joke with. I think 100. Did I come back yet, Bomb? Am I
yeah, I hear
back?
you.
Yeah, we are.
Okay. So no, Bomb. I think 100% that she heard a joke before. However, at the same time, not the level or the microphone level of a Corey Holcomb joke. I think it hits a little different when it is blasted all over and people could take screenshots of what somebody else said and they could pass it around your school. It could have a mental effect on you. Hey, listen, I would
Mhm.
absolutely do that play whether my child got hurt or not. If I could prove that my child is affected by something that I'm gonna do it.
Man, them kids, like, cause we say she embarrassed at school. If they think she ugly, I guess every day she get up and go to school, she's embarrassed. Like I don't know what like what you're saying.
It's not about it. Like that people are laughing at you. Those are problematic things for a young developing child. And we know people don't develop. God damn it, my baby was crying. I don't care what nobody
Right.
said. My baby.
So Corey did his show on like a Thursday or Tuesday, whenever day he do his show. And that morning he was on his show claiming that he already took her out of school. She was already home. Where did she get all that information from? Was she up late at night looking at his show? You know what I mean? Like, you want to take Anton as face value. I said, let them court people laugh his ass all the way out of that courthouse. Because it's going to be funny. And I want to go and watch. Somebody said that them Asian internet, they don't like you much around. They beating your ass over there. Oops, I don't want to cuss because in case you might get in trouble. You might get hung over there. Don't be playing around in people country. PhD, can you hear him? Because maybe it's me.
No, it's not you. I don't hear him either.
I'll be facetious, girl. My internet is
Uh,
girl. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm just joking. How you been, PhD?
Good. How have you been?
Girl, I've been feeling bad. But I'm living though.
Yeah, but why you feeling bad?
I think it's my hernia. I'm supposed to have a surgery, but I keep putting it off.
Oh,
Make
okay.
sure I'm back.
Well,
I hear him.
yeah, I'm back now. I'm echoing too. God damn.
Yep. They say they ain't gonna make it easy on you.
And I got the fast people. I think it's where I'm at in the building. I think is what's going on.
Yeah, I do agree that we need to see evidence that he, come on now. So I think if he win that lawsuit, we all gonna be in trouble. Hey, Brownsville.
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Can y'all hear me? Am I coming through clear?
Yeah, we can hear you. We just couldn't hear Sharon.
Yeah, man. He bored getting in and out. He in China, doing his thing, man. But let me take my shoes off before I walk into his room. Peace and love to the two beautiful queens on the panel, the Supreme Goddess PhD Diva. Peace and love to you.
Peace
And
and
Bomb
love.
Cherry Juice. Peace and love to you. And then peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M. DB, Shiesty Bum, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Voice of Venus, the Verbal Assassin, Dawn, Renee, Keisha G, Natasha Vincent, talking to Ken folks, Reese Cup, the Real Prism, Kyron Mackey, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. So this lawsuit is really, it's once it gets to this point, it's no longer about what's right or wrong. It's about what you can prove. And specifically, what Anton Daniels and his family is suing Corey Holcomb for is one, violation of California Civil Code 3344, which suggests that you can't you can't use someone else's likeness without their permission for monetary gain, right? So that's what that specific civil code suggests in California, the unauthorized use of somebody's likeness for personal gain. And what they're alleging is when Corey Holcomb put up his daughter's picture, right, he was generating ad revenue on his show, and therefore he was benefiting from her likeness without their permission, right? So that's the first thing. Second thing that they're suing him for is defamation, right? They're saying that he was using false statements and painting his family in a fictitious light, right? And then the third thing that he's suing him for is emotional distress. And what he's alleging is that due to all of the inflammatory false statements and due to the fact that he was utilizing his daughter's likeness without their permission for monetary gain, the culmination of those things created a situation to where there was a significant amount of distress as a result, right? So once again, it's about the preponderance of evidence, right? Because it's a civil case, it's not a criminal case. So it's the greater weight. Who can present the most credible evidence is who's going to win this lawsuit, right? So it's, really it's going to come down to who has the best lawyer and who, represents the evidence in a more credible fashion. But the violation of that civil code 3344 is interesting because I want to see, how Corey Holcomb's defense team navigates around that.
You don't need no defense for that. Like what? First of all, on the t-shirts is not any of his family's pictures. I don't know if you've seen it, but he put monkeys on them people. And then when he put up the photo, Anton gonna have to prove that he made money, like as if he advertised. I'm gonna show y'all his family's pictures. Y'all come on over. He got to show that his numbers from the week before and the week before has significantly went up based on him showing his family's photos. That's the only way you're gonna be able to prove that he made money, monetary gain off of flashing that picture for less than a minute.
Yeah, they're saying that simply because when he put the photo up, he was generating ad revenue at that time, and that's what they're going to utilize to show that he profited in an unlawful way by utilizing her likeness. Right. So it's very interesting. You may be right, Queen. I'm not arguing for or against, because in reality, I believe it's going to come down to who has the best lawyers, right? And who is going to present the more credible evidence.
No, they've had cases like this before. This I don't think it's going to be interesting. I think, I think he's just not going to win. That's it. And then on top of that, he went on a show of a comedian who make nasty comments about women and children. How was he expecting anything other than what he got? Because that's what Corey gives. Now, dispute that real quick with me.
Well, I mean, there's no disputing that, but what I'm saying is, they're going to have to, because the lawsuit has been filed, right? So now it's going to transition to a case that's going to play out in a courtroom, right? And when that happens, it's going to be based on a preponderance of evidence, right? They're saying they're making their allegations on why they are pursuing damages related to this situation, and it now is going to be up to Corey Holcomb to defend himself, right? So whether he wins or loses, I do think it is worth talking about in this space in particular, because I do agree with Cuzzo that women and children should be off limits when men are going back and forth, in a dispute. I wholeheartedly disagree that with the idea that if you're upset with me, then you have the right to come after my wife or come after my kids, and that we should create a precedent or a environment in which,
Censorship, in other words.
in which we are okay with that. Because what I'm saying is, certain things can escalate to more damaging behavior. I think Cuzzo brought it up to where, hey, somebody had a problem with another man and then he took out his family members. You know what I'm saying? And, things of that nature. I want us as a
Oh my
community,
God.
as a culture, to kind of get away from, making soft targets easily accessible to not have any blowback when you're going after soft targets. I just
Yeah, but
don't think it's right
I
as a
don't.
man.
So you want your wants, and I'm saying I don't want it. Let's say I don't want it, right? Because that's what you talk about. You talk about your feelings and what you want our community to do. Y'all are new to this internet space, and that's why I see how you're thinking, right? Because I guess when I first came here in the space, I was thinking, wow, people doing this, I was taken aback, right? And people in this space who have been on this panel have been sued for doing the things that y'all say y'all against. So I think people usually are against it when it happens to them, right? It has happened to me. And I ain't think about suing because I'm like, okay, this ain't. But I don't think y'all, like, we got the president of the United States doing exactly what y'all say we shouldn't be doing.
You're correct. I mean, and that's I have a problem with that also, right? So I'm not biased or one-sided in regards to this argument, right? I got a problem with him doing it. I got a problem with anybody doing it, right? I have a problem when we are creating an environment that leads to that level of toxicity, where women and children are, can be considered easy targets to go after, and it's no blowback or there's no penalties or consequences related to doing it. And I think that's why, for me, I'm hoping that Anton Daniels and his family wins this case, right? Because hopefully, if that happens, that can be a deterrent for others who wish to engage in that type of grievous conduct in the future, as it relates to somebody else's kids, somebody else's daughter, even Anton Daniels himself. We know he's done it, right? So I'm not even excluding him, but I do believe, no, we do have to have a mentality to where we are willing to protect women and children, especially in the Black community. And I think that if we, and it's not really how I feel, it's how I think, right? Because I'm not no internet guy. I'm a guy who's out in real life protecting women and children all
So
day.
you saying in real life They don't do the same thing. I remember as a kid, your mama jokes. They joked about your daddy and everybody, and even the adults got joked on about their ugly children. And even if we're not joking about it, and I see a baby and I say, "Oh, look how," and then I look down and see that baby ugly, like, and I just stop. Like, am I gonna get sued because that motherfucking baby ugly? Or is it because it's not because I think they ugly. Is it because I voice it? Like, I guess I'm wondering, like, how far censorship gonna go?
Yeah.
You want us to stop saying it, and then you're gonna want us to stop thinking it too.
No, so I believe that when we allow things to go completely unchecked, right, we create an environment that can progress into a worse toxicity, right? For instance, for example, right, nowadays in 2026, you got to have multiple law enforcement officers pretty much at every school, right? Even elementary schools, right? That should not be the case. But the reason why it is the case is because you got these degenerate men who believe that it's okay to just harm children based upon how they feel or what they're going through or their crazy ideology, right? I think the verbiage can also translate to physical actions if it goes unchecked. And all I'm asking for is that we do create a system in place that we can check this type of behavior and put a layer or a hedge of protection around our women and children in our community.
I think some of
I
y'all need to
understand
move
how
to
you
Russia. Y'all need to move to Russia, North Korea, and so the government can tell you how you should speak, like, for real, like, because that's what y'all saying. Now I know we do have government, and if he could prove he was harmed, going on a channel where that man, that I don't think, like, once I started looking at a little bit of his stuff, which was recently, it's so bad. And he went over there on that channel and expected something different. Not only that, he even admitted he went over there to bait him. Right? I'm not sure if you saw where Anton did a stream before Corey responded to him for like a whole week. Anton was going from channel to channel and saying, "Yeah, I set him up. I baited him. Yeah, I got him to do that."
Yeah, but Queen, I'm not defending Anton, right?
I
Because
know
I
you're not
believe
just
right. I'm not defending Anton because I believe that he participates in a lot of degenerate conduct himself. But let me ask you this question, Queen. So let's say that two men that you know, or two men that you're familiar with, they get involved in a heated verbal exchange, right? Now, the next time they see each other, one of the men is with his wife and daughter, right? And that man sees that he's with his wife and daughter. So now he goes and just immediately starts antagonizing his wife and daughter. Are you suggesting that we should create a society that would deem that in bounds or okay?
yeah,
That's a
but that
question.
didn't happen. Because
No, but I'm asking you.
no,
I'm
because
asking.
that's I know I see your question. If he see their wife and daughter, he walks over there to them, somebody gonna call the police on them, right? But so you're putting a one situation and trying to make it fit the other, and it's nowhere near the same. We're talking about the
I know it's
internet.
not the same. I'm
Yeah.
just I asked the question for a reason though, because I know exactly
Oh,
it's not the same, right? But I'm
oh, okay.
asking a question to try to understand your full ideology.
Well,
So
if
so can you
right.
answer it, please? If
Yes,
that man, the next time he sees that other man, right? He sees him and he's with his wife and daughter, right? And he immediately beelines and starts antagonizing and verbally disrespecting the wife and daughter. Do you believe, the question is, do you believe that we should be okay with such behavior in our society?
and you talking about in person, right?
Yes.
No, we're not, and we're not okay with it. The police gonna be called. So no, we shouldn't be okay with that. And we're not okay with that because the police will be called.
Right. And my argument is that oftentimes what we're seeing now is things are escalating from online to now in-person interactions, right? It might not be happening immediately, but what is going on online does kind of create an environment to where people are now emboldened to act the same exact way in person. And that's my issue, right? Because we
Mhm.
got a lot of ignorant, degenerate people out there who no longer stand on a code in person or online. So therefore, whatever behavior that's deemed acceptable online, they're gonna attempt to, you know, conduct and participate in that same degenerate behavior offline, right? And what I'm
Right.
saying is because I value the protection of our women and children in totality, right?
Lord have
I'm
mercy.
willing, I'm willing to take drastic measures to
Right.
protect them online and offline.
Look, I've been telling people this is what people do, y'all. When they want to make their point, they bring the women and children in it, right? Like you saying, you want to protect them. You would get rid of all our laws and freedoms for the sake of women and children. Is what y'all do. But you are making two separate arguments because we are talking about online. What you're talking about now did not happen in that case in which we were talking about, right? Nobody took something offline in person, okay? And neither one of them even mentioned taking it in person. They was cracking their jokes or not funny jokes or whatever online. Not Anton nor did Corey mention taking anything offline. So um that's where you change the topic. But if you're asking me, has anybody, like, like they talk about my grandson when he was an infant, like he was just born, calling him ugly. And what the hell do I care? If they think he ugly, I looked at him like he's the most beautiful baby I've ever seen in my entire life. So am I supposed to go sue when they say he was ugly? Like when he was chubby and shit, and they were calling him fat and ugly. And I was like, shit. So I don't know how we thinking. Are we thinking like the adults? Are we thinking like the children? We thinking about our emotions? Do do you want the government to control? Because like somebody said in the chat, Trump is suing our government, his own, for defamation. He don't like what they say and how they say it. And he's suing them. He sued the news, even though it's the truth, it's how he felt about it. And right now, that's what we're talking about. Right now, we are you okay with Trump suing the administration for
There's not
their move?
much. There's not much about Trump that I'm okay with personally, and I think everybody is aware of that. I've been very critical,
No,
pretty much
not
very
him. I'm talking about what he's doing. The same thing which Anton is
right.
doing.
He's a
They're doing
degenerate,
the same
right?
thing.
So here's the thing, right? If here's where I would give cause to pause, right? What I would say is if it came to the protection of Trump's daughter and his wife, and somebody was violating in that way, I'm not okay with creating that type of precedent where it's okay. Even with
Man,
him.
they tearing Trump family up because they claiming that his son is too tall to go into the military. People saying, "Hey, go to the military," and Trump said, "Oh, my son too tall to go in the military." Right? They've been tearing up Ivanka and all of them,
But
and
I think you're not understanding my argument, because my argument is simply this, right? We live in an era where trends and things that are happening on the internet are actively coming off of the internet and interacting in our real lives, right? Like, let me ask you this question.
They talked about his ugly
So do
children
you
even in
believe,
real life.
let me ask you this question, Queen. Do you believe that anything Kevin Samuels said or anything any of those red pill guys said, has it made its way offline and into high schools and into different communities of young men? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So my point is, just because it's online doesn't mean that it's going to necessarily stay online, right? And what I'm talking about is the behavior when it comes to just being okay with disrespecting women and children, right? In a vicious way, right? So if we're saying that, oh, well, it's okay online for men to do that, and I'm talking about men, right? I'm talking about men. When men are in an argument, like me and KT, if we're going back and forth, right? And then I immediately start to beeline and just start viciously attacking his wife and his daughter, right? Just based upon a online disagreement that me and him are having. And then everybody's cheering it on and laughing and saying that it's okay, right? What I'm saying is the problem is that potential behavior does have an opportunity to go from online to offline, because we see that
I
that's the
differ.
progression of these things.
It happens offline. It started offline first, and it comes online. People who do that, right? The people who talk about people's children, they don't have no problem doing that, and they'll do it offline. They bring it online and do it. So I don't know. Like, you're acting like something created here is now going offline. I'm saying all my life, way before there was internet, the thing that happened between them two men has been happening since I was a kid. We couldn't even see it on TV way back. We can go back to the 30s, the 40s, the 20s. We can go back and see where people were disagreeing and whole families would start fighting, talking about each other. Why are we acting like this is some brand new thing right now? And then now, something that been happening before we were born and our grandmothers was born, we now want the government to come in and censor everybody.
But the problem is, even back then, it was a code, right? You routinely hear the biggest gangsters that ever lived. They'll tell these stories, right? And they'll say, well, hey, I remember, I was into it with this guy. We was actively trying to, delete each other. And I seen him with his mother. I seen him with his kids. And I chose, okay, that goes up against my code. I'm not doing that in front of women, in front of children, right? And
Can I
then,
intervene here? Because they
and
ain't
then,
true. Like, we know,
and
like, the
then,
mafia
and
members
then,
went to
hold
jail
on,
because they broke their
hold on, my
codes.
brother. Hold on, my brother. I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna let you speak, but you don't gotta just interrupt and cut in the middle of me talking, right? So you see these stories being told, right, to where they've shown restraint because they had a certain code that they believed in, that they're not going to conduct themselves in certain ways when there are women and kids involved, right?
Yeah, that's cool. I
Call
think
them
that's on TV
soft
make
targets.
believe. Like he was saying, KT was saying, what you're talking about is some TV made up thing. Children and kids and women have always been getting hit by two men fighting, gun fights and all kinds of things. Nobody was like, oh, a woman's here, let's put our guns away. Y'all got to stop making up these stories that have been in television.
I'm telling you where I live, right? So in
Okay,
Brownsville, I can
but
give you a personal story, right?
okay,
There's
but no, but
there's
you
been many
mentioned
a time,
gangsters and things though, but
right?
we
And
don't
I'm
need the
talking about
personal story.
I grew up. My whole town was full of nothing but gangsters. What I'm telling you, right? And I
Okay,
remember
well,
I
I
remember
bet
being
you
8
give me a
years old.
year. I bet you I could show you how
Queen,
many kids and women got shot in the midst of the gunfire. Listen, you
I
can't make
remember
this
being
up with
8
me.
years old, right? And
Hey,
the gangster would come and say, listen, the woman and kids, all y'all need to go upstairs right now because it's about to go down. That happened a lot, right? Now, I will admit, as I got older, right, that code of ethics started to dissipate slowly, right?
You
Up
heard what
to
he
up to
said,
the
y'all.
point.
He said they told him in a whole city, when even if it was just the neighborhood, the block, they just told 5 of y'all to go in.
No, they
What
would
about
come.
the rest? Everybody else.
Woman and children would be on a bench. They would be playing Skelly. They would be playing jump rope, double dutch, or whatever was going on. Just hanging out, and they'll come to the block and say, "Hey, it's about to get violent. Things are about to happen. Y'all need to go upstairs." Right? And I'm telling you, and anybody
But what
from
about
Brownsville, Brooklyn,
look, we look at that like that's a good thing. Instead of saying them men knew violence was gonna happen and they was out there so they can be violent with the other people gonna be violent. Like instead of us from
that's a
trying to
red
get
herring, Queen,
censorship
because I'm not justifying that behavior. All I'm saying
or
is
well, you
is
kind of making it seem
that
like it was
there
a good
used to be a
thing.
code. There used to be a code, and what I'm
The
saying, the
code of
code
the
is
criminals had
now
codes.
dissipated and to the point to where now everybody's willing to accept that women and children are no longer off limits, and I would never accept it.
No,
And if
nobody's
y'all want to
accepting
accept
that.
it, that's okay.
No, we're
Nobody
not
Peace and
accepts
love. Go
that though,
ahead.
accepting that.
Brownfield. Yeah, like nobody, like Bomb said earlier, nobody, like most people are not going to see something bad happen and be like, no, we don't care or whatever. Da, 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 da. The other thing is, like she's saying, bro, the code of ethics in the streets has been gone since at least the 70s. Like the mob bosses are snitching on each other, and their code was to never tell. Like the reason the code doesn't exist is because we went decades at this point of seeing people say it's a code, but they not partake in it. Which, no offense, is kind of like what you doing, right? Where you saying, "Oh, Anton, I hope he win his case because that shit need to be stopped." But then when we put it on Trump, it's he's a degenerate. You get what I'm saying? That's why codes have left, because the people who's supposed to be our elders, y'all not really standing on that joint. You feel me? Like y'all say this is what it is, but it changes depending on who we're talking about.
And that's totally untrue, right? Because I said I would feel the exact same way if Trump was in the same exact situation where his wife and child was violated, right? That's exactly what I said. So
No,
number one,
he
you
is.
just
That's
told
the
a lie.
point. So
Hold
are
on.
you now
Number one, I
ignoring
didn't
that
interrupt you.
his
Hey,
come on,
KT,
bro.
did I interrupt you?
Come on, bro. What they got to do with the price of tea in
No, I'm
China?
asking. Did I
That's not
interrupt?
how the conversation work, bro. That's not
I
how the
want to, but
conversation work.
listen, yeah, conversation works. That you
It's
just don't
fluid.
start
It's
talking when
fluid.
somebody else is
I
talking,
know I was speaking, and then you said you
right?
made an incorrect interruption. So yeah, that's why I'm gonna
All
talk
right, go
back.
ahead, man. Go
You
ahead.
made an incorrect
You can
interruption,
have it.
bro. I don't even have it no more. You already interrupted. I'm just saying you made an incorrect interruption. I'm telling you where you were wrong, and now you're trying to sit here and make it seem like why you interrupted me. You were responding to what I said, and I'm telling you where that was incorrect, my brother. But you're going to make this, and this is what I'm talking about. This is where the code and all this shit don't make sense with like y'all be talking it, y'all don't really be validating it. So this is the elders to the youth. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
cuz, are you there? Because I know how I can handle this, right? Because if the brother is not willing to show any discipline, right, then he can just leave. He can just I'll pay the money to get him up out of here, right? Because I believe that having discipline and having emotional regulation is important, right? So I'm fine with going back and forth with you on things that we don't agree with, right? But when you just attempt to talk over me, right, and attempt to just
You do talk a long time, Brownsville. Get to the point, baby. Go ahead.
right, I'm
You do.
trying to get there, right? But the problem is
Yeah, like,
the
I'm
problem
trying to
is
lighten it up. That's
I was actively responding to his mischaracterizations of me, and then he started talking over me.
no. I don't think he's talking about
That's
you.
what I had an issue with,
I
right?
wasn't.
Because he made this analogy, right, and said that I wasn't willing to stand on business because I wanted Anton Daniels to win this lawsuit, but when it comes to Trump, he's a degenerate,
No,
right?
he said the elders. He said the
That's a
elders. He didn't say you.
okay. Either way, the bottom line is
Okay.
this. Bottom line is this, right? Um, listen, I'm consistent with my ideology and what I'm willing to stand on, right? The problem is there's too many men who aren't. And that's the issue, right? And degenerate men are always going to argue the need to have inconsistent behavior, right? So if we're willing to create an environment to where there's no discipline, there's no emotional regulation, there's no code of ethics, right? Then you're going to live in a world, a toxic world, to where you're going to have men like KT who will say, hey,
Don't.
if a dude comes in and he starts just beating on a woman or beating on a kid,
KT didn't say that. Come on.
I'm not gonna interfere, right?
Okay, but anyway,
Either
Man got here. Cause Sharon is, he come in and out. So Either Man been here for a little minute. Hey E, how you doing? Well, Either Man not here. Go ahead. Anybody else got something to say? PhD before we give it. Oh, Either Man, you back? I see you unmuted. Well, he must got knocked out. Go ahead, whoever. Bowser, you talk a long time, baby. And I know, and I broke.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
What about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you
Yeah,
now.
but we're reading
Okay.
super chats. Kimmy,
Oh.
$10 for the
I thought that was doing
cheese.
super chats.
We are. Shut up.
Don't talk to me like that on Friday.
All right. Oh, it's another one. Okay, hold on. Shadow the Titan Wasp, $10. Good day, sir. Good day, sir.
So, well, I was trying to understand Brownsville point. So, at Brownsville, you were saying that I guess in your area in Brownsville, they was moving different, and they was taking considerations of women and children. I think I had a different reality in Atlanta. So, at what age do you think the kids start getting recruited to sell drugs in Brownsville? In your opinion?
well, that's a different topic, right? So, um, when it comes to being violent, right? You can argue that selling drugs leads to violence, right? But I was specifically talking about when violence was happening, there was a code of ethics put in place to protect women and children. Now, obviously, yes, there were young men who wanted to get out there and make money. They were being recruited to sell drugs. That's a fact. But once again, that doesn't take away from my premise.
No, no. What I'm trying to show you in your premise, Brownsville, is that they only did certain kids. At that time, they believed you as an innocent kid, so they put you aside, but they still was willing to corrupt another child. Because if you understand, I can't speak for Brownsville because I'm not there, but from the most violent kids I knew was the ones who hung out with the gangsters and sold drugs, right? Matter of fact, that was the ones they said, hey, you're going to get less time. So I want you to actually be the violent person, right? So they kind of encouraged them because they was children that they would get less time than the adults that was out there. So that's what I'm saying is I agree that I think even today, we still try to protect innocent people, but then we think some people, it's not worth being protected if they're still children. That was the point out.
Yeah, but it's not about so you're talking about people who want to be in the game, right? So obviously the kids who jumped off the porch and they wanted to get in the game, then I'm not talking about when it comes to protection, I'm all automatically excluding them, right? So once again, you're arguing something that is not my premise. I'm talking about there used to be a code of ethics when it came to violence, right? To where even the most violent individuals in a neighborhood had it on the forefront of their mind that women and children were considered soft targets and they should be off limits. Now, if you're saying that in Atlanta there was nobody moving that way in the 80s, and I, you're younger than me, so maybe you didn't see it. And like I said, it was something that slowly dissipated. That code slowly went away. I'm just advocating that we bring it back. And I don't understand the pushback that I'm receiving, but
May
No,
I
it
ask you,
is what it
what
is.
year was you born
hold
in,
on one
Anton?
second, Kato. What I'm arguing is that code that you're talking about is still there. It's just for certain people. Like right now, if certain people around, for example, if my kids are around, it's like if you have certain people that men still see that are innocent in bystanders, I believe it's still a group of men that say, hey, you know what? Hey, I ain't gonna act up right now because my wife here and my kids here. But if my wife and kids wasn't here, I would be very degenerate right now. So I think that code is still there, but I just wanted to point out that code never applied to people based on age. It was based on if they believed that they was innocent or not.
So you're saying so basically it's crazy. So you're saying that we don't hear men actively articulating that if they're in the presence of a woman being violated, they're not going to interfere, right? We didn't see a mother being violated in that restaurant or convenience store, whatever it was, men being around, not interfering, and then her son having to come from the car with a gun and take care of the situation, right? We didn't see that. We didn't
No,
see the woman in New York. Hold on. We didn't see the
okay, go
woman
ahead.
in New York, right? Going to the store, coming out, minding their business, and because they're not gratifying the men's advances who are around them, right? They get physically assaulted while other men there, and nobody steps up, right? You're saying that we haven't seen a progression of that type of toxic behavior where now men, by and large, believe that it's okay for women and children just to be assaulted.
What I'm telling you is we do see it today. And when we try to romanticize the past, I remember when we seen pimps slapping women on the side of the road. Nobody didn't get involved with that. Like that the point that I'm trying to help you understand is we always romanticize the past and act like it's like all this stuff wasn't going on. Pimping ain't new. You think men was getting involved when these men were slapping women and that they believe that they properly us? We're in the most liberal time that we ever been, and now women are the freest that they have ever been. So if you think that now women are quote unquote less protected in the past, I think you romanticize the past, in my opinion.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Let's just cut the chase, right? So you believe that Anton Daniels' wife and daughter, even though they were violated, it's okay, and there should never been a lawsuit filed. No, I'm asking because this is based upon that premise, right? That's what the show is about. Anton Daniels and his family filed a lawsuit against Corey Holcomb for verbally accosting his wife and daughter, right? That's why we even talking about this, Edelman Williams. That's why I'm kind of shocked that you're
No, I
taking this position.
understand. Listen. No, let's be clear. I understand what you're saying. And remember, I am the person who's been accused of being the biggest anti on this channel. And
For
so
sure,
what
for
I'm
sure.
doing is when I'm literally responding to the incorrect statements you said, that doesn't mean that I don't agree with your overall purpose. So like sometimes I don't know why you do that when you say, "Oh, that means you don't agree with what's going on with Anton." And no, I done said it 10 times. I think that he should sue and all these different things. I'm just saying what you're using to build your case in this court of law is flawed. When you keep romanticizing the past.
So you're saying that there hasn't been an erosion. And this is a question I'm asking you. Has there been an erosion when it comes to men holding up a certain code of ethics in regards to protecting women and children? You saying it's the same today as it was 20, 30, 40 years ago? Is that what you're telling me?
I would argue that
I
it's
would say
better
got
today.
better. Yeah,
Yeah, I
for
say
sure.
better. I would
Okay.
say
Well then,
if
then I totally disagree.
yeah, and I think that if you look at back in the day, it was like don't tell me about my woman, and they didn't use the word woman. Like hey, like it was this real type of toxicity that other men typically didn't get involved with what was going on with a man and another woman, especially if you understand what pimp culture was. And so that's the point that I'm trying to help you understand is I think men nowadays I hear it on the internet, but most women in most situations are being protected if they see that woman as innocent. Now, that woman fighting, yelling, all in another man's face, like we done seen, she's been combative. I think men are staying out of those things because they have shown that police show up and they get locked up or they get shot when they get involved. But typically, when it's an innocent bystander, most men jump in, without a doubt, in my opinion.
Right, but
Right.
you're correlating once
Dang,
again.
I
You're
agree with you.
correlating pimp culture, right, to civilian culture. And I never even brought up pimp culture. I know that there's a difference, right? So that's a red herring, right? But let me ask you this question. So you're suggesting that violence against women, when it comes to SA, when it comes to domestic violence, or when it comes to general assaults, you're saying that those type of incidents against women and children have gone down?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So back in the day, they didn't report it, and now we had movements like the Me Too. We had movements like of women speaking out. So I'm telling you now, even the younger men are walk more on eggshells than they did in the past. So that's, and I'm not saying that it
And,
does not happen. I want to
and
be clear. I'm not saying that, but definitely I think the environment that we live in today, that it's happened a lot less than it happened in the past.
and can I throw
Okay,
in
and
just
I
real
want
quick?
you.
Hold up, let me throw
I'm
this
gonna
in real
look it.
quick.
I'm gonna look it up.
Please,
I'm gonna look
please,
up the
Brownsville.
statistics. I'm gonna look up the
I want
statistics, and then I'll get back to you. But go
Brownsville.
ahead, Casey.
Jesus, can I say something real quick? I just want to point out that pimp part was not a red herring because even when he may not admit that, but that is pointing out something that was adored culturally. That's in the 70s. That's something that couldn't happen at that same level today. Like it couldn't be a bunch of super fly snookers and all these a whole culture of men based around selling women, like being glorified. That wouldn't happen today. That's why I can
Superfly
I
Snooker
can.
was a wrestler, Negro, not a pimp.
I mean, yeah, I said Superfly Snooker. My bad, Superfly.
Now
My bad.
hold on. Now hold
My
on,
bad.
Nickel.
Yeah. Let me
What you
live.
talking about? I'm gonna tell you for a fact what you just said is a falsity. Look, real not. I'm sorry, Casey. I can't give you that one. Like the pimp culture is just as bad now as it was back then.
Who is the Bishop Don Juan of today?
Iceberg Slim.
Iceberg Slim.
Yeah.
He's not currently active. That's what I'm saying. Who is the because Iceberg Slim is basically like the Godfather.
Then currently
I'm
Sir
talking about
Francis.
who is today.
Currently Sir Francis.
So do you think he's on the level of Don Juan?
I don't know.
So that's all I'm pointing
I
out.
don't know.
As
He got
time
a
has went on,
stable of
because
over
none
two.
of us know who he is. Everybody knew who Magic Don Juan was.
Exactly. That's my point. As time has went on, just the glorification of it has lessened. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that pimp part was a red herring.
The pimp game went underground now because it started carrying 15 alike. The violence is still there. No, hold on. The violence is still there, and it's very much prevalent. But what I'm saying is that in that same sense of violence, it's not the same.
Shadow,
now,
hold on. Let me just challenge that with the saying. If the violence is still the same, is it easier for me to be violent when I can be out in the open, or I have to do it in secret?
No, now you're doing it more inside because you get caught on camera doing it. You gotta get a 20-point enhancement.
So what I'm saying is when they can walk down the street and slap a woman anytime they want, and now they had to be selective, wouldn't it be less? Just think about what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's no OnlyFans in the 70s. You feel me? That's what I'm saying. Like it lost its luster. Not luster, but like the enamoration of it. Like people being enamored with it. They lost that over time, and then they also gave women in some sense, the power for them to handle it on their own, where they can be their own quote unquote pimp.
So again,
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me now? Can
Yeah.
y'all hear me now? All right. So I think the problem is we understand that when it comes to the pimp culture, it was done in very small part. It wasn't just done out in the public and where
Thank you.
everybody is at. So the act as if the pimp culture that is a bunch of people walking around to see this pimp just slapping a random woman, it's just not happening. It's done in a very secluded place where they know it's pimps and hoes is going to be there. So that is a crime infested, or at least a whole stroll infested type of area where those type of shenanigans going on.
Correct.
When we talk about the public, this is a completely different situation, and we cannot act as if we could compare pimp culture to normal society. It's just not a fair assessment. And when it comes to this whole, go ahead, Willie. I see you trying to jump in there and cut
I
me
was
off.
gonna say, and when you talk about
goddamn.
like how it
Okay, we could
proliferated,
finally hear the nigga, and then here you go cutting them off.
my bad.
Mhm.
Salute to the Wong Fu Wi-Fi. You right, but nah. Even when it comes to it being like proliferated through, what's the culture called? The black exploitation flicks, right? There was a large portion of black society that was fighting against that. So this was in no way the norm, right? The same way, the same culture of pimping and degrading women is prevalent in rap. I don't understand how you, Either Man, was saying that it somehow vanished. No, it's still very prevalent if you've ever listened to a single Future song. That culture's still there.
Now he ain't say advantage. Like even that's the point I'm saying. Like
No, but he
nobody's
said
saying
it
it's gone
decreased.
or erratic.
He
It
said it was
did
worse before.
dramatically. It was.
I
At one
disagree.
point,
But
look,
y'all are
the
acting as if
easiest way to
gorilla
explain it.
pimping,
Hold up.
like they even have a word
Well,
for it now. It's called gorilla pimping. They still
Exactly.
do it now. No, it's prevalent now. And you, like, even normal pimps don't fuck with gorilla pimps.
but
Like, it's
wait, see,
because
Shadow.
no, it's
See,
When was
because
Gorilla
they
Pimpin'
go.
made, Shadow? You brought up
but wait,
Iceberg
see, Shadow.
Slim. He's an
When we
active
get
participant in Gorilla Pimping, admittedly
when
on
we
his own,
get too
nigga.
Hold up,
specific and
Iceberg was
just
not a
start
main.
talking
Hold up,
about
Iceberg
pimping,
wasn't a main
we've
gorilla
gone
though.
away from the point that was being
Right,
discussed. The point that
there
was
was a
being
point, sir.
discussed was about society and how women are treated in black society, right? So if we're gonna focus it all on pimping, we've lost the context of the argument that Brownsville was making, which I agree
Damn,
with.
bro.
There was a difference in the code that we had in the past compared to what we have now. I agree with him when he said that.
Willie. So let me ask, what year was y'all born in? Like, what year was you born in?
I'm an 80s baby.
All right. So Frank Lucas and all them.
What about him?
Like,
Oh my
uh,
God.
how many years of like New York alone, drug dealers, mobsters that
Was it
were
Frank
shooting up
Lucas in the
communities?
60s?
I'm
Was
trying to
it?
see where you gonna
That's what I
go
was
with it,
about to
Bone. Hold
say.
on.
No,
Let me get the
that's what
question.
no, and that's my point. Like already prior to him even being born, we can already show people doing long lines of this quote unquote degeneracy and no code type stuff.
Yes, but here's where I would
We
say,
already see clear
but
displays
wait,
of that
here,
prior to any of
I
y'all
get your
existence.
point.
So I'm saying, where do y'all make this like the
Right.
code was thick? It
So now
wasn't.
let me
It's
give
always
you
been
that,
shallow.
right? I think during that time, the black church was a lot more attended, right? And viable. So if you're talking about a balance in the culture, yes, there was this, but there was also that. That other side of that balance, that is gone now, right? We're
Y'all think
not,
everybody was going to the black church? Like,
no,
y'all
but
got
I'm
to stop
saying,
telling me.
wait. To the
Even
point
when
that
you
was
mention
being
black
made, wait.
exploitation, that's a
There was a wait.
that's
That
movies.
wasn't my
Y'all be
point, Bomb.
saying shit. I
That
know,
wasn't my point, Bomb.
but you made
And
it
you're
seem like
cutting
that was.
me off. What I'm saying is, whether people went to church or not, there was a certain respect for Sunday mornings, right? You could see your top op on a Sunday morning, but because women, children, and church folk, civilians were outside, you'll catch him again when you could catch him. That's gone now, right?
There
Like
was
in
a
the
certain
culture that we live,
respect for Sunday
it,
mornings.
yes.
Was there a
Now,
certain respect for Saturday mornings?
No,
No.
you're not. You're going out of your way to miss the point
No,
I'm making
no.
about
The
the
point you're
culture.
making is obsolete. If I am to
Well,
get
I
you to
haven't
say that
made it
there was
because
a
you cut
certain
me off, so
respect for
I understand why
Saturday
you don't
mornings as
understand it.
well.
I understand why you
No.
don't
Nah, look,
understand
Bond.
it because
Hold
you
up, Bond.
cut
Let
me
me agree
off,
with him. Let
right?
me agree with him. Cause look, Willie,
Because
I'm.
they
I
all
don't
I'm
of
give
them
a
was
just.
asleep.
damn if
They was
you
asleep
agree
because they
with
was
him.
at the
What the
club
hell
all
that got
night.
to do with me?
No, I'm
Telling
saying
me
just so
no,
we can,
bomb.
just so
I
we can
agree
keep
with
the
him. I don't give a
No, I'm
damn.
saying
You're not the
just so
only
we can
one up
keep the
here. I
conversation moving
disagree
forward.
with him.
I'm saying why you disagree is because you don't understand what I'm saying because you didn't
Oh,
hear
Slap
me.
the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
oh, I thought I got hit.
What happened?
I'm not. Hey, Bomb. The funny part about it was all the gangsters was asleep because they was up all night. That's why they was a quiet on Saturday morning. I don't know why they acting like the gangsters was outside at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning when they was out selling drugs to 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. They was asleep. That's the only reason it was quiet on Sunday.
Right. I think PhD was reading. Right. I think PhD was
I
reading.
couldn't hear. I'm sorry.
Was reading what? Oh, okay. Hold on. Shadow the Titan was 20 ball. Willie nap.
It's diabolical. He put nap in there. I ain't gonna lie. Nap is crazy.
Yeah,
Nah,
but
look.
I do believe somebody got an echo. Is that
That's
cuz?
wrong.
Oh, okay. But I do believe that Willie was making some solid points when it comes to how this abusive behavior has progressed and gotten even worse, right? He talked about the music, right? Um, talked about the movies and TV. Me and the Queen Bomb Cherry was having a discussion about censorship. Back in the early 80s, we actually had censorship, right? They on certain CDs they put parental advisory warnings and let you know that hey, if you buy this material, it could potentially be harmful to your children, right?
That's not
There were
censorship,
certain
though.
things, Queen, you would notice there were certain things that weren't played on the radio, right? There was a lot of Luke songs. You know, I know the Queen
But that's
Supreme
not
Goddess will
censorship,
remember this.
though.
They they
So
they weren't they weren't played
Censorship,
on the
They
radio,
been cussing on the radio today.
right? Um,
no.
you
That's
you
what I'm
you
saying.
had
It's
you
like
had you had the television, right? You had certain things that was not allowed to be shown, right? And
That's
now
but it, but that's
the
not
veil
censorship,
the
though.
veil has been completely pulled off to the point to where all the degeneracy is readily available to the public, right?
But
When
that's
you
not
create
true,
that
That's not
though.
type
how
of
the
What you're
TV go.
environment,
saying is not true.
yeah,
Listen,
because like
just
okay,
because they
hold on,
okay,
we
wait,
don't watch TV.
wait a minute. I was speaking before you, Eda man. So just because they can't play it on the radio, right, doesn't mean it's censored. Because I can still make the song and it's getting played in other places. And still those songs cannot be played on the radio. You making it seem like now they can is out to the public. It's always been out to the public. It's just not in certain areas. Right? So censorship means you cannot do it, you cannot listen to it, you cannot participate in it. Okay, that's what censorship means. It doesn't mean that you could do it, but it can't be shown here, here, and here.
okay. Well, I was just arguing that those parental advisories was a form of censorship that Luke actually fought in federal court, right? Um, so
No,
here's the thing, right? My point is this: just because there's been a progression when it comes to laws to protect women and children, right? Just because we live in an environment that they put a lot of money and resources into making sure we have a certain level of over policing, right? Just because technology has advanced to the point to where there's a video camera almost on every block, right? All of those created a deterrence, right? That makes people more aware that hey, you got a good chance of getting caught when you're violating like this, right?
no,
But what I'm saying is the code where men were willing to adhere to a certain level of discipline, certain level of respect, a certain level of awareness in regards to women and children, has definitely eroded. And it was a lot better when I was young, and it's a lot worse now.
I
And
think you
But
arguing with
Brownsville,
your
they still
parents.
have the content
it only looked like
vibrators.
it was better because you was a
He
kid.
had good
So,
parents, and he had good
right.
parents. Because I hear these arguments all the time. They say, "Well, when I was a kid, that means your parents just they blocked you from this information." Cause I can talk to somebody else's kid. They say, "Yeah, man, I was listening to this and doing this." And especially like if you really have a conversation with the latchkey kids, like the kids who kind of can do what they want to do, they was not protected. So you're really arguing that your parents protect you. It wasn't a protected time.
Because I remember Rudy Ray Moore, baby. Rudy Ray Moore. And it was all kinds of things that people think didn't exist back in the day, the language and things, but it has always existed. But when we were children, they kept us in children places, right?
Yeah.
So we didn't know what the adults were doing. But now we're adults, we should be able to look back and say, well, damn, yeah, my parent protected me, but it really was out there bad like that. My dad
Hey,
got
and if I
shot when I was
So
a kid.
yeah
so I think hopefully y'all can hear me. I'll try to switch microphones. Can you
yeah
hear
we
me
can
now?
yeah
Yeah, we can hear you.
you clear.
No, we can't hear you, but we can hear you a little bit.
Hush, man.
It was always the pushback that we understand that nothing is 100%, but it was a lot more pushback of degenerate behavior, and people was all for moving things, excuses
You went out.
for degeneracy to
Hey,
keep. I'm out again. Damn.
No, you
Nah,
back.
you
You
good?
back.
You
hey,
back now?
Sharon,
You
your
back
ping
now?
is savage.
Yo, where he at? In one of them? He in the Asian country or something?
Yeah.
Hey, I
China.
swear to God, when he said a word, I swear to God, I knew he was over there when he said I agree
Yeah.
with
I'm in
censorship.
China, KT.
Hey, when
And
you
so
said I agree with censorship earlier, I knew you was there.
Oh, that makes sense. You got to say that so they won't. Go ahead. I'm just joking.
The censorship y'all talking about is different from what I'm talking about. Y'all talking about government censorship, and I'm talking about attacking people that's not a part of the fight censorship type of situation. I think that's the difference that we're hearing. I don't think Leslie or Rita should have been involved in this situation at all. And
Man, fuck a
if
Rita. Man, fuck a Rita. Nah,
right,
what you
I
think about
understand that. Like,
that?
yeah, I think. You
Hey,
can
Sharon,
say
can you
that
hear
all
us?
you want to. Yes,
Okay,
I can hear you.
we can hear you now.
And okay. And
So what do you think
things
about me
if
saying
I
fuck a Rita? And like if I'm a woman and I say fuck a Rita, is that okay? Or if my
I think either
kid attack his kid, is that okay? And are you saying that it depends on who it is doing the attacking?
I think it depends on the level of the attack is my issue with it. If you just said a couple of words and say, "Hey, your kid is stupid," I'm not so upset at that technically. But when you attempting to bully the kid or bully the wife that is not in the public eye reason, that's why I have a problem with.
No,
And I
that's
do think, Queen, I do think yes, I would agree with you, right? If you say it, it hits different than if KT say it, right? I do think men should have a certain code in regards to how they're willing to verbally address a woman, right? And I don't think it should be a situation where that's created equal, right? Um, Men should hold themselves to a higher standard in regards to how they're willing to interact and speak about women. That's why we have this problem now, this gender war problem, this red pill, incel, manosphere, rim brother, no good sucker problem right now is because men aren't willing to uphold a certain standard or a code, that they're willing to go after a woman in the same exact manner that they're willing to go after a man. And I think that's completely out of bounds, and I totally disagree with it.
No, I see your point in that. You know, I think everybody kind of agree with you on that. But as far as getting the government involved, and so when you get lawyers and judges involved, now you're talking about the government, the law.
No, so that's the thing I disagree with. That's not the government. Me personally suing another person personally, I don't believe that is the government.
And most definitely that's the government.
It's a civil case, right? So it's about personal liability. So that's different than a government making a law or of censorship against a certain thing. That's totally different. Yes.
No, that's not. The government make the laws, and they the ones who say libel equals this and slander equals this. And so the things that you go to court for is everything to do with the law. And it's civil, there's laws. There's civil laws. Civilly means you got a right to whatever it is, and I shouldn't infringe on it, and you can sue me if I do it. Those are laws. And that
right.
is
and those laws already exist. And I'm not advocating for harsher laws. I'm advocating that he should have a right to sue. And I hope he wins so that can create a deterrent, particularly in this space, right? I don't know if he's going to win. And really, when it comes to his particular case, it's about the greater weight of the evidence, the preponderance of the evidence, who has the best lawyer, who
some dummy said the
judicial.
Somebody in the chat said the judicial has nothing to do with laws. This is what's going on, right? We should be talking about education over here, right? So oh my God. Listen, if you go to jail, you've broken the law. If you get sued, somebody is claiming that you infringe on their rights, and there's laws that give us the rights, right? So that's what's happening. And so the judges themselves, that's the government, is what I'm saying. And I'm not talking to you, Brownsville, or anybody up here, but the people in the chat, like, I'm thinking, damn, like,
so let me give this education real quick, right? So the executive branch execute the laws, the legislative branch make the laws, and the judicial branch interpret the laws, right? So those are the three different things in relation to the law. So Bomb Cherry's correct. It does have to do with legalities, but at the end of the day, it doesn't have to do with censorship, meaning that if Anton Daniels wins this case, now they're going to make laws that's going to make it harder for content creators and things of that nature. That those two are not correlated.
No, that's exactly what would happen. That's exactly what would happen. If Anton wins, then now there's something on the books that says whatever happened here is now against the law, and then everybody else gonna come in and start suing. That's how it works.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah,
because even if hold on one second, cuz let me make this point. If Corey Holcomb loses this case, right? The case itself doesn't become precedent. It only becomes precedent, and this is another teaching moment, right? It only becomes precedent when it gets adjudicated in the Supreme Court, right? So Supreme Court cases are the only cases that establish precedent. Peace and love.
But that's only,
can I specify?
Wait a minute, but that's only because if I lose a case and I take it to the Supreme Court, right? You're right. By the time it go to the Supreme Court, that's when they put a stamp and say, "Bam, this is what it is." But so I see your point, but y'all, it still don't defeat the fact what I was saying. You go to court, you put the government in your business. Go ahead, Shadow.
But Brownsville, you can even use local precedent to file current lawsuits. Like they do that, and that's how a lot of cases get to the Court of Appeals. So technically she could be right, wherever Anton files this lawsuit and he wins there, somebody else could file a same lawsuit in that same court, showing that there's precedent that it has already happened in this court. It can be
Right.
disputed through the appeal system, yes, but that doesn't change the fact that it does in fact become precedent in that case, unless they make it individualized, i.e., they don't make it case law.
No, so it they can utilize it to buffer their evidence, but it's not precedent. Like, so that's the key word that I'm using. Precedent. In order for a case to be a case of precedent, the Supreme Court, it has to be adjudicated in the Supreme Court, right? Like Plessy versus Ferguson, right? That's an example of a case that established precedent on how certain laws are interpreted, right?
Because the court made a ruling.
Right. So what I'm saying is, when it comes to Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels' personal situation, unless that case elevates to the point to where the Supreme Court makes a ruling, that's the only way it's going to become precedent. So if what I'm saying is it's going to have a more, to me, in my opinion, I think it will serve as a deterrence, right? For particularly in this space, that, hey, there's consequences for attacking somebody's wife and attacking somebody's children.
Yes, but there's been like that. I can probably name you 50 cases in this space where people have gotten sued and it went nowhere. You've had people on this panel who have both sued and been sued, lost and won. Right? They win when they're the ones being sued, and they lose when they're the ones who's suing. So I mean, whatever's happening with them, they need to look. There's precedence already.
But the only way you create precedence is if someone wins on something that's litigated. So then they'll go back and they'll say, in
somebody
the case
always
of Bomb
wins.
Cherry, they'll go back and say, in the case of Bomb Cherry versus Wall Street Willie, the precedent was set that. Boom. That's how.
Right. That's the district court level, right?
That's when you
So
win. But somebody
when it gets
always
appealed,
win in court.
Right.
Listen,
and then it gets appealed and becomes circuit precedent. Like,
right.
Precedent isn't just a one-step process. That's why I'm confused about like, even Rosales Morales, which they brought up yesterday during Diddy's trial, it was Fifth Circuit precedent at first. It was Southern District of Texas before that. So there's levels of precedent that courts can still qualify under. I'm just saying precedent isn't just a one-bridge street. Sorry.
Somebody keeps saying the Supreme Court, each state have their own Supreme Court. And what happens at your Supreme Court in your state may not be the same thing that happens at my Supreme Court in my state.
And we also don't know if they're filing a state lawsuit or a federal lawsuit.
Because
right.
So the lawsuit,
Corey Holcomb
let me correct you real quick.
Oh, sorry.
The lawsuit is filed out of California, right? So the 3 points that Anton Daniels' lawyers arguing is violation of California Civil Code 3344. Mm-hmm. He's also alleging that there was emotional distress, and he's also alleging defamation of character.
Okay, wait. So because you obviously know this, so he's filing it in California state court?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
why wouldn't he have argued this in federal court?
Corey
because
Holcomb
it happened online.
In that conversation.
Because in California, they have laws on the book, and since Corey did it in California. Right, but yeah,
okay,
I filed something against somebody in California a while back because they were the first ones with the no doxing kind of thing. Them in Atlanta had something on the books early on too. Georgia, should I say?
I mean, in my opinion, where Corey Holcomb dies is he sold merch with this young lady's image on it.
No, her image wasn't on it.
He dies on that.
Her image wasn't on it.
I thought he actually used something that was an image of her likeness.
No,
yes, like he used a cartoon image of her representing her name, right?
It was no. Listen, if y'all go look at the shirt, he put monkeys on those bodies, and just because he said this is his family and used those photos, if they don't look like them and they're not them, then he can't sue and claim that that's them.
So he came on the follow-up stream and had a shirt on with the young lady's likeness. It was her. There was no cartoon. There was nothing weird about it. So he's already set up a pattern for what this merchandise was based on.
But let me go look it up because I didn't see that one. Because you
Yeah.
might be right. Maybe there was a few shirts, but the one that I saw everybody talking about, he had him, his wife, and things, and he said, "Here's his family," and there was monkeys.
The original shirt was of the girl, and I was like, "Nah, you wildin'
No,
with that."
the original
That's
shirt
why
was
I
of the
remember.
monkeys. The picture that he put up of the girl was on his phone, and he said, "Here's his family," and he said, "Show his family." That wasn't no shirt. That was on his phone when he showed. The shirt was of monkeys.
So now my question is, though, are we arguing that he shouldn't be found liable?
I
Whether
am
it was a
arguing that he shouldn't be.
cartoon, whether
Yes.
it was a cartoon or whatever, because I'm saying I live in a world where cyberbullying alone is a real thing. That's a charge,
What world
right?
what world you live in that we all don't live in where you saying bullying is a thing? Because you
Because I
just
get
saying that.
confused whether you
What does
because
it
I get
mean?
confused whether you understand that or not. When I'm listening to
I
your
don't get
argument,
listen, I don't know why the fuck you might be
well, why
confused,
you
but you gotta
asking?
stop
Well,
playing
why
with
you
me and
make it
acting like I'm
personal?
the one
You
who's confused.
asked
Y'all
me.
are some
I
dumbass
simply answered you.
motherfucking niggas. Y'all so motherfucking stupid. And listen, you
Here we
you
go.
say things that is not true. I'm looking up the fucking shirt that you said he did. So did he do a shirt? Was it the first one or the second one? He literally used their image. Which one is it? Trying to insult me, motherfucker, you dumb bitch. And it is the fuck is going on?
So, real quick, there is an actual federal cyberbullying statute. I don't know if California has that same statute, but that's a criminal offense. They can't
I
be
know
suing him
this.
over a I'm not
Yes, I
arguing
know.
what you do and don't know.
Well, I
Right.
know you know. I
I'm
know.
on your side on this one. Right.
Go ahead.
But if one of the elements of cyberbullying is he was requested to stop, which apparently he was. When he continued the course of conduct, did that continued course of conduct cause substantial emotional distress? And a lot of people don't realize how low that bar actually is. All she has to say is that it hurt her feelings to a significant level for them to reach that standard
That is
for
not
that
true.
element.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not
See,
true.
the problem
That's
is
why.
we're not
That's
putting
why
our
so many
You can
child.
even
people have been
We're not
losing.
putting
Y'all
our
think
no.
children in
listen,
her
Hold up,
shoes.
listen. People on this piece have been sued and been suing. You like y'all new to this space. Like y'all been
not
sitting
really.
on
Like
side of people. You've been sitting on side of people having discussion with people who have been sued and also sued. You just don't know it because you wasn't here and you
Now
don't
I'm
know
gonna
when the
explain to
shit
you why
no,
happened.
none
Bomb,
of
I
that
was there
matters.
too. Bomb,
She's
no,
not
I
a
was
Well,
literally
content
who
there.
creator.
am I speaking
I'm
about
one of the
then?
people.
She's not a
Name one of the
content creator.
people. What?
Everything you're talking about these goofies that jumped online and all sued each other that were grown ass individuals, she's not even a content creator, let alone
Who's
an
not?
adult. Jesus Christ. Is
Dude,
anyone else with
you
me?
don't know what you're talking about. People,
So
families have
Anton's daughter's a
sued.
content creator?
You're not listening to me. You're
I bet
making
I
it.
bet up.
I hear what you're saying. You're saying hit Anton's family are not content creators. Am I
Yeah,
correct?
correct.
That's right here, right?
Correct.
So I'm
So
not
when you were
confused.
talking
Okay, good.
about all
So
the
what I'm saying,
lawsuits,
wait, what I'm saying is some of the people who we've been sitting on side of, right, talking, that their families too have sued. This is not new. There was one incident, it's real short, where somebody mother passed away, and people online went to the funeral, took pictures, video, and came back to the internet and posted that shit. When my mom passed away, they went and looked up all kinds of shit. They was calling the churches of the people who buried my dad and all this shit. Listen, y'all just don't know where y'all are. And
so
but the thing is, Anton, on the other hand, knew exactly where he was going.
but here's
Now,
what I'm trying to understand,
he's
Obama.
go ahead.
Do you find it problematic what Corey did and think he should be punished, whether civil or whatever?
I
Or
find it
You're saying to show a
Problematic
fair
what he
game.
did, but I don't think the government should get involved. Not with the censorship as y'all speaking. Now, if you go to do you not agree that Corey is a comedian?
I mean, yes, that's an
Okay.
extraordinary grasp of the obvious. We all know that.
Not when he's doing this podcast. I think that's the thing that's getting twisted up. When he's doing his podcast, that's not comedic. That's not stand up. That is him
I,
talking shit, and he was literally bullying somebody. We can't just because it doesn't give him any.
I would say he's still a comedian, but that
You're
doesn't
right.
reprieve him from the consequences of what he does with his show and with his material.
No, I agree with that if we go too far. And listen, if she could prove that she was bullied and things like that. But Sharon, you had come out. Nobody stepped on you, baby. You blanked out for a minute. I just want you to know. But he's a comedian. And that's why he got the show, because he's a comedian. I mean, I don't think he's funny. I think the shit is grotesque and disgusting. But that's my opinion, just like some of y'all's. But there's hundreds of thousands of people be over there who think otherwise. So I'm not on his side, right? But I'm on the laws. I'm saying I don't want to be censored based on something that fool done said and people feelings, is what I'm saying. I'm thinking the long haul for everyone, and y'all thinking about those two. That's what I say the difference is.
No, so I don't think we're arguing censorship, but we also arguing the right of being able to sue. So I'm not asking nobody to put policy in place where you can't do anything, but I am saying that you should be held accountable for the words that you release. So I think he should be able to get sued, but we don't need no new law saying that you can't say what he said.
Yeah, it's not a new law. The law already exists. I just put it in the back. Here's the thing. I don't actually argue laws because I can go pull them up. It's in the back. Don't believe me? Go look for it. Like,
so
it's right there.
It's a
There's
law.
a federal statute for that right now. For
To
what
Shadow's
happened?
point, the
Yes.
bar of proving that is so low. All that little girl got to do is go in court and say, if I was her lawyer,
Substantial
I wanted
emotional
to hurt
distress.
myself.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's
No,
it.
it gotta meet
It's
more
upsetting.
than that.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No,
Y'all,
it does
listen.
not, Bon.
Okay. Wow.
All that little girl got to do
So
I'm
is
literally
all I
speaking
say,
from
gotta do
I
is
wanted
prove
to
that
end
I
it
got
all.
emotionally distressed by it, and that's it.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, you have to
No,
understand,
but
we're creating whole cyberbullying federal legislation around this issue, right? And the grounds of being able to prove it or justify it, it is fairly low. The main thing that has to be proven is someone did this online that really, really hurt me and wasn't true, and it ruined my life.
that's crazy that y'all.
Bomb.
And here's the
I'll
thing,
go.
right?
I'll go
It's
even
not.
I'm
further.
saying
I'll
that for
even show you
children. I want to be
I'll
clear.
show you what the jury instruction is for a substantial emotional distress. Just so you don't believe I'm bullshitting you anymore. Like, as you can I'm trying to let you know right now. I'm not talking to somebody who doesn't know what you're talking about right now. I actually went through this and beat it
Just
because
tell
I
us
did
what
what
it
I
said.
did.
We don't need
So I'm
tell us
telling
what
you.
it said.
So
You went
Bomb,
through it all. I'm not disagreeing with you fully.
literally my fucking
I'm just
name's on
saying
it. I'm trying to
that
explain to you. I'm telling you, you're
don't
not
try to
wrong.
explain to me anything without hearing what I'm saying. I am not disagreeing with you fully. I know the law exists. I've already said this, right? I am saying that you're making it seem, and remember, we talking about the case. We're talking about a particular case, right? Who are we talking about? Let's all be on the same page. We are talking about Anton and Corey, correct? Okay. Now, let's keep it on that, because that's what
But
we
the
talking
person
about.
that do the the person that actually sued is the daughter and the wife. Anton's
Right.
name is not actually on the case files.
Okay, so I'm good with that too. We good with they're the ones who suing. Because I thought somebody up here said that he sued. I thought that was Wall
Yeah,
Street. But I think
it's
everybody else.
Rita and the daughter that are on the suit.
Okay, cool.
Anton's
Okay,
not
cool.
on the suit.
Okay. We
So
good
it's the
with that. I
daughter
know
and the
that.
mother, right?
Right.
And so when you're looking at their grounds for filing this, understand all of that goes into the evidence. It's no longer circumstantial, right? Like those streams, when he talked about that girl, when he literally showed
What
her
you
picture
mean?
and called her the
But
heir
do
of
you know
their.
what circumstantial mean? What does it mean?
Come on,
I
sis.
just put it in
Like,
the back.
why we
Nope,
gonna
I
play
just put
that
it in the
game?
back.
Oh, you
I
put
literally
what's
just put it in the back.
right?
Yes, ma'am. I
Oh,
put the exact element that they're gonna have to satisfy, and because again, I know for a fact, legally
right.
speaking, they could reach that
Wait,
standard.
Shadow.
Okay,
You put
I'm
it.
sorry, my bad.
You right. Remember, I said I'm not arguing with you. He's the one who said it. Now, do you see where it
My
says
bad.
ongoing and long-lasting distress? Right.
Right.
Okay. That's why. Remember, I keep saying we're talking about that case. Now,
Okay,
who up
so
here said? Go ahead.
so again, now we're talking about the actual case that we're looking at. So we're talking about again, because Corey Holcomb had did 4 weeks of shows about this specific thing. That shows a continued course of conduct, even after being directly told to stop. In fact, one of his streams was about the fact that Anton said to stop.
Wait,
So
did
despite the
Anton say to stop, or did Rita
Anton, no,
and the daughter
Anton did.
tell him to stop?
Anton did, but Anton has
okay.
that responsibility because he is the father of a minor. So he actually would still qualify.
Okay, y'all, listen. Y'all, what they talking about is not true right now, what he's saying in this moment. See, because I can't go, because remember, Anton is the antagonist as well. So Anton went around for a whole week before Corey even did what he did, antagonizing Corey. Then Corey does what he do. Then the wife and daughter, y'all say, get involved. But the person who antagonized him is the one who's supposed to say, hey, I'm going to antagonize you, but you need to stop antagonizing me using my family. Is that what we said?
But the problem, Queen, the problem is that Corey, he's not going to be able to prove that Anton's wife or daughter attacked him, right? So
right.
Here's the thing. It goes back to the who has all that feedback. Is that you, Shadow?
My bad.
So it goes back to the preponderance of the evidence, right? Because that's the burden of proof on a civil case, right? So when it comes to emotional distress, and you can book this, right? Anton Daniels' family, they're gonna bring in a therapist, right? That's going to testify that she was in distress, right? They're probably gonna bring in some counselors from the school that's gonna testify to the same thing. And what that is called is evidence, right?
He took her out of school before this shit even hit the internet like that, based on his own words.
But that doesn't mean that she didn't meet with those counselors, right? And I'm sure.
What you mean? How she gonna meet with the counselors if he took her out of school?
Right, because he's been preparing for this, right? And if he is wise, if he's wise, right? He's already laid the groundwork to bring in people who can testify on his daughter's behalf that she has gone through emotional distress, right? And the way to do that is you bring in a therapist, you bring in counselors, you bring in teachers who've spoken with her, who she's told these things to, et cetera, right? So it's gonna come down to the evidence, right?
No, I agree.
And the greater weight of the evidence is who's going to prevail in this case, because it's pretty much that's what it is, the preponderance of the evidence. He doesn't have to prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. All he has to prove is that he has the greater weight of evidence in his favor.
Right, but then
by definition he would, because they have actual videos.
That's right. But a group of people who sitting there have to decide whether he deserved or she deserved, right? And but going back,
this is gonna be civil. This is not gonna be a jury trial.
No, you can have a jury trial.
You can have a jury trial civilly. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they're correct, Willie. And here's an example of that, right? Afro Man just had a civil case, right? That was a jury trial, my brother.
Who you think when you go to trials? Who you think making the
So,
decisions?
all right. So, but the issue
You
is,
can also have a trial by judge.
You
Sorry,
can,
Sean.
if you opt to. I agree.
And more than likely, that's going to be the case here. It's going to be
and
a
the
What?
trial
issue
by
is,
judge.
Why would he do that? Why would he decide on a judge only instead of going with a group of people who might feel sorry on their
right?
behalf?
And
Well, we'll
that's
wait
going to
for.
be Corey Holcomb's choice, right? Because he's the defendant, right? So he's going to have the opportunity to choose whether he wants to have a jury litigate or just a judge.
And also, when we talking about Anton went on his week-long whatever, his week-long whatever was against when
You broke out,
Anton.
Sharon. Oh, okay.
Damn.
There you go. No,
Yeah.
I
So
see what's happening. You
so
breaking, but then you coming back. Go ahead.
okay. And so the thing is that, like, regardless of if Anton was screaming and yelling at Corey or whatever, but it was still focused on one person. That was somebody that was in the public versus somebody in the public. When Corey crossed the line is partially possibly considered cyberbullying, and it is okay for us to recognize that. And if Anton was to win, maybe I'm with Cuz with this as well, saying that, hey, maybe it would at least make people think twice of attacking non-content creators, non-public figures, people that is not in public opinion, and maybe it will slow it down a little bit. Nothing's going to ever get erased 100%. However, we could slow it down. I think that would be a victory.
Right. We need to look up what because we've done this already, right? And it seemed like we can't never agree. Even when we read it, we won't agree what cyberbullying is. Okay. But I don't know if that's what this was about. It does look like it's
This case isn't about cyberbullying, Queen. This case is not about cyberbullying.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought when I looked up and y'all put up the which comment, it's not about stalking or cyberbullying. It's libel, isn't it? Libel? Is it libel? Is what they're going after? Which one?
So it's three things, right? Violation of California Civil Code 3344, which suggests that you cannot utilize somebody else's likeness without their authorization for financial gain, right? And they're saying that he did that when he posted his daughter's picture on his live stream, and he received ad revenue on that live stream, right? They're also alleging that there was emotional distress, right? And then they're also alleging that there was a mischaracterization of his family, right? So those three things.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. This feel like Drake suing
And they can
UMG
absolutely
and
use
saying
the
it's
monkey
valid.
thing as a mischaracterization. So yes, he didn't use the like.
They can't do that. Okay, he can't claim that it's their likeness and it's not their likeness.
Does anybody have a picture of this shirt?
I'm looking for it now, and I just saw it, and I'm even looking for the one with the monkeys, but I've never, we always reviewing this shit and stuff like that. I've never seen a shirt when it had his family on the shirt.
I mean, even if it did, I don't think Afro Man just went to court, said he fucked the name the police officer, and the wife said I fucked her. They sued him. He won. Like, what
that's right. That's we just saw a case. That's what got
like
me,
Drake, UMG, and y'all saying, nah, Drake should win this type joint. That's why I said it's weird.
The case exactly the same. The police were the ones who came in his house, and he was making songs about that the police wife sucking on him, doing this, and all this. This is exactly what we just saw Afro Man go through, and he won.
The key difference.
The question is, did Afro Man put an image of this cop's wife with that
Yes,
himself.
Yes,
yes.
he
He
has
did
Okay.
put
videos,
out
like whole
videos.
videos, like where
Right.
he's like
He
in the
did all
video, he
that.
got a cropped out version of her and the wife. He running the video cameras he got from his house that show the police. He's showing personal pictures, and he's on this bitch suck my dick, like
Yes,
literally.
he is.
It's a
Yes.
better like Afro Man's is way more egregious if we're being very honest. Like
No, but
straight up.
the difference is, right, and the argument that Afro Man and his attorney made was that because they violated my house, they kicked down my door under false pretenses, and they didn't find any evidence to charge me with any of these things that they listed on a search warrant, right? I have the right to pursue my musical career the way I see fit in order to make up for what I lost.
No,
Right?
listen, that's what he
No, yeah.
said. But his right they were fighting for was non-censorship. He's an American citizen. The Constitution, and that's what we're saying here. The Constitution gives Corey Holcomb, whatever his name is, the right to say what he said because there's no censorship, and he can say it about who he wants.
No, but there is
I mean, to be
consequences
fair,
for certain
it's very
speech.
similar.
There's consequences to certain behavior, and I believe the difference is Anton's wife and daughter are innocent in this entire situation.
And the
in
police
regards to Corey
wives
Holcomb.
was innocent.
Nah, so
They had
yeah.
nothing to do with it.
The police were not innocent. They were culpable.
No, the
They were
police
part of the search
wives,
warrant.
the wives and children of those police officers. They
No,
All right,
no,
let
he
me
didn't.
say.
He
So,
didn't
Bransfield,
attack.
hold
No, hold on,
y'all.
Cuzzo. Yeah,
Yeah.
he Afro Man did not attack the officers' wives and kids.
Yes,
Is
he
that what y'all
did.
saying?
Yes.
He did not.
Yes, he
did not.
did.
Verbally,
Wait, what?
verbally,
One of
yes,
them
he
said
did.
that the wife, he got up there and said that his wife was
That's not
cheating
me.
with him.
Hold on, no, hold on. The wife that he was on, that was one of the cops. The wife
No.
was the cop. Yes.
Oh, the wife was
No,
the cop?
no,
No.
it wasn't. No, she
No, it
wasn't.
wasn't.
You're
Hold
lying.
on,
No,
hold
she
on.
wasn't.
No, that's not true.
Hold on. The person that you talking about, the woman that he was talking about that was doing it, she was a cop. It wasn't the officer's cop. The one that
No.
You're
No,
incorrect.
you're
He did
wrong.
not attack the officers' wives
He
and kids. He
did
did not do
attack
that.
the
Hold on.
officer's
Lick
wife.
'em low. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
We're not talking about lick 'em low.
So
We're not talking about
so,
lick 'em low. That's about a cop. That's in the songs.
When he
and
won
where
the
he
court
said
case, he
that
made
the cop was cheating, his wife was cheating on him. And the cop got up there and said, he said, well,
okay,
was
so
your wife
hold
cheating on you?
Okay,
And he was
hold
like,
on.
I
Okay,
don't
so-
know.
facts.
Hold on. So, but hold on. So that part, that was him saying about himself, though. He's saying your wife want to do X, Y, and Z with me, and so he asked the officer, "So do you believe that your wife is cheating?" And so,
No,
so therefore,
he said that his
hold
wife
on. So
cheated
when,
with him.
hold on. So when the officer said he don't know if his wife is cheating or not, therefore he don't have a case. So again, I think it is okay for the officers to sue Afro Man, and I'm glad it went there. However, they did not prove their case because they had a very horrible case of what they was trying to prove. That is
Like Anton.
Hello,
Anton,
hello,
yeah, that's
no,
what I'm about to say.
hello. No, this is the missing element. His wife didn't sue. The police department sued. It would be a
Right.
totally different. Hold on, listen. It would have been a totally different case if she sued. They would have had to look at that case totally different. But the whole police department, as one unit, went after him. So this is why Anton removed himself from it.
The police department as one
Wait, how
unit
did the
did not
police
go after
department
him.
sue?
Y'all got to stop making up shit. Them people
hold
was
on.
Wait,
individuals.
yo, that doesn't
not
even make
even
sense.
as the police.
Hold on, Bomb. What we saying is if the wife would have
The
sued
wife
Afro Man,
testified on Afro Man's behalf as well. The wife,
Yes.
she was no longer married to that guy, and she testified on Afro Man's behalf.
Yes, she did.
Right.
Because she
Okay,
said
so-
she didn't believe what he
okay.
was saying.
So Bomb. So that's the difference in this case is that
No, listen.
the person that he so-called attacked, the wife, she did not feel that she was attacked, but
No.
Yes,
Okay.
that's true. She
No,
even said
listen,
it. They
y'all not
asked her.
y'all listen, y'all are right in what you're saying as far as she didn't feel attacked.
Difference. No,
Right?
so what I'm saying, that hold on,
What
bomb. What I'm saying, that's the difference in the case, is
no,
that those two ladies, in her case,
you coming.
she did not feel attacked.
Okay. So it's not about feeling attacked, right?
Wait, so the
It's
reason,
about
and it sounds like the reason
wait,
the case lost
wait.
was because, okay, sorry.
Okay, so listen, Afro Man made some songs and he said some shit that wasn't true. And if I say some things about you that's not true and nobody believe it, even though I said it and it's disparaging to you, that gives me the right to do that. So she said she listened to it. She knows she ain't cheat on her husband. So she, I mean, like she just let it go. She felt bad. She didn't like it, but she said, yeah, I wasn't cheating on her. That's why they asked him, was she really cheating on you? And the fool said, well, I don't know. Right. So remember, if you get me for libel, because I think it was a little different. This case is different based on what he's claiming, right? They case was embarrassment and some other bullshit. Freedom of speech is what his, but this is libel, I think, right? So the case is a little different as far as what they suing for, what the laws are that they suing, that they're saying that he broke. That is true on that. But I can say
My
what I want
question
about it.
becomes,
Oh, go
but
ahead.
the lady, but the cop's wife apparently wouldn't have been offended then. So the substantial emotional distress element would have never been satisfied because she
Right.
disagreed with that.
And the
I
fact,
feel
and
like
Josh,
the reason why the case got lost was because the lady said this didn't hurt my feelings at all.
right. So
But she didn't say that.
one of the things
Am I accurate on that?
the officer
No,
said,
she
right?
didn't say that. She
The
was
officer
offended.
said the officer said that that because he made that song making those allegations, right, that he slept with his wife, that created fractures in a marriage, right? The wife
Right.
the wife testified on Afro Man's behalf, right, and said
Mm-hmm.
no, it didn't create any fractures in our marriage, and our divorce is not even the Afro Man had nothing to do with their divorce,
Right.
right? So that torpedoed his entire case, and he couldn't prove that it was libel, because he even admitted when the lawyer asked him, "Did your wife cheat?" He said, "I don't know."
Right.
So
With him.
those two are two totally different cases. One, like I said, the wife and kid of Anton Daniels, they're the ones who are saying that they have been harmed, right? And on Afro Man's case, he was going after, the officers were going after him, right? And but their wives and kids were not a part of that case.
Listen, he won on the freedom of speech. He has the right to the freedom of speech. That's what Corey gonna stand on as well. He's the right of freedom of speech. Now, whether he win or not, I mean, you never know how these things gonna go. But are we? And that's what I came up here originally, and I asked: are we for censorship where we don't have freedom of speech anymore? Because this is a slippery slope. They tell us we can't talk about this, that, and this, and then they start giving us different. They start adding to the list, and that was my question from the beginning. I don't care about Anton, nor his Corey, nor their motherfucking ugly ass motherfucking family members. And I'm sure y'all don't care about my ugly motherfucking family members neither. Okay. And see, so should I be in trouble because I said his ugly fucking family members? Is what I'm asking.
No, no, we're not saying that. Nope.
No, but I mean,
It's not,
so what's
because it's a
different in
little
me
bit,
saying it and him saying it?
because he went further than just saying a joke.
Oh no, you mean he put the pictures up and stuff? Okay, I see that.
Yeah, it went further than him just saying something. Me just saying something is completely different than you broadcasting a whole new nickname for the person. He called Kumo D, He said she's a lesbian and she's gonna have to pay for vagina like how her dad is. Like he said a lot of things that now, if she could prove that it translated into school, she got a real case, in my opinion.
Yeah, nah,
Somebody
I ain't
said
gonna
all.
hold you.
Somebody in chat say all speech is not free. Yes, all speech is free. Okay.
But
Depending
there's
on
consequences, Queen.
there
That's
is
the thing.
consequences. No, I agree. There's consequences depending on
Yeah, only
you know.
typically if they have like physical actions. I've been wanting to say that earlier, like with Drake and UMG, he sued saying Kendrick Lamar is not like us, was like salacious comments. It harmed his stature. It harmed personal people around him because he tried to point out how his house got shot up during the song drops and stuff. He lost the case. Like the problem and why he lost the case was because what the judge said was two things: it's rap. You know what I'm saying? Like people say a whole bunch of stuff that ain't true. And the second thing is y'all were in agreement to a disagreement. So the problem even here with Anton and Corey would be that started from that show. And from there, both of them went their separate ways after the show. Did they stop talking about the situation? No. Anton went on a whole fucking J. Cole tour speech. You know what I'm saying? He was out here everywhere for 2 weeks. Then Corey comes back and say something. You cannot, like I pointed out that day when we was having this conversation, we cannot sit there and say we can control how somebody chooses to punch back. If you spit on me, whether I punch you or shoot you, you shouldn't have spit on me. and matter of fact, this is one further because they both agreed to have a disagreement. Like Corey literally admitted he was going up there with the intentions to make Corey pissed off. I mean, Anton said he was going up there with the intentions of doing that. So it's like,
you're wrong. So you're wrong with that. That if somebody spit on you, you could go to the highest level of action. No, you cannot go to the highest level of action.
And then also he's wrong about why Drake lost the case. So do you know why Drake lost the case?
Yeah, I just said it. You tell me if you know.
Okay, I know, but I'm asking you, why did Drake lose?
Yeah, I just said
what
it.
If I'm
incorrect, that he didn't have any grounds to, because it's a rap beef.
Right. So the court ruled that in a rap battle, right, those lyrics cannot be censored, right?
No, she also said that they both agreed. They both had a disagreement, like, because she pointed out, you literally said on Taylor Made, tell Drake that he like young girl, that's a gift for me. You said that. So you cannot now come back and say, after you done started an initiation with somebody, basically started a fight, saying, oh, I don't like how the fight ended.
The court ruled that during a rap battle, right, those lyrics cannot be censored, right? So that's what the court ruled, that they were both engaged in a mutual affray when it comes to a rap battle. So therefore, you can't sue for defamation because of those lyrics, right? That case has no bearing on the Anton Daniels, Corey Holcomb situation because, number one, Anton Daniels is not the one suing Corey Holcomb, right? So even if you correlate that it was a mutual affray between Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb, right? Corey Holcomb is not the one who's saying he's been injured. His wife and his daughter are saying they have become collateral damage, right? So when you look at the case, it's just totally different. It's not a comparison.
It's really
I think it's a comparison. I think it's they doing the in around, right? Instead of him going himself, he's sitting his wife and say, hey, babe, I know I did this, I know I did that, but you go and sue him. And I think the court gonna see that. But we gonna watch it play out. You know, we have these type of arguments all the time. And then when people be wrong, when we have the discussions again, they act like they was on that side the whole time, the winning side the whole time. I wonder when people gonna admit that, hey, like we've had the arguments about Drake and his lawsuit. I'm not talking about up here, y'all. I'm not talking about y'all. But I remember people saying, yeah, Drake got a case, he got a case, he got a case, he got a case. And then it got thrown out. And then when we have the conversation again, they'd be like, yeah, Drake lost. He should have lost. And so what I'm saying, the Afro Man is an example. And this thing with Anton, lots of people that sued. Some win, some don't. The ones who win is the ones who being sued, and they win. The ones who suing, they're the losers all the time.
Yeah, it's always at least one winner. But
Right.
me and Brownsville, we just saying we believe if the daughter and the wife was to win, it would set some possible new rules to people to at least think.
He said think twice, y'all. That's what he said before he went out.
No, yeah, we heard. Yeah. No, I
So I
agree.
think it would.
Go ahead, Swab. No, we can hear you again.
Nah, you cut out,
Okay.
cuz, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I think if the wife and the daughter was to win, it's non-public figures, people that's not involved in the scrimmage, and I think that is the only thing that me and Cuz is really arguing is going to be a good deterrent for moving forward.
I
Well,
think it'd just be a terrible precedent. Now it's going to be basically Melania Trump will start suing people the same way Trump is suing people because they're saying things that they don't like about them. Like that's the precedent we're setting because like that's all this is all it's saying. Like somebody could now go through the guise of, oh, well, I'm not the actual person, even though I have proximity to this person. I've been around them. I know what their actions do. I know how they act. I've supported them for a decade plus. Oh no, I'm an innocent victim. I have nothing to do with this. And they've publicly hurt me. Like, bro, I'm sorry. Get over it. Build a
No,
bridge
but
and get over it.
that little girl
is,
probably was more harmed by the daddy not living with him, right? It's all on the internet that he's a cheater, right? She could see what he doing with other women, right? All of that stuff probably more got her in more distress than what Corey said in that short little time by saying that your daughter looked like you. She, you ugly, she ugly. That kind of stuff. Like, what did he say that was so bad that got y'all thinking that she's so in so much distress? Because maybe I missed it.
And I believe
the
even if
fact
people
that
are talking about her kids, it would be with the Mika situation rather than the Corey situation. Like that would be more something kids would probably pick on more. Like your daddy known to mess with this woman. Not dude said, you look like your daddy. You know what I'm saying? Or you gonna be like your dad.
So I think the fact that a big figure, somebody have over 5 to 7,000, and when that happened, over 10,000 people watching the show, and now it is very embarrassing for somebody that is younger to go through that. Yeah, 100%. It's completely different. We cannot put our grown lens on a 70-year-old that has a popular dad and he got roasted by a very popular figure. Now people could use that as a joke as well. We
Right.
cannot excuse
And you
that.
just said it. That hit her dad. She more distressed that her dad got roasted by another dude. It's not so much of what he said about her. It's gonna be just so much that she's more embarrassed that her daddy lost.
And my
thing
point is about protecting children, period. I don't care who the children are. If Trump has teenage kids, right, I don't feel like they should be fair game for everybody to just attack in a vicious manner, right? No matter, and even if I disagree with the parent, which I disagree with Anton Daniels, right? However, I still believe that kids, regardless of the situation, deserve a layer of protection from these battles that's involving men.
Yeah, no, I agree. I can agree with you. I'm not even disagreeing with you on that, but I am disagreeing with the laws getting involved, the law getting involved, the government getting involved, the judges, and I disagree with that. And I think that's why he should lose. And I'm praying that he loses.
But what should be the reprieve? That's the thing, because that's the only recourse, right? If we live in a culture to where men feel like it's okay and it's totally inbounds to just attack somebody's minor daughter in a vicious way,
well, no, the blame
he gonna get exactly what Tasha K got, and that's what I'm praying for. He get exactly what she got. She did what she did, but she admits she knew she was lying, and that was some things that were said where old girl won. But I didn't think she was gonna win until Tasha admitted to something. When old girl asked her to stop and take it down, and she kept going, right, saying that she had a disease. Is that what he did? Did he, besides him just saying she ugly, which is his opinion, he could go up there on the stage and say, yeah, she fucking ugly. And he could do that. And it's not gonna be bad. It's not against the law or nothing.
So, but if he'd have
But
did it
he
on a
put a
comedy,
picture up though. He did it.
Yes, he
And
could put
then
a
he
picture up that
exposed
came from the internet and
how she
say
looked.
she's fucking ugly, and he can do that. He has the
Okay,
right
well,
to his
I mean,
opinion.
hold on.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not
Hold on.
arguing
So
what
let
he
me.
can do. That's what
So
he did, right? But
are
there's
we
there's
saying that?
consequences.
Are we saying
No,
that
he
it
can
don't
do
matter
that,
what
and it's
Corey?
legally
Hold
he
on.
could do that. Oh, go ahead,
Hold on.
Sharon.
So we saying that we shouldn't. So, a man saying dirty jokes about children as well. You saying that he should be able to do that as well? So we won't have no censorship.
What do you mean dirty jokes?
The
You
dirty
mean
jokes
like
that the ones that Corey Holcomb said, the ones that we watch. I don't want to repeat nothing, but you know what Corey
oh
Holcomb was saying. Yeah.
yeah, no, I think that shit was foul that he was saying jokes about whom I don't even know. He was saying them about he was
Yeah, he
putting
was
it
saying
on
crazy
him
shit.
and his stuff. But yeah, I think it was
But he
foul.
was
But it's still freedom
Mhm.
of speech, and yeah, he didn't get in no
Okay.
trouble. He's not gonna get in no trouble or nothing for that. It's just for those of us who just not gonna spend our money with him. We're not gonna watch him. We're not gonna give him a piece of our time.
And
That's
also,
it.
I think we shouldn't blame Corey. I think we should more blame Anton for not putting your like. Listen, protect your family. That's it. Point blank. Period. Everybody up here know I got kids. Can't none of y'all tell me a single one of my kids' name. And it ain't that I don't say their name, right? I ain't saying I say their name when I'm not around y'all, but I know I'm around y'all, so that's me protecting my children. If a person like Anton chooses to take that position and then they want to try to use their families as points of references for others, and because it's not hidden knowledge of who his family member, he advertises these people. It's what y'all said about King earlier. King wasn't. You think King was born and was like, "Daddy, put me on TV"? No, he became a public figure because his father was, and he was at the hands of him and at the behest of whatever he was doing, and that just put him in that position. The same goes
So
here.
KT. So
You went out, Sharon. I agree with you though, KT, because Rita, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I've seen Rita lots of times. And then we know about her name. Look, we know about everybody know Rita because of him. Okay, so she is a public figure, and just because she don't get in front of the screen, I don't get in front of the screen either. I don't get on camera. Just because she's not on camera as much doesn't mean that people don't know her. She's involved in his business. Even live, when they go and meet her, they say that she's right there. She's helping with this and that and that. And she's setting up the trips and everything. And we want to act like that she's not involved.
right.
She's involved.
So and the reason why we saying that is because if anybody that is behind the scenes that is with me, they are now involved in me, and now they are all game to be talked about in the public forum.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
somebody mention their name, yes.
Yeah. And
No,
your
Yes,
no.
like
So, but
associates
that's
are
so
just as
that's what we're saying.
responsible
So,
for
okay.
this.
So the problem is that Corey didn't know her name before this situation.
Huh?
yeah, he
So
got to have known her name.
when he started, yeah, the name part came after. Anton wound up saying her full name after the whole situation, which was crazy to me. I don't know why he would do that. But before that, when he originally put her up on the Summer Jam screen, he just said, "This is Anton's daughter, Cool Mo D. She's gonna have to pay for a vagina. She's gonna like." He started doing it that way, so he brought her in to the fight. She was never
Right.
a part of the fight, the young lady. So if I have a secretary that's never been a part of the fight, but everybody know I have a secretary, and then they want to find out who my secretary is, and they start
Cut out.
Yeah,
That's what
it comes down to weaponizing kids. And if y'all believe that weaponizing kids is okay, then I just have to staunchly disagree. with
I
that.
just think that you think we're
Nobody's talking
saying
about
it's
whether it's
okay
okay.
when we're not
Yeah.
talking about it's okay. We're saying
But that's
it
why they're
doesn't.
suing.
Right,
They're
but it's
suing
not
because they didn't think it
suable.
was okay.
Just listen. That's some things that could be okay, that I'm okay with or not okay with. It doesn't mean that it's legality behind it, where somebody could sue for it. So
So you saying
first
it
of
didn't
all,
rise up to the level
remember
of
Sharon
defamation?
said something that was important. He said when he showed the picture, he said he called it Kumo D. That's the joke. We can't say he wasn't joking. He didn't even use her name. And I know he definitely knew Rita's name. He mentioned Rita's name. He gave her a different name. That's what make it a joke. Whether you thought it was funny or not, that's another thing.
I get it. I mean, I understand. It could be considered a joke, or it can not be considered a joke. I don't even care if it is considered a joke. I still think that no, you shouldn't be able to weaponize kids when you're involved in a personal disagreement with another man. And I think, and if you do weaponize somebody's kids and it causes harm to those kids, then they have the right to sue you for emotional distress,
You can
defamation,
sue her
and if you
daddy for
profited,
emotional.
and if you
That's what you
profited
need to
off
do.
of her likeness, right? They have
No,
the
he
right
ain't
to
make no
sue
money
you for
off.
that California Civil Code.
He did not make no money off her likeness.
So the way how you could say is off her likeness because he said that she looks like a monkey. He referenced
And he said, I'm gonna make shirts about this.
Okay, and he
That's
made
his
shirts
mouth.
and he put monkeys on it,
so
and
therefore
so
it is in a likeness because they are his wife and children. So it is
Correct.
technically their likeness because he
no,
said he
it's
was
not
gonna
their
do it.
likeness because they didn't look nothing like them. Likeness mean it gotta be your likeness for real. It gotta
No,
be
no, no. Your likeness could hold on. Your likeness could be
No.
a shadow.
what? No.
Yes, your likeness. Hold on. So when they was using Apple when they got sued because they was trying to use just the shadow images, that
What?
shadow, you can absolutely sue them for that.
Wait, what happened again? You broke up.
With you could use your shadow. Your shadow could be your likeness.
No,
Yes.
not for somebody to sue. Yeah, yeah, I can
Yes.
represent it
It
and claim
happened.
it's my likeness, but then when
It
somebody
happened.
grab it up,
It
hmm?
happened with Apple. Apple used to use this shadow. You remember when they was first selling the iPods and then yours you see was I remember. Apple used to use the image of just a shadow dancing in the background with the Apple iPods as in white, and you could just see that the shadow was black and the Apple AirPods hanging out your ears was white. And celebrities sued because they said so. You absolutely can.
We can't hear. We missed everything except like
Be
3 words.
hard pressed. A
Mhm.
civil attorney.
Oh shit, Willie, you sound the same.
I know Willie's done just like him.
No, he sound worse. At least Sharon just cut out all the way, and then he come back. We hear him clearly. Willie's just like,
Yeah. So a likeness of a person. Yeah. And
nah,
so
he is right too. Cause like a Jordan, think about it. The Jordan sign, it's a shadow. It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not Jordan. But that'd be something more
wait, but if
copyrighted.
Jordan signed, if that's what he registered or copywritten or whatever, if
Yeah.
that's his, well then yes, that's his because he registered. But
No, that's what I was saying too. Like that's what I was
oh,
saying.
okay,
It
yeah.
do
So
got to
you're
be
right
something
about that.
copied.
But
Yeah.
as far as I'm saying, like I have a picture of somebody, right? I claim that it's them. I do that all the time when I crack jokes on people. I don't put up their photo. I put up another photo, right? And then I may put them in panties, and then I say, "Hey, this is them," and then everybody laugh, ha 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 ha. Everybody know it's not them. It don't even look like them. But some of these men have gotten mad and even tried to strike my channel for me claiming, talking about I was bullying them, right? But how am I bullying you if that's not you?
So, but
The court,
again, but bomb the
but you broke out again.
somebody one to one. You can hear me now? No.
Yeah, I can hear you
Yeah, we
now.
hear.
Okay, so like you talking about direct between you and another man. is that the issue is that young lady, she feels some way. Even if I don't think Rita's going to win, because like you said, she has been in the public eye doing interviews, so I don't think Rita's going to win. But I think the daughter absolutely has a case, and I hope that she does win because I think it'll at least give people some kind of deterrent. That's all I believe. Hopefully, it does work because I think something needs to be done. Because the only other way that it could the only other way that things can happen is to offset it in Little TJ way.
Yeah, but I mean,
Facts. Handle that.
everybody
That's
not
what's up.
doing what
Handle
y'all.
that.
Everybody not treating children that way, and the ones who are, we all just be like, yeah, they disgusting or whatever, right? And we let it go. I don't think the daughter shouldn't win. The mother definitely not gonna win, and the daddy, he don't even have a chance in hell. Okay, they probably threw it out before it gets to win. But go ahead, KT. I think you were saying something. Go ahead.
Nah, I was just saying, like, listen, man, it's gonna set a dangerous precedent. Because after, as soon as that's happening, hey, Kendrick Lamar about to be a quadrillionaire. Because again, Drake sat there and told this man wife, you had a kid with somebody else. You know what I'm saying? We cannot tell and I hate to admit this, because I don't really agree with it, right? Like where a comedian can say some real foul stuff and then do it under the guise of, oh, I was just joking. Logan Paul is a good case of this right now, right? Where Drewski did that whole Erica Kirk thing, and Jake Paul was like, I wonder, like, I've been thinking about how dark I can go lately. We know it's some disrespectful stuff, but that's what I'm saying. Hey, on the basis of free speech, you can say whatever. Now, when you act upon it and actions come to you, that'll be a whole different ball game. But when we talking about you just saying stuff, bro, listen, that girl she ain't got, bro, I'm sorry. If me and a dude get in an argument and it take you one day for you to get in a mental state of breakdown, my G, because again, the topic of your father right now is not nowhere near about Corey. It's about Mika and everything else in this universe. So basically, in that week time where it was only about Corey, you lost your mind because he said you look like a monkey or something. I'm sorry, you couldn't handle it anyway. I don't know what you was doing here. But again, I put this ultimately on Anton and any parent.
I don't know. So KT, you said I don't know what you.
Nah, finish it out. Yeah. I thought it came back.
You cut out, cuz. You cut out.
I was saying that's the issue. She was never there. She was never a part of it. That is the real issue that I have with it. She was never there. She was a silent partner in this.
No, I'm saying I understand what. Yeah, I understand your issue, but we can talk about like.
Is he talking about the wife or the daughter? Which one?
No, the daughter. He talking about the daughter. Okay. Like the daughter wasn't there, nor present, nor part of this. None of Rita nor the daughter was there, nor present, nor part of it.
The daughter was there. Listen, yeah, I've seen his daughter because he shared it. Listen,
exactly.
I don't know if I don't know when y'all came and end up finding Fight Club, right? But before Fight Club, Anton had his channel, and we've seen the inside of his house, seen his daughter, his wife. Yeah, he shared his family.
Yeah, and once again, Queen and KT, we're not arguing against free speech, right? But what we are saying is you have a right to free speech, but you don't have a right to defame someone's character, right? Because that is against the law, right?
No, defaming your character isn't against the law.
It is civilly. That's why that's one of the things he's suing.
It depends on how it,
right.
So I can call you all kinds of names, but no.
So Queen, you're saying you can't be held civilly liable for defaming somebody's character? Is that what you're saying?
If it causes harm, but
right,
I consider,
and that's what
there's a difference.
But they're alleging that he defamed his daughter's character to the point of emotional distress. Now, once again, that has to be proven, and I'm telling you, the way he's going to attempt to prove it is he's going to bring in therapists. He's going to bring in people who have evaluated her, who have spoken to her, and she has articulated how it has harmed her, right? And then on the other hand, right, it's all about the evidence that's presented.
That's sad. If he put his daughter involved in this with a lawsuit, It's bad,
Yeah, he
right?
already
Because
did.
right? No, and I'm saying it's bad. And what I'm saying is, remember, they gonna have to prove their side. He gonna have Corey gonna have a lawyer that gonna then question her. And
Right.
if his lawyer's smart, they're gonna get the psychiatrist that you say she gonna go to. They're gonna talk about, well, what about everything that's going on with your dad on there with these different type of women and doing it. Listen, they're gonna know
Yeah,
the
all that. I
A
mean,
good attorney is going to
whatever.
prepare that child for that question,
Right, right. Whatever,
they
whatever the
right?
cannot
law.
have her lying though,
It's not
right?
about lying.
Okay.
Like, he can prepare her with the
Mm-hmm.
actual facts. I've never been involved in it, right? I
They've been
don't
love with what?
involve myself in my father's business, right? But this has put me in a position where I'm very, very sad, and I think about hurting myself.
And what about, hey, have you heard any of the rumors of your dad online with other women? Didn't he move out the house?
I try
Aren't
not
they
to
going
listen to
through a
that.
divorce? Does that affect you as well, young lady?
But see, a lot of that's
Yes,
going to cause
and it's
it's going to be a
compounding the
relevance
mental.
thing.
It's
That's not
compounding the mental
irrelevant.
stress I have now.
No, they're going to ask the relevance of this specific issue. Hey, your dad moving out, doesn't that cause him substantial emotional distress too? But also, what about this? The judge going to be like, they're going to ask for relevance, and then they're going to say, hey, what does that question have to do with this
It
scenario?
has to do with her mental distress,
Right,
like you
but
just
did
said.
Anton move out because of the bullying of his daughter? Like the line
No,
of
he was out
questioning, what
before that. They got
Bob,
divorced.
No,
They was,
so no,
you're
hold
not
on. So
understanding what I'm asking you.
yeah,
oh,
I'm
so
okay,
look,
saying
okay.
let me try.
Say it
Let me
why.
again.
try. So
Okay,
let me try,
got you.
John. So what he's saying is that like, so just because you have other stress, it doesn't negate that this one pushed me to feeling a certain way. That
Oh, yes, it does.
whatever. Uh,
You breaking up, babe.
no, no, that's me just trying to think.
Oh, okay.
Um,
He
what
said
you
that's
mean?
me.
So yeah, because that one threw
I'm
me out.
sorry.
So yeah, that one bugged me out. So if I'm having stress over bills, but you do something to me, you saying that you could have the argument, hey, aren't you stressed over your bills as well? As an
Yeah.
argument?
Well,
Oh shit.
not as far as bills, because bills not gonna have you, probably want to jump off a bridge or anything like that. But yeah, if I could say that you do have stress of your job and bills and also other things, right? Because you claiming that I give you so much stress, emotional distress, but then I proved that maybe I gave you a tiny little bit, but then they gave you a tiny little bit, and they gave you a tiny. So aren't you distressed overall? And yes, and that is they get out of it through that.
And
But
that's
anyway,
But
why
the defendant
I
is still
believe
liable
Anton
because
Daniels'
they
lawyer
added
is going to
to my
establish
distress,
the
right?
onset, the
They
onset
added
of
to the
emotional
distress of that
distress.
child who now
Brownsville was
feels like,
speaking.
who
I can't
now
even hear
that
him.
child.
Go, Brownsville, go ahead. What you saying?
So that's why Anton Daniels' lawyer is going to establish the
Why am I getting
onset
muted?
of emotional distress, right? And he's going to do that with the therapist, right? So the therapist is going to probably articulate, hey, I didn't start seeing her to this degree until this event happened, right? So all they have to do is establish the onset, what triggered the emotional distress. And that is what Corey Holcomb's the team is going to have to, defend against.
Wait, Brownsville, will they need to argue the onset or will they need to argue the escalation? Because there's a difference. Because
Exactly.
if they're arguing the escalation, hey, she got worse in this scenario, that could still cause this. But again, I don't think it would have
Well, what
changed
if,
the
well,
original
Shadow,
point.
so let me ask you a question, right? What if she doesn't have any visits with a therapist up until this happened?
I think he
Then
said he had an appointment with her
No, I
therapist.
want I
You
want
said,
Shadow to
oh,
answer the question.
okay, I
So
apologize.
well, so I guess if she didn't have appointments with that therapist until that point, it could show that there was a change enough that a therapist deemed to be needed, and they could use that argument. But again,
And does that
depending on
establish the onset of emotional
that,
distress?
that would establish maybe not even not the onset of emotional distress, but it would establish the onset of need for intervention. But I think even one of the elements, it doesn't require you to need a physical, like actual therapist though. Like you don't actually need to
Right,
seek
but it's
professional help
but
to even
Shadow, you're
reach that.
correct on that. He doesn't need it. She doesn't need to have a
But she's
therapist.
gonna use it as a point. I see that.
Because that when it comes to evidentiary value, and you know this, Shadow, when it comes to evidentiary value, what is a therapist considered? An expert witness, right?
Right. They're
Peace and
considered an
love.
expert witness. Right. No, you're right. They use expert witness testimony, which would actually carry greater weight if, regarding preponderance. So that's fair.
Yeah, but if she going to the therapist like he claimed that she was, the therapist gonna determine. Like, I mean, just because this happened and I go get my kid a therapist, when they go through their therapy session and things, the therapist will determine what was the cause. And Anton don't get to tell the therapist what to say. And so she probably have more
Anton's name is
issues.
not on this case at all.
Listen, I
Anywhere.
know that. And so they don't get to tell her what to say. And so hopefully she's gonna be truthfully. And the therapist definitely, as the expert witness, gonna be truthful. And if she starts expressing concerns about her life, that's what we're gonna do, what's going on, everything good at home, with no parents having issues, dad don't live at home no more, dad on the internet, I'm hearing this and hearing that. And then y'all think that little thing Corey said is going to put her in the emotional distress with all this
Bomb. What
other
I'm
stuff.
saying is,
Bomb. I think my
no
question
attorney.
is gonna let her get on the stand and just let, especially expert witness, they're gonna pre-prepare those
Thank
questions.
you.
Like Corey's
What?
Anton's lawyer. Hold on.
They're gonna
Anton's
People
walk
on
her
lawyer
through
two
the
are
sides.
questioning
going
10
to
times.
hold on. Anton's lawyer. No, not even in
They
that case.
cannot
Let
prepare no expert witness on what to say.
That's
hold on.
insane,
Not on
bomb.
what to say. Hold on. Not on what to say. That's why I was trying to make sure I said what I said. They are going to preset again, when they set the questions that they're gonna ask this expert witness, they're going to give them to the expert witness beforehand, and they're gonna give it to the prosecution. That's part of how this is gonna go. And one of the things is,
Prostitution. There is no
yes,
prostitution.
yes, it's the defense prosecution. It's the same.
Well, no, they're not
Anton's
the
lawyer,
same.
Anton's
The
legal team.
defense, they're not the same. But go
Bob,
ahead.
you're
So
picking and choosing words right now.
Okay,
she
but
would
I'm
that's
be the
what you
speaking
was
plaintiff.
doing too.
right. No,
In this
again,
case, she would be the
No,
plaintiff.
you're talking about cross-examination.
Right,
Right.
and they're
That's
right.
gonna
that's the
I'm
word
And
he's
prepare
trying
the
to
her
use.
cross
for
examination
cross
don't have to give
examination.
her the questions. So,
yes,
and why would
they
you prepare an expert witness? Why would
What
like
I'm
why?
saying is, her
And then here
attorneys
this
are
nigga gonna
going
say
to
what I'm
prepare
saying is
her
it was me and Shadow
for
talk.
cross examination. Her attorneys are going to walk her through the potential questions she's going to be asked a million times. She will be prepared to testify.
She will
That
be
is without
prepared.
question.
hold on.
That is without
So
question.
what's
Okay.
gonna happen specifically in this case specifically is
Wow.
because this lawyer,
I look
because
at too
that
much TV.
uh,
I'm not
you know
talking
what,
about
Mom?
you,
No,
Chad. I'm not talking about you. I was talking about Wall Street Willie. You'd have been to court so many times. Okay.
I've never
So
been to court.
I
What you
guess so.
talking
But
about?
anyway, Wall Street Willie
I
said they're
pay
gonna
for
question her
attorneys.
100
I don't
times the
have
way
to
you said
appear.
more. But and so
I don't
you
have to
think they?
appear. I pay for attorneys. So I'm speaking as
I
someone that's
thought you
paid for an
was an
attorney
attorney
before.
because you niggas would change y'all everything about your life just
No,
to
I
make a
just know a
point
goofy
online.
argument when I hear one. And I'm telling
Okay.
you, if anybody is gonna put her on that stand and try to lambast this young lady, if that's the plan, right? Yeah. If the plan is gonna be to minimize her hurt in all of
Yeah,
this,
that's what they're
right?
gonna do.
After
Yeah, that's what they're
playing,
gonna do.
hold on. If anyone thinks they're gonna win this case by minimizing her pain after playing the things he said and establishing his character, you need a better attorney.
But that's what's gonna happen. If it was my attorney, he better get up there and shred her to pieces. And she's not a kid no more, right? She's an adult. So get up there and prove that her ass wasn't harmed by me. So what are you talking about? Y'all, you got to stop looking at
Okay.
TV. Now go
So,
ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I'm saying nothing
so
you
what's gonna
saying makes
happen?
sense.
So what's gonna end up happening like there's gonna be a direct across and another direct. So they're gonna prepare their expert witness because it's their expert witness. The expert witness won't be prepared for what Corey's lawyers are gonna come with.
They cannot
That's generally
prepare an expert witness. They just
hold
need to
on.
know what the
Yes,
expert
they
gonna
can.
say,
That's
what
their
they
job.
decided. No, they cannot. Listen, you
Hold
do
on.
not tell an
I'm trying
expert
to
witness what. I'm not talking to you, Shadow. You do not tell an expert witness what to say. They the expert,
You are
right? They
absolutely
just
wrong.
gonna tell you what their findings are, and then they're gonna say, okay, you willing, this is what you're gonna say, okay, and I'm gonna ask the question and get you to say what your findings are. Y'all making it seem
Right.
like they
And
gonna
so
make sure that they don't say this and that. Like what?
yes,
They're
that
gonna
is
be
what a
cross-examined.
good all right, so that is what a good legal team is gonna do. They're gonna ask her the hard questions that they expect her to get cross-examined on. And when
thank
she
you right
answers
there.
those questions, they're gonna say, well, take that out. Don't say that because that could appear this way.
What
And
you
in
mean?
this
Don't say
situation,
that. They can't tell her not to say that. They can say, well,
why do
maybe you
you
might
keep
want to
saying
reword it.
that? An
Dude,
attorney
oh my
can tell their client to do anything outside of lie. They're
yes.
not going to
And if
tell
you
her to
say
say an
don't say
outright
that,
lie.
that you could be lying if you say don't say that.
Right,
What are
but
you
Bomb,
talking? That makes no sense.
technically speaking, omission is not lying in trial. So
Thank you.
but in that same breath, if the
If they ask the question.
if they in cross examination, if they do ask those questions, it's up to Anton's daughter's lawyer to object to it during that time to stop that line of questioning. But it has to be a relevant stop, otherwise the judge is going to allow it and it's going to keep going.
Now,
So they
Shadow,
still
real
have to be
quick.
prepared for those counter questions.
Real quick,
Most
Shadow.
expert witnesses get tested on counter.
Now
Yeah.
look how goofy the whole thing is, though, Shadow. The poor girl may never have to testify, right? They don't even have to put her on the stand.
She has to
So,
get on the stand.
Jesus Christ. Yo, you are just
You thinking
wrong,
about this?
wrong, and
This is not a
wronger.
criminal trial.
You are wrong, wrong, and
If she is bringing the suit, she's the one bringing the suit.
She doesn't have to go on the stand.
Okay, so how's she gonna prove anything? If she don't
The
go on
lawyers
there and
will
say
the
the way
Technically, she
lawyers
doesn't
will
have to.
argue.
oh
The
my God,
lawyers will
this
argue
is not a
the
He's not.
criminal
case.
trial.
No,
In
I
order
know,
for
but
even the expert witness to even get up there, she has to
It's
get up there and say
insane.
some things.
right, but Bomb,
Wow.
she doesn't technically have to testify, and
Thank
her
you.
expert witnesses can cover that ground. But
But let me
if she
add some
doesn't get on the
clarification
stand,
here. Hold on, let me add some
she's
clarification here.
gonna get smoked.
Let me add some clarification here, right?
Yeah.
So Corey Holcomb, as the defense, he has the opportunity, if he so wishes, to have his lawyer put her on the stand.
Right.
Absolutely.
Because she
Because she's
is
the
the
accuser.
plaintiff, right? She
Right.
is the
She's the
plaintiff,
plaintiff.
right? So Bomb Cherry, y'all gotta listen to what Bomb Cherry is saying. I think y'all just arguing just to argue at this point, right?
No, I agree with Bomb Cherry. Like I'm listening to him.
Here's the thing, right? But when it comes to expert witnesses, Bomb Cherry, this is what you have to understand. The plaintiff can bring their expert witnesses and the defense can bring their expert witnesses.
Exactly.
Each side prepares their own expert witnesses. So if one of Anton Daniels' family expert witness is the therapist, as Willie alluded to, they are going to prepare her for the questions that not only they're going to ask her or him, and for the cross-examination, right? So they're going to be prepared to answer questions to both sides. And Shadow was correct when he says they're going to have direct examination, then cross-examination, and then they'll get the opportunity to redirect. Peace and love.
Listen, Y'all got to start watching so much TV, right?
No, I don't.
Listen,
Listen,
I'm talking about an
Queen.
expert.
I've been to court.
Okay, good.
I'm
Expert,
talking from experience, not from
okay.
TV.
We know the police got a lot of experience in court. We know that's why y'all make all the fucked up mistakes that where people get let go. We know. Anyway, what I am saying, right? Expert witness. So we gonna have an expert witness. They know what they're doing with the expertise, and then you want me to come and get on the stand to give my expert information. You might tell me what kind of questions going to be asked, but you can't. This thing when y'all say prepare, right? Like they gonna give me all the questions ahead of time, when that is not true. Now they could give some. Man, never mind. Fuck it. Listen, y'all right. Listen, all this stuff take money, right? Every expert witness costs money. Every time you go to court costs money. They time to get all them questions and prepare them costs money. I know. Y'all go ahead. It
Yeah,
is
Right.
right.
but
So that's a good
in
point.
this
And
But
in
yeah,
this case though,
who do we
in this
believe
case,
have access to more
this not a murder
financial
trial.
resources? Does Corey Holcomb or Anton Daniels have access to more financial resources? Because ultimately, your point that you just made, Queen, is going to be the deciding factor, in my opinion. Right?
That's
the
Because
what I'm.
attorney
usually
can
But
take it.
y'all.
that's
The
what it
attorney
is.
can take it for a third, right?
But
The
you know,
attorney
that's
can
what I'm
say,
talking about, man.
"I
I'm
don't
talking
need a
about this
nickel."
case. I'm not talking because y'all not wrong overall, right? Certain cases, Jerron, you froze up with the heart, baby. We love you too. I'm still concerned when I'm speaking. I'm speaking about Corey and what you call him. You understand what I'm saying? But y'all not wrong on that's what they do in particular cases. You say these two men got the money to be doing all that, they're gonna get 2 and 3
I'm
expert
saying,
witnesses.
I'm saying the average civil litigator, right, is going to take this case without a nickel being put up front. I will take a third of the settlement when it's done.
I think that's illegal, right? Is it a third of
No,
the?
No, it's 33%. Like a lot of that's kind of
33%.
standard. Yeah, that can happen in a pro bono case. In a case like this,
Right.
uh, yeah,
Don't
especially
give me a
depending on how much
nickel.
money is actually,
This is a home
depending on
run.
how much money is coming up. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna. No, I can't agree with you there. I'm not gonna say it's a home run
No,
because there are
but
reasons why.
no, I
Yeah,
get
there's
that
a lot of
about the
reasons it could
case.
fail.
I get that about the case, but I'm just saying how these civil litigators handle things. They'll see a certain slip and fall or something fell on your head. You don't have to give me a nickel up front. I'm gonna
Yeah,
get a
that's those
third of
types
the
of
settlement. I'm
cases.
gonna get a third of the settlement, and
No, you
then
don't get a
I'm
third.
gonna
That's too
and
much.
then I'm gonna recoup the cost of the private investigator, the
No, you're wrong.
legal. Jesus Christ.
Some of this stuff is. Listen, you just saying shit, but it's okay.
No, because you don't hear. You're just
Okay.
talking. And
Well,
everything you've
okay.
said has been wrong.
Oh no, it hasn't. In fact, everything I've said has been right. Everything.
In fact, most of what y'all realize is both of y'all are actually telling the truth in different ways. Like y'all
Right.
are both speaking from two different points of view, and both of y'all are actually right. Y'all ain't even arguing
No,
with each
he's right too. I'm speaking
other.
on the
Right.
case that we're talking about, and he started adding in well overall, and he started talking about getting injury
If you
cases and
say
shit.
that a lawyer doesn't prepare a client, that's A or B. That's bilateral. It's just either or.
The
You either
expert
wrong or you
witness is
right.
not a client, but okay.
Jesus
But
Christ.
he also isn't wrong that lawyers do in fact they prepare every witness that they're gonna bring forward. And when I
Thank
say
you.
prepare, I don't mean that they're gonna walk them through every single question and tell them a lie, but they're gonna prepare them for the line of questioning that they will in fact go through.
Well,
Y'all,
Like
they're
you know,
probably gonna
you know
ask
the
a
you
weird
normal
thing
the
about
occurrence.
this. You know the weird thing about this. Most men who are in jail, right, and even a lot who got off, that's what they thought. They thought their lawyer was going to take the time, come hear out their what they had to say, and they was going to prepare them. And then when it's time for their court, they were sitting on somebody who they barely ever even got to meet for real, and they was
they
in
had a
in court.
public defender with pay less
It's
shoes.
still
Right.
a
And
I
he's
lawyer.
not That
Right.
is not the
But they
level of
That's still a
attorney.
lawyer. And by the way, a public defender could be a very good lawyer. You know what a public defender mean? They was the court assigned them and they could be really good lawyers. Like my brother's public offender is a very popular, known lawyer. He was able to get him for free because he was next on the list to be up. But anyway,
yeah,
I know.
there she goes. No, you
So
actually named that right on point.
I
Yeah.
thought they all get, they get prepared by their lawyers. That's on TV only. Hey, Kulu, would you have some little self?
Hey, Bob.
Hey,
Also, a
listen.
lot of public defenders don't put that kind of preparation into. Most people who have lawyers who actually come see them pay a lot of money for those lawyers to do it. That's why
Well,
most of
my
those people
brother
actually
had
get less
many
time.
lawyers that we paid for, and no, y'all just be
We're
making up
suing
shit.
for $2
No,
million.
hold up.
Put every other case that I have on the shelf. We're dealing with this. We're gonna focus. Public defender got 30 clients at any given point in time, right?
And
He's just
how
trying to
many
get
clients
deals.
do a regular lawyer have? A regular we
In,
paid for lawyer. You think he only
in
got
this
one?
He do
in
2 at a
this
time.
case, with the level of recoup they could get from this settlement, yeah, I'm dealing with this one
Recruit.
client right
What
now.
kind of money they gonna get from Corey? What are you talking about?
They
It's crazy.
also before we finish the conversation, I want to bring in Kulu. Hopefully y'all can hear me. I'm not sure if y'all can, but welcome to the show, Kulu. What's your thoughts?
What'd you say,
What's
Sharon?
up?
We couldn't hear you.
We heard you,
No.
Sharon.
To be honest, I don't really care how this lawsuit turns out because I don't care about Anton or Corey either way.
That's
But I
bad.
do agree with Bomb and KT from their perspective because we're treading into dangerous waters here. Like if we're gonna be able to sue people because they make fun of you, they compare you to an animal, they Photoshop or put like whatever AI about a picture about somebody, like we're heading down a direction to where that censorship and once you start doing that, then everybody's gonna be afraid to say what they think or how they feel because they're afraid of being sued. And I think that the point they're making is that, in my opinion, Anton's gonna lose this case because outside of maybe the T-shirts for the likeness thing, they might have a win there. But when it comes to what Corey said, to me, that's freedom of speech. To me, the whole argument that his daughter, her mental health was destroyed and whatnot, based off what happened, I don't think that that's going to actually win in court, whether they bring up a therapist or whatnot, because it's subjective. What if she really didn't feel no type of way? What if Anton just said that and made that up, right? So like, it's subjective how people feel. Like some people get made fun of all the time and they think the shit's funny, but to some people it could hurt, right? So
Right.
it's
And,
going to be
and so
very
let me
hard
ask
to
you a
prove
question,
that.
Kulu. Kulu,
Yes,
can I
yes,
ask you a
sir,
question real quick?
for sure.
Peace and love to you, my brother. But
So
you yourself have daughters, correct?
yes, one daughter, yes.
Right. So let's say you came online one day, or your daughter came online, or whatever, and there was somebody, making inappropriate jokes, using her pictures, and just disparaging her. The grown man doing this, right? Are you suggesting that you shouldn't have the ability to sue him on her behalf?
He can have the ability, but do I think that he should do it? No, no, not at all. To me, I'm coming from perspective is that this is a life lesson. People in the real world, in the workplace, are gonna make fun of you behind your back or to your face. They're gonna do things to spite you, whether it's for promotion or whether it's to, do something else. Like the real world is toxic. It's tough out here. And if we're gonna sue over our little feelings, then what are we really doing? What's life really about if we can't make fun, we can't make jokes? You know what I mean? Like we
So you
can't
don't
be a little.
discriminate.
About
So
a child?
I'm discriminating. Hold on. Wait.
Yes,
That's the discrimination I'm making, Kulu. So I'm agreeing
yes.
with you when it comes to adults, right? I'm totally aligned with what you're saying. That's why I made it specific to your child, right? Because I believe that when it comes to the children, they do deserve an extra level of protection that would dissuade grown people from weaponizing them in an egregious fashion. Do you disagree
I
with that?
no, I don't. But my perspective is that right, Anton put himself in that position. He put his daughter in that situation by first mentioning her online, letting everybody know that he has a daughter, right? And then for what he did at Corey's show, right? That all this could have been avoided if Anton wouldn't have said what he said and done what he done, right? So I agree with you, but do I think that we should be suing for name calling and Photoshop pictures? No, people have made fun of my kid, my wife, all over this YouTube. Jaguar Wright specifically has put up photos and
And
said things
that's a
about my
good
child,
point,
but you don't
Kulu.
see
And
me
tell us
suing her.
what you did, and tell us
Damn.
tell us how that ended up. Because that's a very good
I,
point. I'm
I
glad you
pulled
made
I
it.
pulled up
So what
I
happened in the
pulled up
Jaguar White situation?
I pulled up to her hotel where her man was staying, and they didn't do shit but stay inside.
See, that's the
But
way you gotta handle it,
but
man.
didn't she end up getting arrested?
Yeah, she got arrested because she had a warrant, and I called other laws on her.
Right. But what I'm saying is
About a U-Haul.
Yes, it was a felony.
Right. What you got her arrested for had nothing to do with
Was
your
a
issue
felony.
for her.
It was a felony. Yes, it was. Well, you don't know nothing because you weren't there. So,
No, I
but
just said to
Brownsville.
you, what I know that you called and got her arrested for had
Yes, yes, I
nothing
did.
directly to do with your issue with her. You got her
Any
arrested for a
yes, yes,
U-Haul
yes,
truck.
yes. Whether
Right.
you make fun of me or not, if there's a felon and there's a wanted poster out in my community, I'm gonna let the laws know. That's what men should be doing.
Nah, I can't agree with
Whether
that.
it's a black woman, whether it's a black man, white woman, it don't matter. If you have a felony and it's out there for your arrest, you should be locked up for it. It's that simple.
No.
Right. But the point is, Kulu, you didn't just sit idly by, right? When she was attacking your wife and kid, you said, no, I'm gonna take
Mm.
action, right? And
Yes.
and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that we should be vigilant as men in that direction. And that's one of the reasons why, when it comes to this particular case, I'm siding with the Anton Daniels family, because I believe that women and children should have an extra level of protection when it
Period.
comes
The
to
end.
the
Well,
verbal
you
discourse
need
or
to go
verbal
listen to what
disagreements
Anton be saying over there about
between men.
women and children. Well,
So
Anton
so so
is
so
anti-black women and children. You understand what I'm saying? So, and maybe I would think differently if it, because no, I think the same. Because I think freedom of speech. We went into the military for that American dream and the freedom of speech, the freedom of liberty, and all those things. But as far as Anton and standing on them, I'll stand on them. Okay, before I stand with them, on side of them, or anything. But Corey is just as bad. So when Kulu came up and said the truth, we don't care about neither one. That's how I feel. I don't care about neither one of them.
So
All of
it's
them
not
go
about the
to hell.
child.
Not the child and the mother. Her mother.
Right. You're taking
They
your stance
innocent.
on
I
your
do
issue
agree
with
with y'all when
Anton.
I say they innocent, right? They're innocent bystanders in this. Probably
So if
even
they're
victims.
innocent, they should be protected.
Yeah, they should be protected, but not in the way that y'all want, where we all gonna suffer. Yes, no. Anton was a pussy. He wasn't gonna go stand up, right, and go protect his wife and daughter. So he wants to do it through the courts, and then we all will be affected by it.
And I believe if you are a person who believes that you should be able to weaponize children, then you should be affected. But
Right.
I don't think you're a person who believes that innocent children should be weaponized by grown men against
I
another
know.
grown man.
Yeah,
It's
no,
not
I
going to
Right?
wouldn't.
affect me
I
because
think
I
that's
would never
just.
do that.
I think both of them are disgusting. Corey, there's first of all, I don't even really say his name. That's how disgusted I am of him. You
So if
understand?
you
Y'all
believe that they're
notice I'm
both
arguing,
wrong,
but I ain't never mentioning that mofo name. He
so if
is
you believe
disgusting.
they're both wrong, how should Corey be punished? Is it
Well,
just a get it back in blood thing, or should
remember,
there be
well,
a
I'm
legal
saying,
course of action?
as far as I'm concerned, Like, don't give him your money, right? Because I'm not trying to get nobody placed in jail. But if it was my dad and I was a kid, my dad would have went and knocked his goddamn lights out. But okay, that's bad of me to say, right? We don't want to promote violence, and so then we just stay away from them. We don't support them. We don't give them our view, our money, none of that. We don't do none of that. And every chance they start saying shit, we might even put up a poster telling people, don't go that way, don't support him, and things like that. Other than that, this world is not perfect. Y'all seem like everybody need to be accountable for everything they do, and the accountability got to be loud and proud. Listen, grow up.
No, I'm saying that
Yeah,
if you
that's
weaponize
crazy.
children, you should be held accountable for that, right? And Bomb Cherry, you agree with it, that you should be held accountable for weaponizing children. Wall Street really agrees with it.
So when you
Kulu,
say
you agree
weaponized,
with it.
yes, I
agree.
Kulu
like
agrees
it all
with it.
depends.
The only person
Well,
who
it
probably
depends.
doesn't agree with it on this panel is KT to go. He probably the only
No,
one who believes that.
KT is on my side, and we believe he don't think kids should be weaponized.
Okay, so if
Yeah.
we don't believe, if the entire panel do not believe kids should be weaponized, then it's also logical to conclude that if children are weaponized, the person who weaponizes them should be held accountable. Peace and love.
But not in the way that you're speaking about. That's all, in my opinion. That's all. Ain't nothing wrong with us disagreeing. I see your point. I just don't agree. That's all. And you don't agree with me, and we good. We still good. I love you,
Bomb,
Like when you say
Bomb, with all due
weaponized,
respect,
But go
I
ahead.
think the reason why you're more against it now is because it's Anton, not the situation as a whole, though.
No,
no.
I just said it's. I think that way as a whole. Remember, I said I went
Oh,
into
okay.
the
My
military
bad.
for liberty,
Yeah.
but if I did like Anton, I still would feel the same way. Because remember, I'm not disagreeing that it's disgusting what was done to his family, right? I'm just disagreeing that a lawsuit should be pursued and won. He can pursue the lawsuit because I could sue you. I could tell you was up here laughing with me and sue you. The paperwork will go through.
So there's
And
the
then
case
at
of
one point they
Kendra
may
Lakari.
throw it out. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So there's the case of Kendra Lakari, right? 42-year-old woman. She was convicted of cyberbullying her own child and the girl's boyfriend, right? Like, you can't just...
This is not cyberbullying. They're not bringing this up. That's a crime. Do you not know that this is a civil lawsuit? And Brownsville mentioned that several times to us. Cyberbullying is a crime in certain states and around this country. Yeah, you'll go to jail, you'll get convicted and all that. But this is civil. He's not going to jail for nothing. It's a suit.
Wait, so the defamatory part, how did Corey defame his like how did he defame her character? Can anybody explain that to me? Like what did he say specifically?
I
He
asked
called
that
her
earlier too.
ugly.
This
She ugly.
ugly ass
She is
little girl's
ugly.
gonna have to be paying for pussy for the rest of her life. Specifically.
Yeah, and that was a joke. And she do look like that might be true. For some people, not to me. I'm saying that to some people. Okay.
This is crazy.
Because
Okay,
my thing is right. Like,
So
is the reason
what
Tasha got
they're
sued?
alleging in the lawsuit, Kulu, to answer your question, is that they misrepresented certain facts about her to propagate a false narrative and ruin it, and with the intention to ruin her character publicly, and right,
Which
and they
caused
said
some mental distress.
right, and they said because that happened, it had a effect of causing her to have all this emotional distress.
Yeah, so what are the
are
facts?
these legal documents on the online right now?
Yes. Yes. The cases,
Yes.
both depositions are on file. Anyone can read it.
Hey,
So
Browser,
what specific
if you have it, can
quotes
you post on the back?
are they saying misled the facts? And what specific quotes did Corey say? Because is she gonna have to prove that she's not lesbian in court? Like, are they gonna make her prove that? How are they gonna make her not prove that?
And he didn't even say that
that's
she
not
is
what you
lesbian.
have to prove.
All she gotta do is say she's a virgin. That's it.
Yeah, but he didn't say that she
Yeah, but
was a gay or anything or lesbian. He said it looked like she might need to buy her some. Right? He didn't say that she is. And so and then he's a comedian. He didn't even call her by name. He called her. I forget what you said. The term was. He called her. That's how you gonna get out of that.
Hey, Bomb, I would have agreed if not on the next stream. He actually called her by name.
Yeah,
On the next stream,
what?
he confirmed the person he was talking about was in fact her, and he didn't care that he hurt her feelings. Like
Yes, I
Let's
know
talk
that.
about Corey Holcomb's.
Yeah,
Let's
I
talk
agree
about
with you on
Corey
that.
Holcomb's character, right? So they're gonna present a man that has assaulted a woman in video, right? I can play it for the
Good point,
jury
Willie.
right now,
No,
right?
Good
they're not
point.
Like
gonna
they're
be able
gonna
to do. They go say
hold on,
what is the
bomb,
reason?
hold on.
What's that term
They're
again?
gonna present a
Shadow.
man that is
Shadow. What's that
on
term?
relevance.
video
Relevance.
assaulting a woman.
Relevance.
They're gonna present
There
a
you go.
man that
So
is
Willie,
on
when you explain
record.
it, also explain the relevance. Hey, Willie, hear me out, bro. When you're
I'm
saying it,
listening.
I want you to also explain the relevance and why it's important. I know where you're going with it. I just explain the relevance when you do it.
It goes to his character, right? Which is gonna be put on trial in this case, right? Like,
No.
did he make this joke just tongue in cheek, or is he a man that has a history, right, of violating people, let alone women and children? When they start playing back, because all of this ties to his stream, right? So now things he said on his stream become admissible evidence.
And
When
which
they
gonna be
start,
all lots of jokes. So I'm glad
yeah.
you're right though. You're right. Go ahead.
I'm
Continue on.
saying, me as a man, when you talk, when they play him talking about going to other countries to deal with children, it speaks to his character about how nonchalant and uncaring he is about the mental and even physical protection of children.
Well, that's not true. He would have to have
But
gone
also,
over there and done that. But he can say it, and since he said it and didn't go, that's gonna be on his side.
He said he went
Everything
but
you're
over
Bomb,
there.
saying gonna
if
work
we're
on
gonna
He
his
said he
side.
went
no,
over there,
if
bomb.
we're gonna play that game, we can also use the fact that he said that a 14-year-old girl climbed in the bed with him naked. So they can start using things that he said specifically that
Right.
he can then say, oh, that was a joke. But he's made odd claims. So there's is claims and odds claims. He said these things happen, not as a joke. Even if he was saying them in a comedic manner, he was saying,
Yeah,
yeah, this
nah,
is
that's
what
still
happened.
that's
No,
how
but
a
he
joke
said
work though,
it as a
Josh.
joke. That was
Yeah,
his.
y'all can't.
That's his
Hey,
nasty
hold on.
humor. His dark
No,
humor.
so I understand dark humor, but understand where I'm coming from.
I don't
What they're
understand
gonna
dark humor.
what they're gonna do is they're gonna present it as, hey, he has a history of invading young girls and not caring about their sex or sexualizing young girls. So when
Right.
she talks about and they're gonna use that in context with the comments he made about her having a bi pussy. Like
Right.
So
I
now you gotta
understand
prove that
Wait.
if
he's harmed somebody with them comments, like,
Wait.
cause what y'all
Wait.
saying don't
no
make
no
sense.
Wait a
hold
minute,
on.
KT. And wait. And Shadow is right. And then they gonna want to know why would Anton Daniels, who has a daughter, right? Why would he go on his show and then
Anton's
start
not
an
on trial.
argument with him when he knows this is the way he is? Go ahead, KT. Now make your point, baby.
Anton's not going to be on trial, right?
Yes, I
That
promise you it is because they're gonna have to give information on how it even started.
the smartest
So
thing
he's
And the
not gonna
Anton
get.
character
did,
part,
So he,
the
yeah,
smartest thing Anton did was not put his name on this case at all. So this is
bro. It's
yeah,
your
strictly
that's the
wife and
point.
And
between.
kids.
honestly,
Y'all
hold
He's
don't
on.
still
like
gonna be
seriously.
on
So
Listen,
trial.
Bomb
that's
actually
like
made a
that. Hold up.
no. Bomb made a very good point. Hold up, I want to address Bomb's point real quick. She made a fire point, and I didn't think about it that way. All right, so they're going to explain, well, why would Anton do this, knowing the type of character that Corey Holcomb was, right? That's a good question.
I
And
never
the wife,
expected him
the
to
wife
attack my
sets up
child.
the based on the info we have, the wife is the one who sets up all his little trips, all his little setups, and everything.
Yo, the
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
courts
she
want
are
to
even
act
said
like
not
the
on
wife's
Tasha.
not involved. She's heavily
respectfully.
involved in
She
his
The
said on
business.
courts
Tasha
don't
K's
care
too. She
about
know he be
Anton and
doing
Mika as
bullshit,
much
but it
as
get her
y'all do.
fame.
The
She
courts
Right.
don't care
listen.
about
The wife,
Anton and Mika as much as y'all do. The courts are gonna look at were
the
his
wife who said
actions.
that she know Anton be doing bullshit. That's what got her up there with Tasha K and them. Remember that? That's what they're gonna look at and pull his character witnesses, regardless. Even what y'all saying too about how well he don't care about y'all can't prove that's caused no harm. This is gonna be the first case of any young lady
But
included saying we're trying to make
I don't know, Casey,
these
because I
jokes are
think
That's
you're
now, you
not
know what I'm
you
saying,
true.
that same
hold
premise.
up, but KT, you're also excusing the fact that when he did this to a minor. That's going to carry a whole different level
But
of
he
He
weight
didn't
when
do
did
you
it to a
what?
mention it.
minor.
No,
He
hold
was
up.
Meetings have
We
talking
gotta
to
jokes
an
about minors.
adult. He was talking
what did
to
he
adults
do?
late at night. There was no children
No.
around.
But his
About a
comments,
He
child.
made a
the
joke
sexual
about a
comments he
child,
made.
right?
Okay,
Is this
Mhm.
but
illegal?
KT, hold on. I need you to
Cause
listen to what I'm
y'all
actually
arguing for
saying
like, is it
and take
morally
the
okay?
Anton lens.
I'm asking, is it
Hey,
illegal?
take the KT,
Yeah, it's legal,
take the
baby.
Anton lenses off.
It's morally wrong,
Take
but
the
it's legal.
Anton lenses off real quick.
I'm
So,
not.
Eddie
Listen,
Griffin used to make fun of Will Smith
regardless of
kids.
what we're looking at right now, the question becomes: did he make sexual comments about a minor, and did those comments affect that little girl? That's
no,
all they're
that's
gonna
not
ask
true.
because that's
That's
what's
that's not
relevant.
true.
Why not?
That's not
Why
How
because
wouldn't
did
that
he
be
listen,
true?
that because that's not a literal. First of all, that's not illegal to make a comment, and I agree with you're saying. Morally, that's incorrect to make a sexualized comment about a young lady underage. It's not illegal. Now you got to prove outside of that how that comment, well, the daughter has to prove how that comment in particular not only offended her, because y'all talking about whether something's offensive. We
But
talking
it
about it
defamed
has
her.
to have an
But it defamed
effect
her.
on you.
So first off, civil
No, it
Yeah, but
has.
she
isn't
has to
about
prove the
We're talking
legal
about
effect.
and
So what
illegal.
effect
defamation.
can she prove from that?
Civil is
How
about
would you
Defamation.
prove
Because
that?
civil is about punitive damages. It's not about legal or illegal. So it's about did your
punitive
actions.
damages? What?
Go ahead.
No, I
You
was
would have
asking you
understood if
what
you
you
would have
meant
let me
by
talk.
punitive.
But go ahead. Because every time
Nigga,
I
I don't
start
give a
talking, you cut me off, and
you
then you
got
say
to know I
what?
don't
And
give
I'm
a
be
F about
confused.
you talking, right?
Yeah, I know. I
Okay.
know.
Everybody else, because I think KT, not KT, what's his name? Where he went?
Everyone
Josh be
knows.
thinking
That's
I'm
why
Josh.
you
talking about
Yeah.
him
purposely
too. Yeah,
cut me
sorry,
off
Josh. But I
every
be
time I
talking
speak.
about you,
Everyone
So
Willie.
knows.
can
You
I
don't
ask
have
You
one
to.
question?
dumb sucker.
So if the
Go ahead,
monkeys on
T.
the t-shirt, did those look like Vita and his
I'm
daughter?
gonna ask you to chill out
No,
No,
now
because
we're gonna talk
with
about
the
the
stances
likeness.
that you've taken, I
Oh,
just don't want to go there.
they
So
didn't
let's
look
not
nothing like his
do
daughter
that
or
harm.
his family, and that's why they're gonna feel on that.
so I can be sued for
Wait,
saying
have
that
you seen?
this
You
rusty
can be
ass
sued for
street cat
anything, sir.
looks like
You
Sharon.
can
So
literally
like,
be sued for
hold
anything.
on, hold on, but let me ask the question. So if I see a gutter cat on the side of the road and I'm like, hey, this looks like Willie, and then I sell a T-shirt about it, that's defamatory. That's harming your likeness or whatever. That's using
I
your
can
likeness or
sue
whatever.
for it.
A cat that
Because you
looks
can
nothing
sue
like
for
you.
anything, but you're not gonna win.
That's
No
yeah,
where
he was
Yeah,
we
about
merit.
to say
disagree with
that.
the
Okay,
business.
so look, I'm only going off of recollection. I thought what he did is he put their face on monkeys' bodies, which is why I think the likeness claim came from. That's what I thought happened. Am I wrong about
And
that?
Yeah,
Shadow,
Because I'm
and
yeah. I
Shadow, let me
thought
add to it. What he
I
specifically
thought
said
he did.
was,
I
I
thought
am
he put
going to
monkeys
do
on
this
bodies
about them,
and then claimed that it was them.
right?
But I could be wrong. I'm trying to
Hold
look
on.
for it.
Shadow, you can make the connection to his own words. He says, I'm about to make some t-shirts about them after putting this young lady's picture on display. It all connects, right?
No, it
This
don't
is
connect.
but
what the case
hold on,
is
he
gonna.
did actually say that during the
Yeah,
speech
he
when they
said
were out
that.
Yes.
there. He
Yes, he
did
said
say
that.
that.
Yes.
But that
So
doesn't mean
now,
that's what he
so now
did,
there's no
though.
question about the meaning of the shirts.
It
Let's
don't
not
matter what
play
he
that
Hold on,
game.
No,
but
The
no,
no,
here's
court
the
stop.
is
Hold
point.
gonna
up, y'all.
go on
Because
his
then he
hold on, hold
ended
on.
up
own
I just
selling the
words.
shirts. Because
I just look at the shirt.
that's where my
Oh, you
question
looked
comes
at the
in.
shirt, Kulu? Did you put the
Yeah, I'm
picture back
looking
up?
at yeah.
Kulu, did you look at the shirt?
I kind of want to wrangle
Yeah.
this in because y'all arguing
Is
about a
their
moral
body
point.
on the? Because I thought.
Yeah, so
I
it's
thought I
Anton
saw
in the middle, standing on a stool, like a little cartoon version of Anton. Then it's you can see like a smaller monkey with some headphones on, and then a woman monkey holding like a cooking pan with like an
Right.
apron on.
Exactly.
Okay.
Monkeys, right?
So let me put it in the
And
chat. So
now
you can see.
add to that the fact that these shirts
Ain't that
were
something?
not
Because
sold
this dude Willie,
until
this is why I've been
after
on it.
he
Y'all
went
wonder why I'm
on record
disrespectful
saying,
because he comes
I
up
am
and
gonna
lied.
make
He
merch
said that shirt,
about
the
this
first shirt
issue.
was of their real faces.
Am I
Dude,
tripping?
that man didn't do that, and I kept telling him he was lying about that.
Yeah,
I just didn't want to argue that.
Hey,
He
Kulu, did you
came
put the picture
on
in the
his
back?
but listen,
stream.
y'all.
He came on
Did they
his
both
stream.
not? Hold on, listen. Did they both not agree that they were in disagreement? That's what I'm saying. Like y'all trying to get in this like, well, the shirt may or may not. Bro, they both agreed that they weren't
No, the
fucking with each
plaintiff
other.
didn't agree to none of that.
That's crap. That's cap. That's
The
cap. They
plaintiff,
argued. Listen, they argued on the stage.
the plaintiff.
Anton
Anton
is
is not the
part.
plaintiff.
Anton is a part
Anton's
of
not
the
the plaintiff.
Anton
lawsuit.
is not the
KT.
He's a
plaintiff.
His
part
daughter
of the
is.
lawsuit. This is like
No.
saying because Drake sued UMG about Kendrick Lamar is not like us. It ain't actually about
Right.
Kendrick Lamar. Y'all don't make sense. It's still about fucking Kendrick Lamar and not like us. You don't have to sue Kendrick Lamar for it to not be that. This is the same
Hold on,
thing.
KT.
Anton is even involved in the case in their explanations of why they're saying they know they're
KT.
harmed.
I understand what you're saying. Here's what I'm disagreeing with you with specifically. I'm saying that Anton is not the plaintiff. The
Y'all
issue
look.
that we have is the daughter.
Wait, I don't want to put. Wait, I was gonna put the picture up so everybody can see it, but I don't know if I want to do that. It does not say any. It don't even say their name on it. It say, "Hey, leave my family out of this," and none of them look like none of them. Even the little man who's short on the stool do not look like Anton for real. No likeness. No likeness. Like you just see a monkey, two monkeys, right? And one of them got a.
And this
How
is
the hell they
after
gonna
I
prove?
play. This is after I play Exhibit B of him saying, I am going to make T-shirts about this girl and her family.
Okay. But no,
Okay,
he
that
didn't
came
say that.
out.
He didn't say this girl and her family. He said this man and his family.
And that came out after
But
Anton
that's
went
still
on many
Lost-
shows and
wait,
said I
lawsuits
was
in
going up there
California,
to
right?
provoke him.
There's
Anton
lawsuits in
already
California.
admitted a week before he did that he was
I don't even
going. He went
understand
up
how
there
we
to provoke
arguing
him.
this and
Hey,
how
this lawsuit in
goofy the
California.
arguments get.
Yeah, in California, yeah.
Yeah. Well, see,
So
the
California has
thing that I'm
a law
saying, the thing that I'm saying
called
is it's simple for me, right? If I was on that jury, right, and I think any man with a daughter that's on that jury, right, and you love your
Guilty.
daughter, and you hear testimony from this young lady, and she's crying, and she's telling you how it affected her.
And I'm
You-
thinking
you
about
also
my
hear-
daughter
Right.
being in that position.
Yeah, I was just
Right.
worried about
Right.
that.
Hold
It's a
on.
judge that decides, not
Y'all
a
is
jury.
certain y'all
It's a
reason
judge
and
that
not being
decides.
logical. Y'all certain
It's
y'all
a judge
emotional
that
input to
decides.
say this is my daughter in that situation, so let me persecute him for that.
Hold on, KT,
Right.
1 second. Hold on.
You there, Sharon?
I'm trying to. I don't know if you can hear me, but Kulu said he got some information about LA law.
Yeah. So
Let him put that.
yeah, so for California, they have what's called a transformative use, which in many places such as California, for art to be protected, it must be transformative, meaning it adds a significant creative element rather than just copying a likeness. A caricature or cartoon that is primarily your own expression is safer than a realistic portrait. And that's in California, called transformative use. So Corey could use that
Yeah, no.
as a way to.
Yeah, he falls under transformative use. Absolutely.
So he's
Yeah,
legal
so
in that state.
because that's how a bunch of people create cartoons don't get sued, like South Park for creating Donald Trump and other cartoons for adding characters. It's because of that law.
That voice
Kulu, if
But
change.
the
you're on
question
that
still
jury,
becomes
does this
this.
little
Right.
Kulu, if you're on
But
that jury with this little girl going through being questioned and they ask
Now
all
you
the
want our
hard
emotions.
questions
Y'all
and
like
she's
to play with our
crying,
emotions.
right?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so
Do
Nah,
yes,
they
you
play
yes.
with their own emotions.
do you agree that this little girl deserves punitive damages? If you're on
Hell
that
no.
jury, if you're
Hell
that
Yes,
nah.
judge.
but yes, Willie. But I think it's a
Thank you.
judge. It's going to
Thank you.
decide the lawsuit, not a jury, though.
Wait, so
I
y'all
think a
let
judge
her
is going to
win
decide.
just because she
No,
cried?
it's gonna be up to a
Yeah, that's
jury.
what I'm saying. Y'all
No, no,
weird
no.
as hell.
Absolutely, because
Crazy.
This
that
man
shows
just
that
So
said
she's
let
because she
stressed.
cried and she said that she's
Absolutely.
stressed, just give her the money. What the
Oh,
hell?
hell no.
Y'all
Y'all gotta
wild.
be joking on
no.
that.
Hey,
Yo.
let's wait.
Yep.
I'm asking y'all about actual. I'm asking y'all questions that are relevant to this issue, and the things that I'm asking is again, this girl was in fact a young Olympian. We have evidence of that, right? If she
Yeah.
quote unquote dropped out because of what happened with Corey Holcomb, even if she didn't have to, she could do that
Right.
to say that her
That ain't got
emotional
nothing
issue.
to do with it.
Hold on.
That
No,
Hey,
don't
that shit
KT,
you
does.
how about
cannot
you
hold
stop
up.
KT, stop
Under
arguing with me and
no
let me finish
shape,
my
fashion, or
point.
form can you
No, no,
no
no. Hey,
stop. Because you
KT,
can't sit
no.
there and say
Again, you
somebody
stop.
is proving
Hey,
something,
watch
bro.
me. Hey,
Go ahead,
watch
bro.
me have the conversation. Let me make
That's
my
a
point
good
and then
point.
contest me. Again, this girl was a young Olympian, right? And if she drops out and she says, if she drops out specifically and says, I did this because of how Corey made me feel because I couldn't compete at the same level, guess what they can use that as? That's
Right.
all I was saying. That's a
Now that's
valid legal
Nothing.
argument
But how
No,
did we
they
know she
can't.
was an Olympian, Josh? No, I'm agreeing
because
with you by the way. But
here's
how did
how,
we know?
because
Because
that was
who?
one of the things Corey even brought up.
No,
Corey
but
brought
who?
it up whenever he was
But
talking about her. And
how did he know?
because it was, I guess it was something on Anton's
We'll
page where it was
just get
something
the
he texted
Anton
Olympic
right.
already
roster.
said it.
Anton been putting his
We'll
daughter
just
out
get the
there.
team roster. We'll get the registration. Right? If that's the hill we gonna die on,
I'm
well,
just
that one
saying
is
there's a
simple.
way,
Either
Did
you
there's a
Corey
was
way
say,
or
to
you
stand
wait,
on
wasn't.
that.
wait, did
We
Corey say she
agree.
wasn't
I'm
athletic?
agreeing with him. I'm agreeing
Did
that
Corey
that
say
is the
that she
way to
wasn't
show.
athletic or that she didn't accomplish those things?
So wait, now
Because that would
here's
be
the point
defamatory.
though. Well, wait, that wasn't the point.
No, no, no.
The point was if this causes her to drop out,
Anyway,
right?
Oh
You
my
continue.
gotta
God, we
understand.
agreed. I don't know
Hold
why
on,
you.
hold on, hold on. I'm
Okay,
talking
you
to
just
Cool
want
It.
to repeat it. Go
I'm
ahead.
talking to Cool It, right? So
Nah, I'm gonna keep it real
if
and I disagree.
if we agree, right, that this young lady dropped out of something because of the mental distress this situation created, that
Oh
adds
yeah,
value.
yes for sure,
That
yeah for
adds
sure.
No,
value to what she can
But
claim
she
she's
didn't though.
that's
lost.
facts. That's what I'm
But she
saying.
didn't though.
How can she prove that? Even if that's the claim,
Well,
that's
she
like me
can prove
claiming I
it
lost
Prove
by.
my
what?
job
Wait, wait,
because I
wait,
felt bad because
wait.
my dog died. Like they don't justify the actual like that doesn't say,
So
okay,
hold
you
I'm
on, hold
really
on,
couldn't
saying
attend
hold
this.
on, hold on, hold
so
on.
so
KT
while
So
making a
hold
you're
on,
right,
point, but
hold, hold
everybody
on.
making a good point.
So we saying that Corey could have excuses to say anything, and he could just use comedic.
right.
Yes, we know
But
that, right?
everything this little
We
girl
know that.
says is
Listen,
gonna get
we
thrown
could
at
go
her.
down all the comedians through history. That is how they was able to crack jokes on any and everybody they wanted to, which they have done.
Well, like
Yo,
Yeah, but
Sharon, the
baby,
whole
that's
Tasha
doing
K thing,
stand
right?
up though. Hold on, hold
baby
on.
Anton
If
couldn't
Corey would have
have
said
a
Anton
better
has
defendant.
herpes, hold on.
With his character,
If
she
Oh, you
couldn't have
can't say people
chosen
got
a
herpes and
better
shit.
yeah,
defendant.
yeah.
This one is
Yeah,
a
see, like
lady.
if Corey did what Tasha K did and said that, Anton had herpes because he heard from somebody, that would be defamatory, right? Or if claimed that the daughter had some type of disease,
You
you
called the
know,
girl a lesbian.
that
She's going up there
yeah,
saying
but
she's a virgin.
yeah, but
I'm not
she's
sexual
gonna
at
have
all.
to, but she's gonna have to
And
prove that she's a virgin. Her
No,
words
she
is
No,
did.
not
she
Whoa,
enough,
whoa,
but
wouldn't.
like they
whoa.
can prove.
Come
Kulu,
on,
Kulu,
man.
stop. You're doing that now.
It's
Look,
crazy.
for
Doing
a
the
minute you
most.
had me.
Nah,
You just went too far. No, she would
Y'all,
no,
that's
never
how
have
no,
to
court
prove.
no.
works.
Y'all are
That's how
crazy.
court works.
That
If
is
Yes,
the
but
not
you're gonna
how
judge
have
that
to
says
works.
prove
something
that
Now
and they
think
what he's
about
say
saying
how that
is not
jury is
true.
looking at you when you're basing your case
Yeah,
on is this
no,
little
yes, I
girl
know,
a
but
virgin?
Willie though, right? If he says that she's a lesbian, right? She's gonna have to prove that she's not, whether it's a boyfriend,
No,
whether
she
it's
doesn't.
text.
No,
You
she
Yes,
could
she
just
does
just
should
say
have
because
no. I'm
attached
not.
this
what
girl
if she
no,
is?
to
She
the
she's
just
No,
the
said
because what
scene.
if
no.
she
I'm
son.
really
not.
is and she's
She can't just say no, I'm not. She gotta prove her point. That's what
No,
court is
she
about.
doesn't.
Y'all,
You you
yes,
don't ever
she's.
have to prove sexuality in a courtroom ever
Oh
under
no,
Thank
any
you.
no, that's
circumstance.
not true.
They are
Thank
That's
not
not.
you.
finna stand
Listen,
on you on
she's
that.
That
suing
is
him
true.
because of that, and now she, on the basis of her lawsuit, is why she got to prove it.
But she won't have to prove her actual sexuality. She just got to prove that she's not. All she's gonna say is they're gonna use
so
her
she can lie though.
testimony
So you're saying that she
on.
can lie, Josh?
That is
and
on
it's
defense,
not
God.
the
about.
So if
defense
she was
actually has
lesbian,
limitations in what they can argue in a grape case,
No, this is not
right?
true. Listen,
You
y'all talking
can't.
about you talking about other things like when it comes to grape and stuff like that, but that's not what this is about. And if she's saying that he lying on her
I'm
libel because of
right,
my sexuality, he claiming that I'm this, that, she
right.
has to say, well, I'm not this, and this is how. Because he
Or
gonna
No,
want
but
her to
here's the thing.
the
Here's the thing.
question could be,
Hold on,
how
hold on,
can
hold on
you
1 second.
prove
1
I'm
second,
Wanda
Willie.
Sykes? Right?
1 second. So her testimony is going to be considered credible evidentiary value, right? So when she says that she's a virgin or whatever she says, right? She's gonna be held as credible unless and until proven otherwise, right? And if they can't prove otherwise, then it's all about the greater weight of the evidence. Remember, it's not a criminal trial.
He's
It's
gonna
about
then
the
have to
But
prove
preponderance of the
Brownsville, what
that
if
he
but
she
was
you
in the
just
room
lied?
with
said it. You
Raven
said she
Simone.
gonna
What
have
if
Hold
she
to
on.
prove
lies?
it.
Wait,
Then
Brownsville. Hold on, because there's a question that's going to answer all of this. Brownsville, does a plaintiff have an identity of reliability when it comes to what they're saying regarding self-testimony?
Yes.
yes.
Thank you. That's it.
So now you have
That's
to
all I was going to
prove
ask.
that you know she was in a room with Raven Simone. It's not about her proving
You ain't
she's
shit.
not a
I
lesbian.
need to
no,
load another bullet.
no. Eh,
If you
listen,
dispute the
Call Raven
claim,
Simone.
you
yes, if
can't
I'm the
dispute the
lawyer,
claim.
I'm going
Yeah.
to ask
You're a
the
Raven
question. So
Simone
maybe
fan? My fault, Shadow. My fault.
if I'm the lawyer on the other side and I start asking her about her sexuality, they're not gonna throw it out. She gonna have to answer. That's what I meant by proving. I don't think anybody says she gotta literally prove she's a virgin through
Like, right.
Right,
some,
but you
you
Like,
don't
she
know,
didn't have to pour
understand
it
the
out
we
in her
just
point
pants
talking
and be
about
Shadow
like, I'm
talking.
made.
fine.
Right,
Shadow,
right.
say
But
We
the
but,
talking
but
term
about
my
her
issue
again.
with that,
testimony.
Shadow,
but my
say the
issue with that
term again,
is
because I can't pronounce it.
The
Indentured
what?
servitude. Would say the term again?
No, you said
It's
go
called
ahead.
the identity of reliability. It
Stop right
means
there.
the
Right.
perception of that what you're saying is factual.
Right. So it basically means we're going to accept the plaintiff at their word unless you can prove she was laid up with Ravens. I ain't mean to. I'm going to say
No.
Wanda Sykes. Chill out,
Well,
Shadow.
That's correct.
why they
Chill
not
out,
giving him
Shadow.
that same thing that he listen?
Because he's the
Her
defendant.
No, this isn't
no.
y'all. This is
Wait.
civil
Yeah.
court. This is not criminal court.
No,
What
no,
y'all
no.
talking about does not
Right,
apply
but
here.
KT, what you're,
Nobody's given the
but it does.
constitution of like
Hold on.
just because you sued me,
Yes,
we
they
believe
do.
you. No, they
No, they
don't.
have the again, KT. I understand where you're coming from too, but I'm telling you because they are the plaintiffs in a case about defamation, they're gonna use hearsay as an identity of reliability.
no. But didn't
If you don't
Cardi have to
believe me,
prove she didn't have herpes
research.
though,
I'm
Joe?
telling
Like
It's
you,
Cardi
not
had to
about her
prove
factual.
proving
You
she's
talking
she
not
could
a
about
have herpes.
hearsay,
lesbian.
but just
If
listen.
you said this, you have to prove she is. Where's the
What,
pictures
Bomb, to
of
be
her
fair,
and
what I'm
Wanda
No,
saying is
Sykes?
hearsay. No, when I say hearsay, I just mean her words,
no, I know what
just
you
her
mean. I know
oral
what you mean. That's
testimony.
why I got.
Okay.
That's
All
why I
right.
got quiet.
All right.
I understand what you
All
mean.
right.
Uh,
All right.
so
I was like,
no, so
I'm not just saying it until
everybody's right.
you just talking random
Everybody up
bullshit.
here is right to a degree, right? Because like I could go in court and say anything, and that's not right. That they should do that, and they don't automatically just say I'm right. If a judge, I mean not the judge, the lawyer on the other side start questioning me, I have to answer.
Yeah,
I don't
Josh,
have
you
to
capping,
show
right?
right. So I
Josh is
don't have
capping.
to.
My bad, Bomb.
No, go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in the Cardi B Tasha K case, Tasha made the allegation that she had herpes. If Cardi B proved it by sitting in medical records to the courts to prove she did have herpes. So yeah, Anton's daughter's gonna have to prove that what Corey said is not true, which brings up defamation. So if they can prove that what Corey says is not true about whatever it is, the quotes that they have in the lawsuit, that's how they prove that he defamed her. Like anybody could just lie under
Wait,
oath and
Kulu,
say
hold on.
all that
So
just to win a lawsuit.
I can swallow Kulu, even if I accept everything you just said as okay, fine. But you're not understanding. You're looking at this from two different angles. Number one, Cardi B added more evidence to support that she was lying. I'm not saying that she's not going to have to add more evidence. I'm saying she doesn't have to have anything proving her sexuality beyond her hearsay. she could add more and it would help her case. But again, it wouldn't be necessary.
Oh,
You
She
see what
didn't
I'm
even
getting
have
at?
to prove she
There's,
didn't have
oh,
the
I see
there's
dirt.
what you're saying.
right. There's
What
a
the,
If she
difference
don't
in the
want to do it,
conversation.
she don't have
no,
to do it. But
listen.
then the people got to make up their own mind. But I see what you're saying.
And
Right.
y'all also
She
would have
doesn't
to say
have
that
to
she
go
got to
further than
prove
that.
that he's not joking. Y'all making it. That's what I'm saying. Y'all keep throwing these
No, you
emotional
right too,
things.
KT. You right too.
No,
See,
I ain't
no,
saying
KT, I'm
nobody wrong.
even.
Per
I'm
se. I'm
even.
just saying
No,
like
I
how
agree
y'all
with you,
coming
bro.
with the
I agree
angle
with
because y'all
the
saying.
comedy aspect of it. I'm not even talking about artists.
So you saying that anybody that has a podcast can say they're a comedian, correct?
Well, yeah. If they are
Yeah.
if they're comedic in
That's
their
crazy.
podcast, they can. Yes.
No.
Well, they would have
Yeah,
to
just
prove
like
that
we
they're a
could, I
comedian
could go
and
and
they
say
get paid
I'm the
for comedy.
news. I could go around with a camera and start asking people questions and use and say that I am a news reporter. If I'm acting like a news reporter, I claim to be a news reporter, then I am a news reporter.
But
I think
also, y'all have
what's
to
also being
understand, not
missed
all
about this
speech is
case,
protected.
as we're
Not all
talking
speech
about
is
this
protected.
case
Sorry,
and what
Brownsville.
could potentially happen, what's being missed is there's a really good chance that this case gets settled out of court, right? And
Bingo.
the reason why is because Corey Holcomb may not even want to be examined at this level. He might not want his show, his podcast to be examined, to have to provide all these different financial records and different things like that.
Yep.
He might not want to be as open to these depositions, and it could tie up his schedule and things of that nature.
And
Right?
Brownsville, if I'm his attorney, I'm
It could
telling
get
him,
thrown out too.
looking at this one,
Hey,
yeah,
and
you
keep in
want to
mind,
settle out, fam. You want to settle out.
hey, there's also a bonus round that nobody's thinking
You
about.
are a court-appointed
Anton,
lawyer,
in all
Willie.
realism, does not ever have to come to court. Anton never has to step foot in that courtroom, ever.
No, if I'm not
During that
mistaken,
entire
even the
trial,
wife
he
and
could be
daughter.
like,
No,
"Fuck
the
that."
wife and daughter put
He got
Anton in the case. If I'm not
No,
mistaken.
hold up. Their name is okay. So their name could be listed in the documents, right? But that doesn't mean he actually has to be there because he's not a plaintiff.
But they
yeah,
could
no,
literally
but if they call him,
subpoena
they
him
got to
as
get
a
a
witness.
deposition or something. He gonna
Exactly.
give something.
And they could literally just subpoena him as a witness. He's a key witness. You
He's
cannot
the
sit there.
main thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Whoa,
you
whoa, whoa,
cannot.
whoa,
Y'all
whoa,
y'all
whoa,
keep
whoa.
trying to
Now
omit
you're
him just
talking
because his
criminal.
name isn't
Wait,
there.
wait, wait. No, you're
Thank
talking.
you.
Now you're talking criminal.
I'm not
Now
talking
you're
criminal.
talking criminal.
Right.
So you don't have
So
witnesses come to civil court?
key
Even if
witness
you
is what you
do,
said.
Because I've
Hold
been
up.
the
You
even
said
if
witnesses.
a
you do
key
put
witness.
Anton on that stand,
Hold up.
how does he hurt his
But he
daughter's
meant
case?
the main witness. How about that?
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm gonna go with y'all, right? All right, they could do this, and Anton has to get on the stand and answer whatever questions are asked, right? How
Yeah.
does he hurt his daughter's case?
Okay, so now we can literally prove, like I said from the beginning, this is a man. We came to a disagreement at our show. Okay, that happened there. It could have been settled and left alone. But what we can now prove is Anton for the next week went around parading and admitting I did this to invoke him because I knew it was going to turn me up.
All of that is inadmissible because
So
it has nothing to do
so now
with
no,
this
we
little
talking
girl.
about now we
It
talking
does
about two
have to do
people
with
having
this little girl because it has to do with what he said, how it came
exactly.
about, where it was said. You understand why it
The
has something to do
only
with it?
place you could make that argument, Bomb, is if you could say Anton was saying similar things about
No,
his
I'm not. We're not
child.
talking about what
So
Anton was saying.
now,
There. We
so
talking about
now
where
Corey was
Corey
under
said it.
duress.
Who was there
Oh,
when
you're not
Corey said?
listening. You're not
I
listening.
know I'm not listening because you.
Right.
When I was talking, you broke in. I broke in when you were talking. Go ahead,
So
Will.
again,
Go ahead. You
I
got
could
it.
only respect that argument if it's made from, well, I did this because he did something comparable. I don't even think that would actually work in this situation, but I'm
It
saying if
wouldn't
that,
because again,
It wouldn't work.
Anton's not a
You're right.
plaintiff.
No, you're right. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. But what we're
right,
saying, why Anton will come up. Okay, that's all we're speaking about. Why he would come up.
you can
Remember?
bring him up.
No, he's definitely gonna come up.
You can
But
bring
I
him up.
think
The case
I
is
think
about what?
the fact that he will come up, it will also hurt Corey Holcomb's defense.
Right.
Because that's gonna be used to prove his intent, right? So if he's going to admit that, well, the reason why I decided to do this is because of what their father did, right? Then he's
Mhm.
basically admitting that he
to the
weaponized them.
Right.
I
No, I
tried to
agree.
hurt
I agree
her
with that.
to hurt him.
But
Yeah,
I'm just saying that he got freedom of
Thank you,
speech, so
Brownville.
I don't think he gonna have arguments like that. I think he gonna be just like
Right.
Afro
Yeah,
Man. Afro
cause
Man
cause
didn't
it.
give a shit what they was talking about on that stand. He didn't care what the lawyers asked. His lawyer just kept asking, "Don't he have the right to say these things? Didn't he have the right to say these things? Did this really harm you for real? How did it harm you for real? Was your wife really cheating on you? Did you think she, low down or down low, whatever her name was you really eating vagina? Was you really looking at that
every
cheesecake or
time
whatever
I
that
went
cake
to
was?"
school, they were calling me the air up there lesbian, right? It made me miserable. I don't even want to go to school
Shit,
anymore. I
are
don't
you
want to
serious?
compete
Nigga,
in
that's
whatever
on
sport.
you. That's on
That's
you.
on you.
That's
You
you.
said we
That's what I'm
acting like this
saying.
gonna happen.
Yeah, that's
Oh
crazy,
man.
bro.
Yeah, and
Like if
listen,
y'all,
Yeah.
I'm
if
not
that's y'all
totally
response
disagree.
to
Wait,
that
Willie.
argument,
I'm not
hold on.
totally against what you're saying, but we gotta go
It's the
with what
premise
Anton.
y'all
I'm
using.
only everything I'm saying, y'all, is right now that I'm about to say is based on Anton actions. Corey went live one night and everything blew up. Early that morning, Anton went live and showed his daughter's schedule, her name, and photos, and had already claimed that he pulled her out of school before school even started. This motherfucker's in the
All right.
Midwest.
So
School
so I
hadn't
got you,
even
Bomb.
started yet. He already claimed he pulled her out, and she got a meeting with the psychiatry
So
later. All this
so
before
Bomb.
she
So
can even go to
Bomb.
school. So that's all I'm saying, babe. Now it's on you. Go
Our
ahead.
only disagreement then is that this case is going to be based on the harm Corey caused to this little girl rather than Corey's reasoning for causing the harm. That's the only thing we
And
disagree on, right?
y'all are ignoring something even deeper than that. Is there actually perceived harm? Y'all aren't even realizing that y'all are even stretching of what he could have done. We keep talking about what Anton did, the 7 days. All right, that's cool. What does that have to do with the plaintiff?
But
Yeah,
I
because
agree
you
with you.
can't prove any
What you mean by
harm.
perceived harm, babe? Because I don't know what you mean. What you mean by that?
So there.
I could sell
So
it.
what? Here's what I mean by perceived harm. What I mean by perceived harm is like me and you are arguing, right, Bomb? And then
Mm-hmm.
I decide, you know what? I think, and please don't take this in a sense. I think Bomb's husband is cheating on her, and and blah 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 blah, and I think he's cheating on her with the man, or whatever the case is, right?
Okay.
And now, but now that your husband hears me say that, right? And it causes conflict in your marriage because somebody said something about him because of you, right? So
Okay.
is there a perceived harm that he received during that process? I.e., did he have any issues based on what was happening, even though I was the one who caused it while aiming it at you?
At me.
There's a perceptive harm, right? It's a perceptive harm of what's going on. That's something that the jury's going to be able to look at.
Okay.
And motive-wise,
Yeah, no,
like
listen. Hold on.
his
Let
own
me
words are going to kill him. His own
they
words.
aren't.
He
Y'all
says,
y'all just don't make sense, and y'all
hold
add too
on,
much
no.
emotion over logic in a court
Wait,
of
but
law. Listen,
KT.
stop. Listen, let me just say this, please.
All right, and then I'll
It
go.
can't be no such thing as perceived harm because, again, we're talking about civil court for finances. There is no shape, fashion, or form of harm to this young lady that harmed her financially. Y'all trying to say maybe mentally that she can make some claim of being harmed and then gain finances off that. But again, that's why Bomb, and even I keep pointing out, the girl was pulled. He said she pulled basically the day after this happened. She's already affected. Now, mind you, we can also point out that after that, it's a long line of things where what Corey said cannot be like, that's not even the topic of Anton currently. That's nowhere near the topic of Anton. The latest thing I seen was about him and his brothers arguing or something like that. So like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's in the past. It's many other things about that.
We're
About
not,
that
hold on,
same
real quick.
acknowledgement. They about to sue everybody on YouTube.
No. Let's talk about what you just said. So now we're talking about a course of conduct Literally, Corey was told to stop. The very first thing he said on the next show
I'm
is,
a double down.
this bitch ass nigga told me I can't talk about his family. So you know what I'm gonna do today, y'all? Let's talk about this ugly ass little girl.
F your
His
daughter.
exact words were that the next day. I understand
F
what
your
you're
daughter.
getting at, KT, but you
But he
specifically
got the
are
right to
ignoring
do
what
that.
happened. Right, but hold on. He said no, but that's where the issue comes in because that's where the harassment will start. Because again, a
Harassment. Talk
request.
about somebody's not harassment.
No. That's not no.
It
After
literally is.
specifically being requested to stop. That's the definition of harassment.
No. Listen,
No,
somebody
it's not.
could
When
be
you're
online.
initiated in a fight, somebody can. If you say stop beating me up, I don't. That's not harassment now because I kept beating you up. The fight's already started.
That's not the
It
same.
literally
Hold on.
is. They were
That's not the
already
same
arguing.
thing.
They were literally arguing. Listen, this is why I keep pointing this out.
Hold
This is
on.
the pivotal thing, y'all. They
I
had a
understand what
disagreement
you're
on
saying,
Corey's
bro.
stage.
But
It didn't have to progress any further, right?
What was
Hold up. It didn't have to progress any further, right? But what Corey did, because listen, Corey only have a show once a week. What happened
Shadow
in
is
that week
100%
before?
right.
Okay, what happened in that week before Corey gets to even have a show to say anything else
Anton
about
was
the
talking.
Deal with the
situation?
Anton
definition
was
of
talking.
harassment.
No.
Shadow
Hey,
is
hold on.
100% right.
Wait, hold up. No, KT, here's how I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you by doing exactly what you're saying. So you know what? You're right. Anton went 7 days talking shit about Corey, right? Now explain to me how on day 8, Corey now talks shit about the daughter. Make sense.
You cannot tell me how I gotta respond to you. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, hold on.
Listen,
Hold
once
on.
you
said
spit on
respond
me,
to you.
however I react is how I react.
Okay,
But what you
so
have to
now we're
deal with
saying,
is your words
wait,
about
now
the
we're
daughter.
saying that there was somebody who was harmed now, who was not even involved in that conversation.
No, and that's
So
the
that's
point.
just
What is the
KT.
harm? What is the
KT,
harm?
that's
Hold
like
up. Saying
okay,
y'all
hold
saying
up,
the
KT,
girl
hold
got
up.
something bad said about her. What's the harm in that?
KT, again, me and you are squared up to fight, and I turn around and I punch your son.
It's
I know that's
completely
a fucked up
different,
way
bro.
to say that.
But
No,
wait,
hold
Shadow.
up. I know that's a fucked up way to say that, but you see where I'm going. That's what you just said.
I'm saying, KT,
You're like,
you keep saying, what's the
completely
harm
different.
in that? Do you know the world we live in? Like, this is an issue. There's whole moms movements against this exact thing. So when it's coming from a grown man that is known for disgusting commentary against a child in this case, right? Cyber, I'm not saying it applies here, even though I personally feel it does. But I'm not even making the argument this cyberbullying applies here. I'm just saying this is the context in which this case is going to be viewed. And it is a big grown man. It's a grown man, hold on, I'm going to land, who is known for saying disgusting things, in particular about children, going up against a 17-year-old girl. If you
but
think putting her
why
on
does
that
that affect
stand,
this case?
hold on. If you think putting her on that stand and beating her up more, making her relive it is gonna win this case, I would
Relive it.
advise
Her
Corey to
mother
fire you immediately
volunteered her to
and
do
hire
that because
Wall
she
Street,
sued the
Wall Street,
nigga.
and Wall
They
Street.
didn't have to go to court. That's what I'm saying.
Man.
Y'all don't be making sense. Y'all coming from a real emotional, cause what y'all said
What
was
are you
very key
talking
earlier.
about?
If my daughter was in there, this is how I would feel. That's what y'all pointed out. My bad. My
Yes.
I'm saying y'all talking about
Yes.
earlier. Well, if my daughter was there, when you do this, y'all keep inserting how y'all want to feel personally about the
That
situation
is what
instead
the
of saying what
judge
happened
is
in the
gonna be
situation.
thinking.
No,
That
the
is
judge
what
ain't gonna
That's
think
a
that way. The
terrible
judge
thing.
think by the law.
Hey, can I say
Hey,
something real
Cody.
quick?
Hold on. That is
I
what the
was
Let
good.
Cody
judge.
go.
If the judge has
Hey,
a
let
Hey, what
Cody
up,
gun,
go.
bro? What's up, Cody?
hold on. The point that Brownsville was
Hey, let
making
Cody
was
go. Like,
if
dude,
the
why you
judge,
you've been up here? Let Cody go. Sharon don't
you've
have
been
the.
up here talking the entire time. Like,
Shut your
please,
ass
sis.
up. Go ahead, Cody.
Damn,
Cody,
it's sounding crazy as hell. Why you doing it?
look at him. He still want to be disrespectful to Cody.
Peace, Cody.
What's good with y'all? But I just wanted to speak and say what's good. Sharon, what's good with you, big dog? Oh, you can't hear me, problem. But
He got that Wong Fu Wi-Fi.
Nah, the Chinamen are trying to keep him focused.
Sharon, what that moose shoe like up there, big dog?
The moose shoe is good, big dog.
He got that Peking duck Wi-Fi.
Hey, nah, hey, Brownville, what's good with you, big dog? I know you probably off the call.
Peace and love to you, Cody.
Oh yeah, what's good? Hey, Shoutout, what's good? My boy KT, what's good with you?
What up, big
Bomb,
dog?
what's up? Hey, but look, Willie, you say you familiar with the law, right?
No.
Oh, I thought I heard you say you were familiar with the law.
I'm a layman. Right now, when it comes to the law, right, they work on what's known as the prudent man
God
theory.
damn, he asked you one question so he can
And I'm
finish.
answering them. It ain't gonna take long. You only slowing it down. Chill. Right? Like I consider myself a prudent man. And law is based on the prudent man's theory. That's why they put a jury of 12 prudent men. How would you feel in this
Layman.
situation? What would you do?
And he's
Layman.
Yeah, but this civil court, and so it ain't much prudence, and so there is a law, a such thing as a law that is the but for law, right? Brownsville, you familiar with that?
Say it again.
The but for.
So go ahead and expand on it.
But for your actions, these actions wouldn't occur.
Oh,
Had it not been for
it's the
you,
justification law.
I think it's
Justified reasoning.
called the but
Yeah,
for
it's
act.
called but for.
The
Yeah,
but
it's
for
justified
act.
reasoning.
And so but for you poking the bell would had not slapped the shit out you.
Only one problem with that, Cody, right? This case is
Can
between
you let them finish though? Because I'm listening.
him and I were talking. Just chill.
He was talking, and
he
then
didn't
you
have a
started.
problem with me speaking to him because he knew I was going to give him the floor back, right? When I said the only problem with that, and the only problem with that is that's an argument if the plaintiff had done something to you, right?
No.
You got to understand.
But look though, let me say this.
Anton isn't on trial here.
Let me say this though.
Go
Let
ahead.
me say this, big dog. See, Anton lawyer is strategizing. So what they did was they left the main corporate out of the goddamn
Correct.
complaint, right? Well,
Right.
Corey lawyer's not gonna let Anton get away with that. Anton character and the man he is will be displayed in that courtroom, big dog.
Facts.
I'm saying whether it is or whether it isn't.
And the
case is
before
gonna-
act
hold on.
will rear his naked ass once this character is being brought to the table and examined and
It can make Anton look bad too.
huh?
It can make Anton look bad
It's
too.
gonna make it
Right.
look just like
Now, here's the only
it's gonna make
point
it
I'm
look just like
stressing,
it
bro.
look. And but for him doing his actions and taking his steps that he took, the steps of the plaintiff would have never had been taken.
So again,
So,
though, here's
Cody,
the,
hold
so
on.
again, though,
Hey, Cody.
so again, though, that would work if Anton was the
Somebody got a
plaintiff.
big.
That would work
Hey,
if
Cody.
Anton was the plaintiff.
I think it,
Look, let me show you. Hey, y'all from New York, right? Sharon, Brownsville, and Wall Street Willie. I hear y'all always say kids, children, and children and women are a no-go. Well, your homeboy uncle took his nephew, mailed them fingers, and down this little funk ass. So when it's Warren,
Chill, watch your mouth. Don't say his little funky ass.
when
Man.
it's
Let me speak to
Warren,
Donnell.
and there's money involved, anything goes.
Yeah, but guess what though? When we're talking about the court of law, Apple is never coming home because he harmed a child.
He came home. Who?
Apple.
Oh, I don't know. But
see, so let me put you on. What you're talking about, right?
he ain't never gotta come home. He did what he did though.
Hear what I'm saying. So let me catch you up on the New York ghetto history, right? I don't
No,
go.
nigga,
Yeah.
no, nigga, we ain't finna have that conversation. What I'm telling
Wait,
you
wait,
is this,
wait,
nigga.
wait, wait, wait,
What
wait.
I'm saying
Well,
is
here's
this,
the
nigga.
point. Here's
If
the point. I don't
if there was
didn't
no
do that.
children,
I understood
fuck
what you
what the
were
law
saying.
did to them. That don't mean nothing. If it was no children and no women, they would never have harmed that child.
This is
Even going back to what we were saying at the
You
beginning,
want to go and holler about the
is
court and the law and shit. No, that ain't damn that. When it comes to warring and love, man, all things go. And this ain't the angle to protect our daughters, big dog. We protect
so
our daughters through teachings and leadership.
so
And
Hey,
if
brother.
Cody.
if
but
if,
it,
if
So
but
So
me as a
brother, right?
wait, hold
father,
up, Cody.
There are animals and beasts out there, right? That's a
Hey,
fact,
Cody.
right?
Let's
Myself,
hold up.
goofy ass Shadow, don't shoot me down.
Hey, nigga, I got a whole
Like
bullet waiting for you.
Brownsville, right? These aren't men that are okay with these things happening to children just because they happen by
well,
some
that don't mean
horrible
I'm okay
animals.
with it either. I'm not okay with it happening
So
either, but
what
I
was the
know it
point?
happens, and I know that you not gonna put
We understand
um
it happens.
you're not gonna put borderlines and on guy on criminal activity.
But folks, hold
What?
up.
I
Hold up. No, folks, let me ask you
Hey,
for
Shadow.
real. Like when it really comes down to it, if we're like, hey, if we're going after this nigga right here, if we can't touch him, we're going after his people, right? But we're typically going after the adults. But you're not immediately gonna be like, you know what? This man, he hurt my feelings, so I'm gonna go smoke his kid. Like, come on, bro, we
No,
don't do
no,
that.
I ain't
That's what
saying
I'm
that.
saying.
But the
I'm
thing is,
telling you, even
if you
behind the
get
G
front of some
wall,
work, they got June Tao, big
I'm
dog.
telling you,
They got
even
June
behind the
Tao.
G wall, right? Like if you on the island, 6 building, right? If you did something to a kid, right? Even on a social level with convicted criminal
No, but you talking about
inmates,
something different though.
there's something
That
for
ain't
you.
what we talking about, nigga. You talking about some
You're
other
talking
shit.
about dealing with
And
kids.
no, nigga, you bringing it to something different. And then even at that, and most of these penitentiaries, man, they hide them type of people amongst each other, and they sit over there and play and mingle with each other, dangle big
But
dog. What the
what's
hell
the
you talking about?
argument though?
Okay,
But
hold on.
what's the
Can I ask a
argument?
question? Hold on, let me ask a question. So, Cody,
Y'all
so
just
you're
be
saying
talking
shit.
on no
Hold on,
shit. You ain't been in there.
hold on. So we saying that it shouldn't be no consequences for grown
I
men
ain't
to
saying
hit.
that.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying that you for us to sit here and say
Wait, Cody,
that
hold on. Cody, hold on. We saying that it should be some kind of actions that we can do to protect our children from men that feel like it is no
yeah, you don't mingle with them type of men. So me
but
as a
that's not
father,
possible.
me as a
Hold
father,
on,
I'm
but
not
hold on,
doing
no, no,
no
no.
business
No,
with that
no,
type
hold
of
on, no,
dude that
no,
has
no, no,
no
no, no,
respect.
no, 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 no. So we saying the only way we could do that is by we gotta run away from the goddamn
It ain't running.
degenerates
It how you running?
because you are protecting a degenerate.
No, you're not. You protecting
Hold
yourself
on.
and your
Listen
children.
to what you're saying. Listen. This is a problem that places like New York have, right? The person that is actually legal and doing the right things, he can have a gun.
Never
But the
has the
person
gun.
that's on
I think you broke up on us,
Damn, my
sir.
fault. I ain't mean to mess up your Wu-Tang Wi-Fi. You was cooking.
dang.
No, he wasn't. He was boiling noodle juice.
I agree with you, Cody.
But I think Cody, so here's the thing, right? What you're saying is correct in regards to the streets, right? But what y'all are failing to realize is what's good in the streets doesn't
I'm not finna.
necessarily correlate to civil court, right?
Yes, it
Yes,
does
it
Because
though.
the
I just
does.
jury,
explained to you how.
so
I
let me
just
land it,
explained to you
Cody.
And
how.
Brownsville, I'm doubling
Cody, let me
down. That's
land it.
not even good in the street.
Let me land it. Let me land. No, but
Man,
let's,
y'all
for
just
argument's
talking. You
sake,
ain't
for
never been in no
argument's sake,
streets
we're
if
gonna
you
give them
saying
that.
that, big dog. You
But
never been in the streets if you saying that.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? In civil court, right? They're gonna bring in jurors who are not from the street,
Ain't gonna
right?
be no
They're
jurors
gonna
in a civil court.
the jury. Yes, they see. That's the thing. Y'all need to do your research and do your homework, so you can understand that civilly you have jurors and you're gonna have a judge. The same recourses that a
No, you don't. You
defendant
have to pay to get
has
a
access
jury in
to
civil court.
criminally, right? The defendant, in this case,
That's
Corey
also not
Holcomb,
true.
he's going to have his opportunity to to determine who he wants to litigate his case, whether he wants the judge to decide on it, or if he wants to have jurors decide on it, right?
12 men like me, Brownsville, and Shadow.
So here's the thing, right? And when you have a jury, right, they're not gonna be keen on what is good on the street level. Those are gonna be parents, most likely, right? Those are gonna be most likely people who have younger sisters and younger people in their family, right? And then not Josh, but KT brings up y'all are so emotional. Well, what he doesn't understand is the courtroom is all about emotions, right? The lawyers want the jury to be emotional, right? That's why when you watch these court cases online, if you go to a court case, right, you can ask Uda. Uda was at the Diddy trial. He'll be able to testify to how emotional the courtroom was, right? That's an emotional environment, and it's done like that intentionally,
But
right?
listen though, Brownville, that's not a silver case, big dog. Judge Judy do silver cases every day on her show, big dog. Those are silver cases.
Bro,
But
but
Cody,
that's not
to
the
be
only
fair,
way.
those are
Wait,
trial by judge.
yeah,
Hold
that's
on,
not the only
Cody,
way
those are
a
trial by
civil
judge.
case
You can
can
do a
be
trial
handled.
by jury as
It
well
can be trial
when it
by
comes to
judge
civil.
or trial by jury, even in a
Like,
civil
Okay,
case.
cool,
I hear
cool.
what you're saying, Cody,
Okay, Ebo,
but
okay, cool.
you can do
But
both.
let's go back to what Cody.
But so
I'm just saying, go ahead.
you what's
And
your name has the decision to make if he want that to be by jury or
not
not.
the
Not
final decision
Yeah,
because
Corey
the
Holcomb.
plaintiff,
so
Right,
Corey
what the
Corey
hell
Holcomb
is
the
Holcomb,
we
the
has it.
plaintiff
talking
is
defendant.
about?
fighting.
Listen to what I'm saying. Y'all just talking. It ain't
Cody,
even
again, I know
Anton
exactly
or
what you're
his
talking
side
about.
decision to make.
No, it's Cody's. It's Corey's. He's going to be the one to make that choice.
And why the hell would he go with 12 crackers on a jury stand that ain't gonna go with him at all? When he can go with a reasonable thinking
He's
goddamn me judge on a bench that's gonna goddamn me. Come on, are you fucking serious? Y'all ain't thinking, fool.
he is
Y'all just
going to
talking.
he is going to
Hold on. All right. So, but
prefer.
hold on. Regardless, hold on. I just want to say this. So, regardless, the problem that y'all don't understand what we are arguing. Y'all are arguing that it should be no repercussions
No, that's what
for.
you want to say. We're arguing. That's not what we're arguing.
So, what
You are arguing
repercussions
that
should
at
it
this
be?
moment.
What? All right. So, what?
I think you broke out. But what we have been saying for hours is that
What I was saying. Can you
stay
hear me
away
now?
from them nasty ass people, them disgusting people. Don't
Yeah,
deal
we
with
can hear you
them.
now,
Don't
cuz.
put your money there.
But look,
Okay.
Cody, watch,
All right.
right?
So
I
look. So like.
made
So me.
Hold on, Willie.
Hold on.
my
Let
fault,
cuz
my
go.
fault, my fault.
Hold on. Let me try to do. Go ahead. Go ahead, Willie. Let me try to do something with my microphone. Go ahead, Willie.
Nah, I was just saying
Slap the
that
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
From China, Ching Ching Long Mi,
They're wrong, ain't
Hobo
shit.
Shiwani.
So,
Fix my
Miss
mic.
Miss
You want me to
J.
get it for you? Oh, you got it? Go ahead. Oh, we can't hear you.
Go ahead, Bomb Cherry. Go ahead.
Okay. Miss J with the 20 ball. Kick Willie. We do not claim that food.
And from China, Hobo Shiwani.
Yeah, crazy. But so what I'm saying is, we do gotta figure out a way where what is the responsible thing to happen to the degenerate.
That's me or
No, it's him. He cut out again.
Yeah, nah, he cut out.
Damn. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
yeah.
Man
Not
going after a
now.
child. The repercussions for a grown man going after a child. What should be the repercussions for that?
Ass whoopings and elbows and
You feel me?
goddamn me but what I'm saying is this: even in court, if he's went after a child in a harmful manner. You know we all standing on lock his ass up. Or stand him in front of the wall and let all us chunk a bunch of pebbles at his bitch ass till he die. You hear me? Yeah, we own that. We own that. We with that. But big dog, when you talking about
you heard
okay,
Cody?
go ahead.
We just talking about verbally, nothing physical,
Yeah, well
just the
shit, hey.
verbally part.
Well shit, I'm gonna need, if as a father, I'm not gonna be engaging with them type of people that I know will harm my babies if I disagree or encounter them, engage them in the wrong way or some shape. So I'm not, as a father trying to protect my daughters, I'm not gonna be the father that's engaging with that type of dude.
Facts. I think it should be
But Corey, that's an
the
art.
father gets some trouble if something happens. Because listen, if you place yourself
That's
in a position,
wild.
no, if you place yourself in a front facing position, meaning you're dealing with the public, and then you bring up your family in that that entity and act as if, oh my God, why are they like attacking these people? You didn't have to say nothing about them. I'm gonna say this again. Y'all know I have children. None of y'all can say my children's name. So I'm saying, like you don't have to put that information out, but that's what he chose to do. Now, I'm not saying Corey has the right to do whatever he wants to in return,
but you are, and that's the problem. So let's talk about actual art claims now, because you're saying Anton ought not have done this, Anton ought not have done that, but the art that's important right now, the actual art claim that matters at this exact moment, is Corey ought not have gone after Anton's kids. That's the whole conversation we're having. For some reason, because it's Anton.
What you called it again, Cody? Say it again for us. But for the what?
Hey, look, big dog. If you selling dope out there house and niggas come up in there and your children living in there, and that's your children resting place, big dog, and niggas come up in there, nigga, you killed your babies, nigga.
Right, but okay, so even if we're talking about
hold on, Shadow, hold on 1 second, Shadow. You're right, Cody. On a street level, you're absolutely right.
No, I understand that court these people gonna be punished. I understand that. But as
and
a
that's
father,
what we're talking about, big dog. All we're talking about is in this particular case, just this particular case, right? Where the plaintiff is the daughter, right? And what I'm saying is when she hits the stand, the people that's going to be involved in this case, 9 times out of 10, they not going to know who Anton Daniels or Corey Holcomb is. Because I think we pumped them up to be these popular people. But on a national level, like nobody in my family knows these people. Right? I'm just be honest, right? Never heard of these people. So they're going to be listening to this case, right? And listening to how she was harmed by what he did, right? So all of this street stuff, all of this stuff, yeah, we know the history. We know it. Yeah, Anton Daniels provoked this and all that. I agree. We're not even arguing or disputing any of that. What we're saying is, in this particular case, with his daughter being a plaintiff, that's what's going to be the difference, in my opinion.
I mean, but they're going to present both of them like their characters. They're going to just the same way that they're going to present Corey as a terrible person and like that's what Cody was bringing up. Why do y'all act like the lawyers on his side of Corey's side of things just going to be like, nah, let's just stick to talking to the doctor.
Well, because when they bring up Anton Daniels' character, right? And yeah, they can do that. You're absolutely right. I'm not arguing that or disputing that either. But what you're not understanding, KT, is that's also going to hinder Corey Holcomb's defense, because now they're going to prove intent. Well, if that's their argument, they're saying, well, her father initiated this and he started this and he has such bad character. He said this, he provoked them, right? And if that's their defense, then they lost. Because now they have intent.
Agreed, but nobody's going to make that defense. Like anybody, if in Corey's situation, the easiest defense since they sued is just saying you need to prove how mental stress was caused, especially at the portion where you're asking for money. So you have to show somehow that this young girl was hurt to the detriment of 1.7 million, let's say, whatever you're suing for.
And the freedom of speech is gonna be his main.
Hold on, no,
Yeah, because you know he's going to say his
no,
comments were made as jokes.
Hold on, the suit is already, that part is already there. The thing that you saying that they gotta.
No, Sharon, no, it's not.
So why they going to court?
Because you can sue anybody. So I can sue you right now for having that ugly ass sweat on in that picture.
That's fine. That's a very true statement. But why is she go?
But is she really wanting to go, or is her parents? Remember,
That's
she's
a
the
force of
minor.
hand.
Yeah, I was about to say it ain't her lawsuit. She ain't
regardless of the smoke and mirrors, what's on paper is she taking him to court, correct?
No, it's the parent taking him to court, and they included the daughter. Like you saying, this is if the daughter filed for the lawsuit or something. She's an underage. She can't even do it.
Right. Okay, so who with the court documents is?
I don't know the court documents though.
So
now I will say we can look those up because, like I said, I don't know what they're even saying if they suing for amount of money or whatever.
Right. So we don't know how much they trying to get. However, is the wife and the daughter, and they assume it because of X, Y, and Z. It's in the court document. It's not like we are just assuming. They are suing him for certain things. So therefore, those things there, Corey Holcomb is going to have to disprove those things.
Right.
And that's what we saying. Nobody was even arguing that. We were saying like his defense. We were saying like Corey's defense. Yeah. Like, because his defense is most likely going to be, I made this, like, anything they're saying, this was a joke. Now, I'm not denying I said the joke. Can you prove that we caused this, whatever money you're suing for, dissanguished to this girl?
But guess what? Even if he could prove that he was joking, if he proved that he was joking, comedic artistry and stuff like that, it don't matter how she was hurt, because he got a right to do that. And so that's how she gonna lose on that end.
But she also has a right. So hold on. Just because he has a right to say what he want to say doesn't mean that she doesn't have a right to sue.
No, I agree. But we talk about his job. His job.
Okay, so
comedic relief being a joke. Yes, that's it. That's it.
So no, the joke is not a good defense because.
Look at God.
They're gonna have to understand, why are you talking about this young lady? What does she have to do with the situation? We get it. Your daddy was going after you.
Right.
This minor, just like in that way.
Like Cody said, what for? It wasn't for the dad being there. And she just, y'all, what y'all call them people who get hit when they wasn't even there, and it's not their fault? What they call those people?
Innocent bystanders.
That's another one too, but yeah. Hey.
Yeah, collateral damage.
Yeah, collateral damage.
So regardless of that collateral damage, you still got to have compensation for collateral damage.
Nah.
No.
I guess we're gonna see when it come out. This is a great conversation, though. I like, it's a great conversation.
No, with collateral damage, that person still got to pay for that collateral damage.
Nah, it depends on what.
Yeah.
What,
so if I hit down, I still got to pay for that collateral damage. That
would be. Well, you said if you hit something or somebody, that would be criminal, though, right?
Facts. And
we just trying to. Hold on. We just trying to.
Yeah, see, you can't make that comparison, Joe. I'm just saying, just because, again, like this, I'm pointing out, y'all. These are words. When y'all make comparisons, it got to be physical actions to prove some. Like, it's really hard to prove how you said something, and that really, really hurt me physically, dang near. Because if we talking about a physical act, okay, I'm with y'all 1,000%. Again, we talking about words people saying. Like, I hate to say it like that.
KT,
tell your kids to grow some thick skin and tell your daddy to stop putting the people in the position to where y'all not getting roasted.
Hold on, why we keep blaming the person that got a
No, you should agree with this, Sharon, because for once I'm blaming the men. I'm blaming the men around the women. I'm straight up doing that this time. You feel me?
You
You
gotta agree
blaming
with
the
that,
are
men.
100% with
Sharon.
me.
Hold on.
You
So
got to agree with
no,
that.
hold on, but you're saying that the person that got verbally attacked, they need to do something instead of the person that keep on doing that doesn't have a line. They don't need to do
No,
anything.
I'm
Hey,
saying the man around this situation, he should handle that wholeheartedly.
yeah,
And even how we talking about
right.
like
And so, but
the
hold on,
court
but
thing is the
KT, so
wife and
hold
the
on. So
daughter.
you saying that?
He's
Hey,
not putting
so
himself in there.
you
He's
saying that
throwing his
we
kids.
should
He's
possibly
keeps using his
hold
wife
on,
and kids as a
KT.
shield.
So we should be. So what you're saying that they should go to fisticuffs over words.
Yeah, hell
And
yeah.
possibly
That's
somebody
if you felt
somebody
that
hold on.
hurt.
So I just want you to understand what you're saying. You're saying that they should fight each other and possibly one of them die because of that joke. But
That's why I fell out. I ain't gonna lie. Cause listen,
no, I just want to make sure I'm clear about what you're saying. You're saying yes, the two men should fight and possibly one of them can die from a fight. But the compensation part, no, you don't believe that should be possible.
why? Where did that come
Yeah, they
up?
don't
I
get to
ain't
get no
even.
money. Yeah, they don't get to get no
Yeah,
money. He
I
got the
ain't gonna
Right.
lie.
freedom
I
of
don't even know
speech.
where that came up. But listen,
So
I will say no.
you said
What is it?
because you're saying that the father needs to go ahead and physically do whatever he sees fit. So they fight,
Mm,
somebody could possibly die, is what I'm saying.
okay.
Or
The
Right.
daughter's
he just
acting like
not
she's
talk to her.
probably never gonna live right again because Corey says she looks like a monkey today or something, and she's now literally going to court with her mom like, "I'm scarred for life, nigga." You know what I'm
No,
saying?
but
Yeah,
so
handle
the
that.
problem
Stop
is
being
that
a
you
hoe
don't
ass
believe
motherfucker.
that, right? So you don't believe that somebody can scar somebody with words.
No, I believe it's a lot of people who are mentally fragile. That really ain't on me though. You feel me?
Right.
What I
I
believe
get
us
that.
as
I
parents should be
understand that.
doing is
Like you got
fortifying your children because that's
no,
how the
hold on,
world
but
works.
so what I'm
You
saying is
gonna
that
go to
I
school, they
understand.
gonna make jokes about your
Hold
name.
on.
What you gonna die?
Hold on. Hold on, but no, but you when you say a kid is talking on a kid. So a grown up will have much more effects on a kid than a kid on a kid, is what we are talking towards.
I would damn near dispute that for shit show because I can
I
guarantee
sure would.
your kids listen to you less than yeah, they listen to you less than they do their homeboys. Even how we had
No,
these talks about how your mama tell you what to do, but niggas ain't doing that. Cause guess what they homeboys doing? Not that.
no,
Yeah.
I disagree. So
Yes, your peer group influences you far
I
more than
believe
even your parenthood.
I
I would
believe
say.
a grown up has more impact, especially a negative impact on a kid than kids.
Hey,
Do you
well, we
agree
can
that
agree to
maybe?
disagree.
Do you agree that the father had the right? He was supposed to make sure his daughter didn't even hear them jokes, right? That grown ups are telling in the middle of the night. How did she even get access to them?
Well,
Because
see, and this is where I agree with y'all, right? So here's the thing. I want to be clear about this, right? So what y'all are saying is correct in terms of, well, did she really have access to it? Did it really harm her emotionally to that degree? I would agree. But you got to understand this is a strategic play, right? That was laid out from the very beginning, right? So I'm not telling you this is being done in honesty. I'm telling you this is being done in strategy, right? And what Anton Daniels did is he said, okay, you want to play with my kid? Here's how I'm going to set up the play.
But that's
I'm
why I
going
can't
to
support it though. That's
I'm
why I
going to
can't support it.
publicly hold on.
Facts.
I'm going to publicly express that you've caused harm to my daughter in terms of competing for the Olympics, in terms of going to school, and in terms of her emotional state. And then I'm going to pay for her to see a therapist and get evaluated. I'm going to do X, Y, Z so that I can show a line of theory in terms of her emotional state and how you harmed it, right? So yes, but we got to understand, even though it might not be genuine, a lot of these situations are happening like this, right? Those police officers who sued Afro Man, they weren't harmed by this. They were just embarrassed, right? But they thought that they can utilize the system in order to inflict more harm on Afro Man, and it backfired, right?
They
But
lost, right?
in this situation, you got a child who did nothing wrong to anyone. This is where Corey Holcomb is between a rock and a hard place. And although y'all are making good arguments in terms of the origin of the conversation and how things transpired and how Anton was wrong and how he should have never escalated the situation, that still does not justify the fact that Corey Holcomb attacked a child. And that child is saying in court documents that she has been harmed emotionally.
Afro Man said that the police officer he was talking to, child, wasn't his. Like straight out said it a couple times. You know, that's not your baby ain't yours, you piece of shit, because your wife was cheating. Like,
Any final thoughts?
Great conversation, man. Peace and love to everybody. Have a great weekend. Be safe out there. And go out there, man. Touch grass. You know, spend some time with your family. Have fun. And like I said, be filled with peace and love this weekend.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me